Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. This is the final day of this massive mega tournament. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis, and we couldn't be more excited for this matchup.
It's going to be such an exciting, intense, and thrilling final day. We have sitting in first place Madhav Gopal Kamath. We've seen him many times on our stream. In second place is Tatcha. But today, for our match one, we will be seeing the third place versus the fourth place players. Actually, every game today, we will be seeing that matchup. Currently sitting in third is David Elder of Australia. We saw him a few times yesterday. And in fourth, also at 20 and 10, is Joshua Castellano.
And as a reminder, every single game today, all 6 of the final games, is a King of the Hill format. That means first place plays second, third place plays fourth. We're on table 2. We're going to cover third place versus fourth place the whole way through until the very bitter end. It is anyone's tournament. Madhav is half a game above Tasha. That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's going to need to win at least 3 games to retain his first place situation here. So, yeah, anybody's tournament, it would be a stunner to have a 15-year-old take down this senior list of players. Not that anyone is super old here, but a lot of these players, like Will Anderson said in his recap video, they've been playing longer than Madhav's been alive. So this is incredible to see. Maybe we can put up the standings if those are available, just to give you guys a better idea of what's going on. But like Chloe said, Madhav in first place, a half a game above Tatcha, who has a tie. That means Tatcha doesn't have to worry about his differential, his tiebreaker, because he has a tie. Whatever happens, he'll be probably half a game or up or above or below his competition. So he is the dark horse in this field of players, just considering his tiebreaker. But yes, David Eldar in third place, Joshua Castellano in fourth place, Dave Wiegand in fifth place, Jason Keller in sixth place, all at 20 and 10. It's probably going to be one of those 6, but we could see a 6-0 finish for Chayota, a 6-0 finish for Aditya. That could potentially propel them into a victory at the end of today.
Yeah.
Let's pan to the board. There they are, Chloe, David Eldar, Joshua Castellano, David going first.
Yes, the excitement is real. Joshua Castellano, we saw him in the final game yesterday, suffered a tough loss on stream against Jason Keller, having been challenged off for a phony bingo. He'll be looking to bounce back from that, shake off any feelings of disappointment in his play. I know both David Eldar and Joshua Castellano are feeling a bit disappointed with how they've been playing this tournament. I've been seeing them quackling their games together, analyzing their games together. To find any mistakes they might have made in the rounds leading up to this, and now they're facing off in a decisive match.
And David Eldar of Australia already drawing the first blank of the game, DNOTWV blank. So this is going to be a pretty quick vow for 18 points, I believe.
Yes.
And after this, if David is able to draw a vowel or two, he's going to be very likely to get that first bingo down. Joshua Castellano of the USA with his opening rack of ENNORTZ. Pretty good opening for him. He's probably going to respond with something like Zen to the left of the OW.
Yeah, he can do Zen or Zoner, I think, are the 2 plays to consider there. It's mainly about how tight you want to keep this board. Zen is a shorter play. It gives back no option of making a play down to the triple in the middle of the board on the bottom. So it keeps things a bit tighter. It does take an S hook, so that will still create that hook regardless of whether Zen or Zoners is played. It's an interesting choice here. What would you do, Josh?
Yeah, the big problem with Zen is that you really just retain almost no hooks on this board. Zen takes an S hook, Vow takes an A hook, Zo takes a D and an A hook. The only hook that Josh is retaining that has any value really here is the T hook on EW that Zen would create, EWT. He also retains the O for Zoo. So you can't feel great about playing Zen, so maybe we'll see a longer play of Zoner, recognizing that he's a little bit behind in this position, but I like Zen here.
Yeah, it's very close, I think. I think I like Zen as well. It's nice to keep things tighter, not introduce as much volatility. He could very easily just hit a bingo that plays down to the right of Vow or on the left of Zen after playing this. There are many A's in the bag to draw. I think it's all right to keep things tight for now and not introduce a bit more volatility.
And both of these guys have been analyzing their games as the tournament has been going on. They've seen how they've been playing. They want to play as best as they possibly can, both capable of playing a perfect Scrabble game, Chloe.
Yeah, looks like Josh going with Zen. These two plays were very close. There was not really any going wrong, I think, between these two options. I like this choice.
So Zen coming down a little tighter on the decision is Josh Castellano. David Eldar now to bingo. He has DNORST. That O, that sole vowel, is going to allow him to draw first blood here, Chloe.
Yes, his highest scoring bingo scores 79. Strons making ZOS and EWT down to the right of Vow. That looks pretty good. It doesn't give a ton of options back except for floating a few tiles. I think that's inevitable though on this board.
That's right. So we're seeing Snorted and Zens
Hmm.
is the play from David Eldar. What do you think about this?
This play restricts the bottom left of the board a lot. I think I would have preferred not floating this E if possible. That's a useful letter to play through. Strons would have floated a few less tiles in space for Josh to use for a bingo of his own. What do you think?
Yeah, it's possible that if we play Strons, that a big comeback could be felt as an overlap onto the triple. Perhaps David Eldar is wanting to keep things a little bit more open, but also a little bit more contained in terms of scoring potential.
Yeah.
But Strons is 79 and Snorted is 77, so not a huge difference between them.
Yeah, and Strawn's putting three consonants as the last three letters. Really hard to overlap as well to hit that triple anyway. But either way, Joshua Castellano picking up Arnado to play with a vow on making vow into a vow. Oh, it looks like the elder hasn't even decided yet. Okay, what
That's
will he
right.
go with?
He's thinking now about rotunds making zo and so. He hasn't committed his play, so he's allowed to change the tiles on the board. This is 76, another point sacrificed, but this is even more defensive for scoring purposes. He's trying to think about what the sort of play Zen is. Do I want to do something about that S hook? Do I want to use it myself? But he's decided to play rotunds here, and he's up by 64 early in this game. A very good choice by him. Josh Castellano to respond with Arnato.
Yes, I expect this to come down pretty quickly as soon as Josh sees it. I assume he already has seen it. The score is 71 points. It's his only bingo. No other option compares.
So you're just waiting to see if Josh spots this. There it is, lined up. It's his only option. It's not ideal opening that double, those two pink squares on either side of that second A, as well as the floating S hook. If you have an S, you can use that dark red triple word score on the middle or the top right of the board. So David Eldar potentially going to get the first big dig at that spot, but he has not drawn an S. He has drawn an X instead with a pretty nice set of tiles, Chloe.
Yeah, and his might plays not even use that spot at all. He has the X to make XU next to rotunds, and I can see very easily a play like ducks coming down, DUX making DO, UT, and XU, keeping a really nice PENR leave.
Either way, we're off to a raring start. 101 for the American, 94 for the two-time world champion, David Eldar. Can he continue his surge up the standings? He was doing very poorly for his standards at 12 and 9, currently sitting at the top rating slot in the world. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Currently, David Eldar higher rated than the GOAT himself, Nigel Richards, who's not having the best event here.
No, he's not, having lost, what is he at, 17 and 13 at this point? Losing quite a few games and some rating, allowing Eldar to slide up above him. Josh Castellano picking up the first S in this. set of in this game, so he might be able to make use of that S hook on Arnados now.
Yeah, that's a good draw for him for sure. If he's going to play something like Chiaus, Chiaus, and Arnados, that's almost 50 points. So that's definitely a decent draw for him. But so much is left on the table here. This is so early in the game. 73 tiles remain unseen out of 100. Many spots open. That Zen's hook is just going to stay there for such a long time, Chloe. It's just totally protected by those two vertical plays. So we're seeing ducks here, this or redux in the same spot
Mhm.
were the two top plays recommended by the engine. This one makes the most sense to me, keeping the extra E to go with that P and N.
Yeah, I agree. I like this choice. Sacrificing a few points for a significantly better leave, I would say. It's nice to keep something a bit more balanced, keeping a vowel to use. I think this might work nicely. Oh, and there's the blank for David.
Oh, the
That's a
second
great
blank
draw.
already. Oh my goodness. What an incredible draw for David Eldar. That's why you keep good tiles. You draw any more good tiles, and suddenly you're about to take something like an 80-point lead. Josh Castellano here has to decide, do I take the points? Chiaus for 44, hooking the S onto Arnados, hitting that top right triple, or something shorter, lower scoring, keeping that really nice combination of HS, CHS. Lots of things he can do here. He can play UG next to DO and UT. He can play hug in that spot, chug in that spot, guac in that spot. So many different options to overlap the play of ducks and keep very, very well for next turn. But we could just see a higher scoring play, something like Gitch through the T of Arnado, the first T, doubling the H, scoring 30, or yes, Chiaus keeping the lone G for 44 to take a small lead in this game. What are you thinking here, Chloe?
Yeah, UGG looks really nice to keep a super solid leave. That CH combination so valuable both for scoring and really works well for bingo racks as well. But Chug is also a very natural option, scoring more points, many more points, 14 more points than UGG. So it makes a lot of sense to take those points, keep still a good leave in AIS, keep the S hook for Arnados for a later turn.
And no matter what Joshua does, there is a double double lurking for David Eldar. If Josh blocks it with Gitch, suddenly Respond and Arnados is going to score well over 80 points. So he's doesn't realize it, Josh, but he is in trouble. David Eldar about to smack him with his second bingo in 4 moves.
Yeah, any bingo there, and that double double spot will score 90. It's hard to imagine Eldar doing much better than that next turn, so he will be taking a massive lead in this game. Josh will have his work cut out for him to come back from that.
We see the facial expressions, Josh, a little bit perplexed. What do I do? Do I play the extra tiles? Do I keep the extra tiles? He's going to go for Chug. This makes perfect sense. AIS. He was looking at David. David was looking back, looking at the camera, smiling. They're happy to be here at one of the top boards at the best tournament of the decade, the Causeway Challenge. And here we go. Pardoner or pardoned is going to come down here. But wait a second.
He missed his best
Respond
bingo.
fits double double with Zens. That's 98 points. David Eldar, what are you doing?
And we're gonna need to get confirmation on that blank. Is that an R or a D? I imagine it's a D. It's hard to imagine a world in which that's an R. But yes, respond for 8 more points would certainly have been the play there. That's an odd oversight on Eldar's part.
I guess the one reason you might miss it is it just looks too good to be true. You're staring right at those two pink squares. How could you possibly do better? There's another double double open with the S in perfect position. David Eldar realizes he missed this. He's going to be really, really upset. And this often happens at the top level. You'll make a play and immediately notice what you missed. Hopefully that doesn't happen to him. Psychologically, that would be very, very bad. But he's in great shape. 221 to 133. Josh Castellano now with AAFINOS.
Yeah.
Pretty decent stuff, but he's in big trouble now, down almost 90 points with no bingo available.
Yeah, not too much to do with these leathers either. And Eldar picking up 2 S's, he'll be able to make use of the Arnados hook next turn with something like S Joe. And be able to start locking this board down, taking out the most dangerous spots.
Jesse is almost 7
Oh.
points, Jesse.
Yes, that's even better.
That's huge for
That's
David
massive.
Eldar. Oh my goodness. What is Josh going to do to deal with that? I don't think anything. Maybe
No.
Sofa and Arnados. I
That
don't
doesn't seem
think you do that. I think you retain your S and you try to maximize its value for the next couple moves or the next move. Oaf for 19 points next to ONE of Pardon, but there's nothing great here. Fano, you
Yeah.
could play Fano to the right of Pardoned. I
Yeah.
think that's probably the play here. That's 25.
Yeah, you can also do Fonda for 3 fewer, opening up a sevens lane on the bottom of the board. It would go horizontally, Fonda through the D blank of Pardoned. That seems decent. Just creating a few more options on this board.
Another turn where many options are very close in value. Josh having to take his time trying to intuit or even calculate the value of his various options. Joshua not only studies the dictionary probably more than anyone in the world right now in the top, he also studies definitions of words and studies the value of leaves. Leaves being the tiles you leave behind. So common leaves like AIS that he just kept with Chug, he probably knows the average value of those leaves. We achieve those values by playing billions of games, computer versus computer, and trying to assess which leaves lead to the best outcomes. And he has those memorized better than pretty much anyone I know, other than maybe David Eldar sitting across from him.
Looks like Fano the choice from Josh Castellano, going for the extra 3 points here as opposed to Fonda. This play can still be re-paralleled. It'll just be pretty tough alongside the right of this word, making a few overlaps. But with the S in hand, Josh feels okay knowing the S hook is super protected, knowing Arnados is there. Wow,
Whoa,
this is a miss.
whoa.
This
David
is a
Eldar, slow down. You're moving too fast. You have to make your winning last. This is crazy.
wow.
SJOE for 41, a 27-point sacrifice over the word Jesse in the same spot. Getting rid of your two S's is not ideal, but with this lead, of course you play for 68. What is going
Yeah,
on
you
here?
at least think about it a little more. Maybe he wants to keep the S to take out Zen's next turn. Doesn't make sense. Josh Castellano gonna come back with Solaria, and this game might get a bit more even. That's a very
I
odd
wonder
move.
if it was purposeful. It could be that Dave is like, I have one of the last S's. That Zen's hook, like we mentioned earlier, is so important to the rest of the game. I would just take the points and run. David in fantastic position regardless, but Josh to respond with Solaria. He can play that to the left of the O and the E of SJOE for 72. Rosalia plays one spot below. I don't see why you would do that. So yeah, he's going to go right ahead and play that. And David Eldar with 3 E's ILSW to respond. And he is going to have options that keep very well. He can keep EILS, a very strong combination, and play off 3 WEE on many spots on the board here, Chloe.
Yeah, that seems like a great option for him. Balance his rack. He has this S hook now. He might as well use it with Zen's. That's what he'll want to work towards. Yeah, many spots for WEE. Where do you play those? Wheat probably being the highest scoring to the T of Arnados, but you don't want to create a T hook and S hook for sweet or tweet.
Yeah, maybe not, but David's in fantastic shape regardless. He's up 32 points. He retains the final S of the game for Zen's. And like we said, it's so hard to imagine that spot going away. It would take multiple turns or just a very specific play for Josh to block. And Josh being behind has no incentive to do that. I think we're going to see white, W-I-T-E, through the T of Arnados. There's actually tons of eyes left. We've only seen one eye played on this board. You do not want to be stuck with multiple eyes when you're up, especially when you're up. Even when you're down, you don't want two eyes. It's one of the worst afflictions in Scrabble. So I think that WITE is a nice way to score 20 points, not open much at all, actually blocks the R of rotunds, and even the possibility of an 8-letter word through the second T of Arnados, ending in D, making DSO. So I like the play of white here.
Yeah, white looks great. I like the defensive merit of it, blocking the R, blocking the T lane, and scoring about as many points as David can hope for in this position. Josh, on the other hand, picking up a few consonants, isn't going to be able to do much with those, and now has to start being proactive about keeping this board open. He can't just hope to draw the S for Zens. There's only one S remaining from his perspective. Of course, we know it's on David's rack. Josh does not know that, but he'll have to create other options in the case that he doesn't draw that S.
Yeah, it's hard to explain this, but normally a 32-point lead isn't much. But with the final S on your rack, your David Eldar, you're in great shape. And Josh, needing to draw that S most likely to try and win this game, is probably feeling the heat here.
Yet, what else might David be considering here? I wonder if there's any reason he would be. I guess there's also the lane with So hooking the back of So's. Maybe he just wants to block everything now. I think white just seems like the play. Could also do wheat, Weete, but I don't know why you would do that instead.
Yeah, I think once you recognize the danger lurking, all of those unseen eyes more than halfway through the game, you realize, okay, I don't need to play 2 of my 3 E's. I need to play 1 of my 1 I's. And we'll see if David comes to that conclusion, if he checks his tracking. Let's remind everybody potentially watching Scrabble for the first time during a Scrabble match, you are allowed and recommended and encouraged to track the tiles that are played on the board. And with 9 eyes to start with in any given Scrabble set, there being 7 left unseen midway through the game is really, really scary. There's another weird imbalance going on. Almost all of the O's have been played as well.
Very odd.
But yeah, this is Scrabble. Every game is completely different, but there are some things that track, some things that continue to happen over multiple games. All of these patterns are just being patented and just added to each of these players' brains every single time something novel happens. So we're seeing wheat instead. Again, this is an aggressive play, not a bad play, but potentially not exactly the thing that David Eldar wants to do here. Let's see if he suffers the consequences of not playing an eye, or if he dodges one of the 6 remaining eyes, because we know that Josh Castellano has one of them.
Yeah, bold move, allowing plays that with that hook tweet as well as the S that he's holding sweet. Josh now, though, has really nothing to do with it. That's quite a draw for Eldar.
Yeah, it's going to be Pallies and Zens, and Josh cannot block that. It's looking like almost GG at this stage of the game. Josh Castellano probably just going to play Fib in the bottom right. It doesn't feel good, though. It's just a situation where you're sort of blocking the board. You're just scoring points, hoping for a better future. But if Josh just manages to draw that final S, he's going to be in pretty good shape here. He's got to wonder what the play of wheat means. Does that mean that David has a T? That's what I would think,
Yeah.
trying to set his own T up. But in fact, it was just a nice balancing move, keeping a strong EILS. So Josh Castellano to respond to this, probably with Fib on the bottom right, making IF and AI.
Yeah, I like the play of Fib. I don't think he can really afford to do something like Def to the right of Wheat. I guess maybe if he wants to respond, if he reads Wheat as a very aggressive play, he could block that whole area with a play like Def, making WE and EF. But I think he should just focus on balancing his rack a bit better. Keeping the B and the C doesn't really work well together. Fib also scores 2 more points than Def. It's worth noting that after this bingo of Pallies, there's a chance, it'll open up some lanes on the board. Maybe Josh will draw into something and we'll have, well, I won't say a game. Eldar is already up 50, but it will open a triple lane, so there's a small chance.
Yeah, no, David's definitely going to play Elapse
Oh, yeah.
instead of Pallies. Despite Elapse not opening a triple, it will open a potential huge spot for various scoring tiles. Also worth noting, defib, which is a pretty common word, short for defibrillator, is not valid. That would be fantastic. That would add 18 points to Josh Castellano's score here, but he knows that's not valid. And I really think you'd leave Tweet open here. You're at a deficit,
Mm.
but he's going to play Def instead. I don't like this decision. He's really closing himself in at a deficit. I know the play of Wheat is a little bit suspicious, but I think I still play Fib here.
Yeah.
But it's not going to matter much. The lap's coming down, and actually suddenly all that's open here is the letters in the laps and maybe a potential play from the E down. This is looking great for David Eldar. He's up 102 after this, and Josh has drawn a V.
Yeah, this is looking like Eldar's game. Not much Josh can do moving forward here. A lot of the space on the board is getting moved up, is getting used up, that is. The V draw, just one too many clunky consonants on Josh's rack. He can score decently with something like evict, but it's not. Oh, and Josh seems, yeah, to be challenging. This can't be valid in order for him to win the game.
Well, no, he's definitely still stands a
Okay.
chance, Chloe.
Okay, yes.
Let's not rule it out. He's down 100, but he's going to get 42 for evict.
It's true.
So he's going to challenge and give David Eldar 5 more points. Of course, it makes sense to challenge anything you're not 100% sure of if it puts you down by 100, but there's definitely still a chance for Josh Castellano. Tons of eyes remain. A Q might be fine to just drop for 31 on top of the eye of elapse, but yeah, I think we're going to see evict here, or evite, E-V-I-T-E. I don't really see the reason to play evite over evict. Actually, evict to me seems much better. It scores 6 more points, but that C placement on the second to bottom row is going to make it very difficult for David Eldar to block everything on the board at once.
Yeah, that's true. The C does a nice job of allowing some of these lanes to stay open for Josh. Now he'll have the I, the L, the I, C, and T of evict. This seems like the right play here. David Elder drawing a good rack for scoring. I think he'll probably be able to score some points with this rack.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great draw. He's going to be able to score for days, which is exactly what you want to do when you're ahead. Drawing 7 tiles, 7 random tiles out of the bag, sometimes you can draw terribly. Like we said, tons of eyes to draw, but they're still in the bag. We might see Josh draw 2 or 3 eyes here. Hopefully not. We're hoping for a game here, but things are not looking good for the American.
Yeah, and the play of Alia through the second L of elapse looks like exactly what David wants to do here. I guess he could play it through the first L and lock everything down a bit more. The play of Alia obstructs almost all of the 8 lanes on this board. It would be really hard for a bingo to come down after that.
So Aliyah, A-L-I-Y-A-H, a loan word from Hebrew, has already been spotted by David Eldar. That's a great option to really, really destroy things on that part of the board. I think this is a hole-in-one play, and it's going to give him massive, massive winning chances as Josh has dodged those eyes, but has drawn a few E's too many. B-E-E-E-R-O-T. Not great.
Yes, very close to things like beetroot, but too many E's. I expect Alia to come down pretty soon. I guess he could play it without the H at the bottom and set it up for himself, but it's probably worth it to take the 16 extra points for that H.
Yeah, very interesting idea of just playing it without the H. He has the last hook. There are no S's left and only one H. Could also play something like Haley through the same L of elapse, but I don't really see why you would do that. I feel like starting to clamp down on the board makes a ton of sense. The normal option here is just to play Yay in the top right, keeping a nice balance of HAIK, but that gives back easy counterplay and doesn't address any of the board. Right now, you're up 65 points. If you can lock down the board and keep scoring, why the heck not? I think Alia for sure the play here.
Yeah, this just seems like exactly what David wants here. I don't even know what else there is to think about, really. This obstructs all the 8 lanes so well on the board. It'll be really hard for Josh to come back into this game after the play of Alia.
Josh has to just wait and hope for some miracle here. He's going to have some scoring plays, but yeah, here we see Alia come down. That's going to open a scoring spot to that H that if Josh leaves open, David could use for himself. And if he uses it, then suddenly the board's even more clamped down. Look at how this play just really inhibits what evict open. It's a reflective play, the vertical play after another vertical play in the same area of the board, making it very, very difficult to utilize the space in the bottom left.
Yeah, so restrictive this play. It inhibits pretty much all of that space. And now a lot of Josh's candidate plays, maybe he's thinking initially of B alongside Alia, making BY, EA, and DH. That'll make it impossible to even play through the I. Not impossible, difficult to play through the I of elapse for a bingo.
Maybe you still have to do it and just hope for a really, really good draw. And actually, another problem with playing BEE is, of course, 7 and 8 letter words are the most likely ways to play all 7 tiles, but there is a remote chance of a 9 letter word through either of the 3 pairs of tiles on the bottom of the board. And by playing BEE, you're only making it more difficult to play a bingo.
Yeah.
David Eldar, another very, very high scoring draw. He is in fantastic shape here. He's dodging all of the bullets in the unseen letters. There's still a queue. There's still many, many eyes to draw, and he's drawn very nicely. Might not look great, but he's going to be scoring next turn. He's going to be scoring the turn after. It's almost impossible to catch up to someone that just keeps scoring, Chloe.
Exactly. These draws feel so good when you're in Eldar's position. You know you're going to be scoring well. You know that no matter if your opponent scores well, even if they bingo, which is already quite difficult for Josh on this board, you're just going to keep scoring and be able to outrun any scoring play or bingo from your opponent. This is the kind of draw that David wants here.
Yeah, as Josh sort of struggles through this turn, he's going to play beat in the top right. That's kind of what I was thinking I would do. BOET, also possible in the same spot, might be slightly better according to the engine, but this makes sense to leave everything open and just try to get a really lucky draw. Unfortunately, David Eldar is going to use the spot that Josh could have played BEE in probably. He's got 48 points for Q on the bottom left. Or if he wants, he could just play YIN on the top. Beat opened another triple. YIN making BY, DEI, and WEEN is 50.
Wow, yeah, some great options for David. KYU making KYYA and UH next to Alia. That'll score 48. Block the I or at least obstruct it. I think that seems like the play for Eldar. Castellano picking up the bingo etaerio.
It's such a troll draw, right, Chloe?
Yeah.
Drawing the most likely, the most playable 7 or 8 letter word in Scrabble, etaerio, ETAERIO.
There you
I
go.
could spell it over the board, maybe not over commentary. There's nowhere for this play.
Oh,
This is just
brutal.
awful, brutal for Josh Castellano. This is going to be David Eldar's game. A little update from the other 2 tables. On table 3, Dave Wiegand and Jason Keller are in a dead heat, 265 to 268. But look at table 1. Madhav up 150 over Tacha of Thailand. That is an incredibly important win for him, most likely, that he's going to get in this first round of the day. And he needs only 2 or 3 more after this to crown himself as the Causeway champion.
Yeah.
That would be insane. But we're going to be following the action all the way through here. Table 2 is ours to commentate. Table 1 is where everybody is going to be have their eyes on. But this game has been something else. David Eldar, I think, making a few uncharacteristic misses here, or uncharacteristic decisions, but he's going to still have a very hard time losing the score.
Yes, despite the misses, I would say, especially of Jesse, I'm going to assume that was a miss. Maybe he had his reasoning. Maybe we'll learn after the game he didn't actually miss that word. But I think not taking, I think it was like 27 extra points or so for Jesse. Seems like quite a big sacrifice for to keep the S.
Alas, it worked out for him. He had that final S. He got his bingo down eventually of elapse, and now he's up 67 and turn to choose between 48 points and 50 points. You got to feel very, very fortunate in this situation. So while we're waiting for David to make an almost certainly winning play in this position, he's obviously totally right to take his time here. He wants to win 100% of the time if he can, as close to 100% of the time, and make the best decision here. Just want to mention we have 3 streams. Those other 2 games are available on the top left. The scores are being updated automatically as Yin for 50 comes down. We have 7 other games on the top tables being annotated every single round. 450 players from 30 different countries playing in the Causeway Challenge. This is the biggest streaming bonanza ever in Scrabble history, and it's only going to go up, get better from here, I think, Chloe.
Yeah, now I guess the question is, does Josh make some desperation play? He can fork the board with plays through the sea, but those will not even allow him to score enough to win this game. Something like race, setting up trace, he can probably do a better job than that. That was just the first thing that came to mind. Something to set up 2 bingo lanes where it's impossible to block both. But even after getting that bingo down, Eldar is just going to have hammered the other spot, and it won't be enough for Josh here.
Yeah, there's technically a chance for Josh if he plays something like maybe Erica through the sea to open
Mm.
those 2 dark red squares, triple triples. And if somehow David Eldar makes a play that doesn't block those triples, Josh could get a triple triple and win this game. But that is a technical possibility, not a practical one.
Yes,
I think at
that's
this
important.
stage of the game, Josh Castellano knows that he cannot do anything to win.
Yes.
There's just too much scoring power in the pool, too little scoring power on his rack.
Yeah. And now we're at the position in the tournament where spread, the point differential, the amount you win and lose by, matters more than ever before. As these standings get tighter and tighter, we see going into this game, Josh and David had the same record, separated only by 71 spread points. So as we move forward into these final rounds, our final standings could be determined by something like the amount of spread of this game, or even a decision like Erica, which lets your opponent score big.
Let us know where you're watching from if you're on YouTube. And we love to see people watching on MeWatch. That is our media partner, and everybody on Woogles.io watching the broadcast there. 10 games being updated live for you. It's amazing. We have 10 observers for this game right now on Woogles, many, many viewers on YouTube, and probably many more on MeWatch. Thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be here live in Bangkok to call the action here with Chloe and the 4 other commentators.
Yes, it's been so much fun here in Bangkok. What an amazing city. What an amazing tournament this has been. Michael Tang, the organizer, has pulled out all the stops for this event. It's been high energy, intense, competitive, but also so nice to meet and see all of these players coming from all around the world to compete 10 games a day. It's been a lot of Scrabble, but that's what we love.
Absolutely. And Chloe, you have taken a big risk coming here. You are not as familiar with the International English Scrabble Lexicon. Chloe, if you guys don't know, is a phenomenal player in North America, could very well be a contender for this year's national championship in the middle of the United States, but the International English Lexicon has far more words. How are you finding your experience calling these games? Are we ever going to see you play at an international event?
Yeah, if you've been watching closely or listening closely, you might have heard me overlook some hooks in Collins, some Collins bingos. That's because I'm not so familiar with this word list. Sometimes these hooks to the 2 to make 3s don't stand out to me, having played NWL for 15 years now, my gosh. But this tournament has definitely been pushing me to lean towards the Collins lexicon moving forward. Maybe after this summer, you'll be seeing me sign up for some Collins tournaments.
Collins, of course, that is the International English Lexicon. We see people saying where they're from here, Sydney, QLD, which is Queensland, I believe, Boston, Michigan. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you wherever you are in the world, whatever time it is. These games go through the wee hours of the night in the West, in North America. Right now it is 8:37 a.m. local time in UTC +7 in Bangkok, Thailand. We're watching Joshua Castellano versus David Eldar. Josh struggling massively in this game. Unfortunately for him, an unplayable 7-letter word, down 117 points with only 8 tiles in the bag. I think the more he looks at this position, the more hopeless it gets, and he's just going to try and make a play and lose by as little as possible because, like we've mentioned many times before, the only thing separating many of these players is not wins and losses. Both David Eldar and Joshua Castellano have the same record, but David Eldar slightly ahead on the tiebreaker. We call that spread. We see right under the player cameras, 20 wins, 10 losses for both. 1277 tiebreaker for Eldar and 1206 for Castellano. Those are both very, very good differentials. So it's going to be very important to try and protect those. So OE, I think, makes a lot of sense here, leaving 6 tiles in the bag, blocking some scoring spots, and potentially setting Josh up for an unlikely 8-letter word through the T at the bottom of the board, through the I of elapse, and maybe he'll get one more turn to try and get a bingo, but this looks good for me.
Yeah, it seems like a position where David will just be able to block almost always, but Josh holding on to a glimmer of hope. Maybe Eldar messes up, maybe he doesn't block, maybe he can't block. There's a Q and the U out, maybe he has to deal with that before anything else. Maybe he should have just cut his losses and played Retia, Parallel Solaria, and moved on, but this makes a lot of sense. He has Ready REI available now.
That's an incredible draw. Is David Eldar going to sniff that out and play something like Kea, Kea to the A of Alia? That is one of the better spots on the board for a bingo. You could also even imagine a bingo continuing further down from that I. So I feel like that's not out of the realm of possibility for David Eldar to sniff this out, but it would be very nice for Josh Castellano to get that bingo down through the I and make it a little bit more reasonable. Irritate would be the bingo through the T of evict. That doesn't fit. So we'll see what David Eldar does here.
Yeah, he does have something just like Beak available through the A of Alia, making BIEL and KA. That'll lock up everything pretty nicely.
Yeah, Beak even better than Kea, not tripling the K both ways, but getting rid of that extra B. So that's a great idea. If you want to block the T of evict, BUIK, to the left of the ED of pardoned would do a great job. There's no S left to hook BUIK. That would block a ton of possibilities as well. I say a ton. The possibilities are very, very unlikely from David Eldar's
Yeah,
perspective.
look at
He's
that
got to
pool.
wonder after the play of OE, what the heck is Joshua Castellano holding? Must be the last E. You would never play your E off in that situation if it was your only one. So he's looking at playing Buick. I think this is a very reasonable play. If he draws the Q, he's going to have at least QI for 31 and the backup QI for 21 or 22 in the Eye of Evict or the Eye of Solaria. So the Q is not a danger to David Eldar. I like the idea of playing off the U. It's just such a terrible tile.
Yeah, agreed. And even after the bingo of Ready REI, Josh will still be at a significant deficit. I think insurmountable. He won't be drawing 7 tiles out of this bag, which means there's no chances of him bingoing again. So this will be a tough one for Josh.
Yeah, and I guess if Buick comes down, we have to wonder where Retiarii will go down. Do you play it ending in the Eye of Elapse? Or do you put that second eye, Retiarii, do you put that second eye below the Eye of Elapse? Both of those placements open gigantic triples for David Eldar, and I wonder what happens if David keeps his U and draws the Q, and Retiarii comes down, ending in the eye on Josh's rack. A huge Q play for 90 could happen, or some huge overlap anyway. So Ready Aria is going to score 60 something. David Eldar could come back for just as much. So yes, this game is totally over at this point. David Eldar just trying to make the absolute best move. to retain his victory by as much as possible. And yeah, I guess the little prize of Retiarii is maybe going to be not a blessing in disguise, but a curse in disguise. Buick coming down, keeping MEG. That's a very good balance for the unseen letters. And we're going to see Josh Castellano play Retiarii somewhere.
I kind of feel like he should just do it, setting up the massive Q spot and hope.
Well, there's 2 tiles in the bag now.
Oh. Never mind.
So yeah, the unseen tiles are not so great from Josh's perspective, and the Q is still out. Oh boy.
UV?
Are you serious? There's no way. QV, is he gonna be stuck with the V? Ay. Yeah, like I said, a potential curse in disguise. I don't see a spot for the V. Josh is going to have to get rid of his Q first and foremost if he plays Retiaria. He's holding up IE. Has he missed the 8? I really think you just play it. I don't know if he spotted it, though. It's a 3I bingo. I feel like if you spot it, you play it. But he's considering other options. We'll see. He's down to 2 minutes, maybe panicking a little bit. Is Josh gonna miss his really cool 8-letter word? It might actually be good for him to miss it, Chloe.
Yeah, honestly, the scoring of Retiarii might be balanced out by whatever David gets, plus the fact that he would be V-stuck after this bingo. But I think it's in his best interest to play it if he sees it. Maybe he thinks he has to bingo out and catch David with some letters. I don't know.
Well, he has to do something. He's down to 1:40. He's down 128 points. And he's seeing Retia. Please tell me he's not looking at Retia on the bottom right of the board, overlapping Aria and Solaria. That is what he's looking at, isn't it, Chloe? He has lined up 5 of the 8 letters of Retiarii, but he has not spotted it through the eye of a lapse. This is just brutal to watch. Oh my goodness.
I mean, you're not expecting a bingo ending in I. Retiarii is one of the few 8-letter words that does end in I. There he goes. Okay.
There it is.
Good
Like,
job. You probably saw it the whole time.
No way. He's
Probably.
trolling us. Oh my god, I will not forgive him. There it is.
He must have seen it the whole time.
No way. You want to bet?
No, I don't. I'm just trying to have some confidence.
46 seconds, Josh. You have to make another play after this, and you're gonna be stuck with the V and the Q. He doesn't know it, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's deciding where.
Yeah, he's gonna play it in the more sensible location. Doesn't want to set up the Q.
Dave's probably like, wasn't expecting that.
Oh no, it's not a V, it's a U. Okay.
Oh.
Jeez. All right, he's gonna draw QU out of the bag, isn't he?
We just can't see.
Okay. Never mind. False alarm. Josh is not stuck with a tile. He'll have multiple spots for the Q, QI, and 4 different locations on the board.
Yeah, looks like Eldar's best move now is to block Qua for Josh to go out, making to the A of Solaria. Something like MM might be his best end game, making MI and MA.
Yeah, David Eldar now. He's been here before against Dave Wiegand. Dave's final draw was a Q rack. In this particular instance, he's going to know he cannot stick Josh with the Q. What does that mean? At the end of the game, sometimes you draw a tile that is unplayable, and the best thing to do for the opponent is to just play 1 or 2 tiles at a time and just milk you for all you're worth. The Q, the worst tile to get stuck with, because it is worth 10 points. At the end of the game, you're giving 20, double the value, to your opponent if you're stuck with it. But here, David Eldar is looking across the board. Is there somewhere that he needs to block in particular? He will hopefully notice the A of Solaria. QUA plays there for 12 and out. So yes, playing MM to the left, making MI and MA, scoring some points is the best way forward for David. He's got 4.5 minutes to figure it out before incurring a time penalty. And poor Josh Castellano.
Yeah, that was a tough one. It really felt like there wasn't much he could do there after David drew the second blank, got his double down. It was just smooth sailing for Eldar this whole game.
Oh, what happened? Thatcha was down
Whoa.
200 points or something?
Yeah.
He's down like 150, and suddenly I think the game is over, but 448 to 422 on the top board. So Madhav getting a very, very close shave victory in
Wow.
this final 6th round
Yeah.
of the Causeway Challenge. Dave Wiegand up at least 15 points against Jason Keller. I'm not sure if that game is over. You have 7 more games to look at as well. If there's any bangers, of course, we want to see you on social media showing off these boards that are being live annotated, but these are the 3 we're focusing on. Right now, David Eldar is about to beat Josh Castellano and pass Thatcha in the standings, so it looks like it's going to be David Eldar versus Madhav, a rematch in the next round, because every single round, player 1 versus player 2, player 3 versus player 4. Wow.
Exciting, exciting stuff. This is going to be huge. What a comeback by Tatcha there. I wonder about this result of Wiegand versus Keller. That looks like a close one. It's going to be a good rest of the day. 5 more games after this one.
Yeah, Wiegand versus Keller is over. 413 to 396 is the final. And Mata versus Tacha is also over. 448 to 422. So those games have finished. Ours is about to finish. And David Eldar to block QUA. If he doesn't, he's making a pretty large mistake. He has 40 points for Mime to the left of Ready REI, but that is not the correct play because it doesn't block Qua for 12. Blocking your opponent's outplay is almost always the most important thing in an endgame. David Eldar with 2 minutes to figure it out. He's going to want to use all of his time. Again, maximizing your winning margin, super important with such close tiebreakers at the top here. Like we said, Tatcha Kuruwat with a tie does not need to worry about his tiebreaker, but everyone else does. So that is the best play for David Eldar. Very nicely done.
Yes, great play. Best endgame play for Eldar here. He's keeping some options. What is he keeping? Does he have an outplay after this? Ligge, the leathers on his rack.
I don't believe he does. I think he just has Gleg.
He also has Ligger to the R of Arnados.
Oh, interesting. It's probably better for him to play Gleg to the left of Ready REI and score massively here. But he did leave himself with an outplay. Gleg is 32 points, and Josh is not going to be able to score much with his U. So in this particular instance, scoring the points and letting Josh go out is mathematically superior. Josh has 10 for the U to the H in Chug, and Gleg is 32. 1 minute 20 left for David Eldar. He has solved this endgame. Very good for him. And Josh Castellano to play with 4 seconds. Hurry up. There we go. He's a very, very fast player when he needs to be. So final scores here, 442 Josh Castellano, 531 David Eldar. A great victory for the 2-time world champion. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
What 4-2, 5-3-1? 4-4-2. Then you 31. 8. Sorry. 4-32 for that. For what? Oh, for Gleg, yeah. 5-3-1? Yeah. Yeah. Bad luck.
Celeri is the word, right?
Spell?
That's a word, right?
I don't know, I think so.
Isn't it? Aren't they a pair? I'm doubting everything.
Dude, me too.
Uh-oh. About to find out.
No, I like it. I mean...
You like it? I thought it was a pair.
I decided I would have played it, so I just let it go.
Oh, it is good.
Arnetto is good too.
Yeah, that's good.
I miss Strunt.
Yes, neither of these guys had a solarium growing up.
No, I was fucking weeping. I gave up. I'm not winning. I was trying to save spread.
Yeah, you ended up saving a lot.
I didn't see that immediately. I'm like, more garbage.
Oh, that was lucky.
Yeah. Well, I mean, someone's got it. That's good too, right? It's like, Alia. It's gonna take AS. Yes. Oh, I kept RONT. Shouldn't have played the Z.
You played the fucking
I
Z.
played the fucking Z.
You donkey.
Shouldn't have done that. I didn't know what else to do.
Zoner?
Yeah, I didn't like giving the ER voters. Is that better? It's like 2 more. I really like hanging the E and the R. And the overlaps.
Zen is too shit.
Zoner's better?
It's close.
It's only 2 more.
It's whatever. I was about to try and make a case for Zoe, but no, that's shit.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, you're
Zoe? Maybe.
Zoner? Yeah, I like
Zoner?
Zoner. Yeah, dude, you gave away the third overlap. And then you didn't give yourself a playback.
The third overlap. What do you mean?
Yeah, you let me play there, then what are you gonna do? You got lucky, like, that's it.
Yeah. What do I play instead? NON or something?
I think just Zoner.
Zoner? Oh, so I have more options after you overlap? Okay.
Oh, you have to see it, I don't know. I missed Strons, I just realized.
Strons.
Yeah, I just overlooked it.
Oh yeah.
Good, right? Like 90. I guess I actually, you know what? I'm not sure I would have even played it.
Strand.
Really?
Yeah. Thanks. Just called spelling of Strand. Let's see. Yeah, Strand. Oh, a beach, apparently. Yeah, I had Chios when I played Chug.
Chios. Oh.
Chiaus. I think, yeah.
I put you on no S, actually.
After Chug?
Yeah. Well, actually, it could be anything, really.
Thought I have a shot at this after.
All right, everyone. A nice post-mortem
Close.
there discussing
Also
the
makes it a
intricacies
race for,
of some
like,
of
ED.
these moves.
You've seen this?
We had
Chios.
the discussion
Chios.
of Zens and Zoner. Sorry, Zen or Zoner. We heard that David realized he missed Strons on the Rotund's turn. We're going to try to fetch him now, see if he's willing to talk to us for a minute, ask him some questions about the game. Looks like my co-commentator Josh now on camera, trying to grab and get a hold of David Eldar. Let us know if you have any questions for David that you'd like us to ask him in this next interview, this brief interview. We're going to be trying to fill some more of this time now. We have longer breaks between rounds as we are pairing round by round in this King of the Hill matchup. We need all of the, King of the Hill pairings format. We need all of the results in before we can actually make those pairings. We need to know exactly what the standings are in order to know who is next to who is playing whom. So we're going to be having slightly longer breaks. That explains the earlier start today between rounds. So David, to come over here, I'll be asking him a couple questions. Once again, let me know if there's anything I should ask him. Once again, thank you everyone for watching today. We have an exciting 5 more games. I think our next round we will see probably Tacha and Josh Castellano again. Hello. Sweet. Okay. We have David here to speak to us. Hello, David. A nice win.
Hey, thanks.
So, tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I bagged him. He had no chance. It was awesome.
I heard you mention you saw Strons. Did you see that later on?
Yeah, I just overlooked it, and then I saw it too late.
Okay.
I think I could pull the trigger on that if I saw it. Probably cost me another minute or two.
Just a few more points down.
Dig for it. Yeah,
next-
2-point error, 1% error maybe.
One other play we were wondering if you were thinking about. Did you see Jesse and Arnados when you played Estro? Yeah. That was a lot of points. There's some value, obviously, in keeping the S for Zens to take that out, but I do think, Jesse.
Oh man,
play
what the
there.
hell?
Well,
Oh, I
I
played
mean-
too fast.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. You played it instantly.
Jesus. All
But
right.
yeah. Aside from that,
Wow.
all game.
Terrible.
Another missed option. Respond for 8 more.
Oh, what the hell?
I'm sorry. I don't want to do this to you.
Oh my God, dude. I'm terrible. Jesus Christ.
Well.
All right. Well, cool. See, there you go. So yeah, you just have to outdraw your opponent, play terrible, and win.
So
Easy. What a
yeah,
drop there,
yeah.
like over 10%. Oh my God.
Looking
What
forward.
the hell? I saw respond.
You saw
I
respond.
didn't see the spot. What the hell is wrong with me? My God.
Move.
Is that why you guys took me here?
Just
Just to show me how bad I am? Well, you're not wrong.
Yes. What about the rest of the tournament? How has it been for you so far?
Well, yeah, apparently I'm drawing like God and playing terrible. So yeah. Well, yeah, I'm lucky to be in the running. I mean, playing this bad. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I know you and Josh, I think after hours have been doing a lot of analysis of your games this tournament.
Yeah.
Does that speak to something about how you're feeling about your performance so far in this tournament?
He's gonna laugh when he sees this. Oh my God. Well, I do like to analyze my games as I go. Otherwise, I can't
Okay.
sleep.
Uh,
That's pretty much it. There's
keeps
nothing
you
more
up.
to it. I need to know how badly I played. So I'm
Okay.
glad you guys took me here. You saved
Yes,
me.
okay.
You saved me 5 minutes. What else? What else did I miss? What else sucked?
Did you see KYU?
Yeah,
Okay.
I
You
don't think
preferred
that's.
Yin.
I don't think that's right.
Okay, good.
Actually, maybe it is.
I felt good. It felt right. But what do I know? We liked Alia.
Yeah, that's right.
That was definitely right. Everything else was good. I think.
Okay, this is good. I'm gonna slow down.
Why wheat instead of white?
EILS is a better leave.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
And then I drew the game-ending bingo.
Worked out.
Yeah, I was thinking about white because like that gives up a major hotspot. But
Yeah. Just take the better bingo
just play the
chances
better
and
leave.
go the
Just
bingo and win like you did.
What's the sim?
We didn't. Did we sim it white?
How much is in it?
White because there's a lot of eyes left. in the
Yeah, I
bag.
saw that, but that's why I was pausing.
Okay.
But I usually the bag so early in the game doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
It only really affects the game usually after there's less than 50 left.
True. All right. Well, with that, thank you, David.
Wow, that is atrocious. Oh my God. All right.
It's all right.
Thanks for the lesson,
Good luck in
guys.
your next game.
Yeah, I'm gonna need it. Oh my God.
Yeah. Thank you. One question, David. Oh, too late. He's gone. Sorry to miss the question from the chat.
Oh, I can answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can answer that. He is not coming to the United States this year, unfortunately. But maybe he will win this tournament. Oh my God. Yeah, he's he's the 2-time world champion. He's very, very, very hard on himself, but he is playing so well in this tournament. It's hard to point to anybody that is playing any better than he is. Probably because Nigel hasn't been on the streams. But in any case, huge thanks to David Eldar for the interview, for the post-game interview. I see you grilled him a little bit.
Yes. He needed it. And with that, shall we take a short break
Absolutely.
before the next round?
That's right. Yeah, we're going to be pairing things. We're calling these hot pairings. We have to wait for every single result to be in before we can pair the next round. We do know that David Eldar will be playing Madhav on board 1 next round. What do we have for our next round is the question.
We have Dave Wiegand sliding into 3rd place against Tatcha in 4th place. That'll be on board 2 right here on this stream. If you're interested in the board 3 matchup, that'll be Josh Castellano against Jason Keller.
Absolutely. All right, so we'll see you in just a few minutes for that. Once the pairings get set, we'll be right back in the booth for round 32 of the Causeway Challenge. See you soon. Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge, round 32 of 36. We have Dave Wiegand on the left versus Tatcha Kuriwat on the right. Dave Wiegand in third place, Tatcha in fourth.
Yes, an exciting match coming up. We haven't seen Tatcha on our stream yet, so this is a nice final way to get some new faces on our final day. I didn't phrase that quite right. And Dave, we've seen many times. He's been having a great tournament. Can't wait to see how this one goes down.
That's right. So announcements are just about over. When those are over, these guys can start their game. An extremely important game. Every single round becomes more and more consequential. Tatcha half game behind Dave Wiegand. We're going to get those records up to you when we get them underneath the player cams. Right now, we can see Dave Wiegand going first. Bag has been shaken, and it's all tiles from here. All right, 21 and 10 plus 9, 28. The tiebreaker for Dave Wiegand. 20, 10, and 1 draw. Plus 1206 is Tatcha. He just played a really crazy game against Madhav on the first board, but he lost that one by just a few points. Dave Wiegand getting an all-important win against his countryman Jason Keller.
Wow.
ADEMORW for Dave Wiegand. But what has Tatcha done?
He's drawn some awful stuff. 3 U's, but the blank to go with it. 3 U's, the V, and the Y. What a crazy draw for Tatcha on this opening rack. Dave to go first, though. I expect something like Wormed to come down, maybe Meadow. Probably Wormed, though, putting the W on the double letter score, scoring 32 points.
So unfortunate we didn't see a G get played before the game has started. Word game would have been so amazing to see. A bunch of other words possible if Dave was going second, but this is a rack where you actually wish you were going second. Meadow or Wormed are the two highest scoring plays here. Meadow keeping the R, Wormed keeping the A. Maybe we play Meadow for 30, though, and keep that R. Meadow for 30 would double the M and would not expose any vowels next to those light blue double letter squares. So that's what Dave is considering right now. Tatcha probably not considering much of anything other than, all right, I'm going to exchange 5, keep T blank pretty much no matter what. What an awkward rack, but definitely a great leave for him, Tatcha. So if he gets a T, he plays Buddy. If he doesn't get a T, he exchanges.
Yes. So we will see Dave come down with one of these words, probably Meadow, maybe Wormed, one of those. And then an exchange from Tatcha is expected.
Yeah, both players hoping for some letter to hit the board, but neither will get what they want. I like Wormed here, Chloe. I'm not super concerned with keeping a vowel over a consonant, though it is almost always superior to keep an R versus keeping an A.
Yeah, looks like Dave now considering Mo. This would keep a really bingo friendly lead, a balanced leave. That said, just a big point sacrifice, only scoring 16 points compared to Meadows 32 or Worms 32. I think I prefer the plays that just score more points.
Our engine giving credence to the play of Mowra, M-O-W-R-A, for 26, putting the A on the star and keeping a better combination of D-E, a very strong combination. So you could go many different ways. Mo is also extremely strong. Dave taking a very long time, normally opening plays, the simplest part of the Scrabble game, nothing on the board to worry about, just your own letters and your own letters behind that you're leaving. But Dave Wiegand taking over 3 minutes to make the decision to play Mo. He wants to get out of this situation as soon as possible, clarify the game, draw a 7-letter word with his extremely strong combination of A-D-E-R. But if he misses, he's just sacrificed 10, 15 points. And we'll see what he gets. That's a great draw, A-C-D-E-I-O-R. So with a lot of letters put on the board, he's going to get an 8-letter word, but no 7 for him. But right now, after the exchange of Tatcha, Coadmire, Racimoid are going to fit through the M. So this is going to work out for Dave. Let's see if Tatcha can respond in turn. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Okay, so a very consonant-heavy draw now. Tacho has missed again, drawing anything really good to do. I guess he'll be able to play through some of the letters that one of these bingos, Co-Admire or Racimoid, floats out in space, but not the draw he was looking for after this exchange.
Yeah, that is very, very rough for Tasha. He wants to cry. He's got that lined up on his rack right now. If nothing changes, he'll probably play that making MY, but racimoid is a word. It does not take an S, so probably better to play this over playing Co-Admire. Co-Admire would take an S and a D hook for Co-Admired and Co-Admires. It's between those two, though. Co-Admire a couple more points.
And here comes Racimoid. Seems very, yeah, sacrificing 1 point to make 2 scoring spots on the board rather than just 1, I guess. Unless an H is drawn and Co-Admire would create a big scoring spot with the CH hook available.
Yeah, definitely not much between the two plays, Co-Admire or Racimoid, but might be interesting to play this word because what if Tatcha puts an S on it? What if Dave thinks you can put an S on it? I'm pretty sure Dave knows Racimoids isn't good. Tatcha's word knowledge, fantastic as well, but it could be a possibility. Making a play that might lead your opponent into error is sometimes nice and practical. And man,
That's it.
Dave
He
Wiegand
could
should
shake the
have
bag.
shaken the bag. So normally tiles are squared, you throw them back in the bag, it gets shaken up. But what happens when you exchange, when you throw tiles, usually to the top of the bag? If you don't shake it, sometimes some of those tiles remain at the top and randomness is lost. It looks like Dave Wiegand has drawn at least one of the two U's or two of the three U's that Tatcha has thrown back into the bag. So,
Yeah.
wow, alongside a blank, too.
Yeah,
This is insanity.
Dave, work on your tile drawing shaking, and he's also picked up a blank, so he'll be in a similar position to what Tacho was facing on the first turn with that rack 3 U's and a blank. Will Dave exchange? Will he play FOU? We'll have to see after Tacha's likely play of Carvey through the A of Racimoid.
Yeah, so Carvey is 13. You could play Tracery if you want as a double-double for 44, but I think Carvey or VOR through the O of Racimoid are the top plays. VOR, a much more defensive play, blocking the scoring spot next to the I, but Carvey makes the most sense to me, getting rid of all of that junk at once, scoring 13. Tacha, let's see if you can get something out of the bag. Only one U to draw, luckily, and AE is going to be great. Okay, he's going to bingo next turn for sure.
Yes.
Over to Dave. Can he play through this rack or does he have to exchange?
He could play Uwu through the W of Mo just for 8 points, though. I think exchanging is better. Just keep the blank, exchange everything else. I like this choice.
Yeah, there's also maybe FOU and FY for 20 if you wanted to score something, but keeping two U's and I together when you have a blank, that's not what you want to do. You want to bingo as soon as possible, not leave yourself in trouble for multiple turns in a row, and that's a great draw for him. AEIKPT blank. I think we're going to see an exchange of bingos here.
Yeah, really nothing so appealing to play as a bingo on this turn. There are some bingos hooking the A to the back of Mo for Moa. All of those, though, create a big S hook on this board in the bottom triple lane. Tasha could play something like Aerosat or Aerobat or Aerator, but all of those will create a big S hook. That said, all of the bingos through the D place their final tile 1 square short of the double word score, creating a massive scoring spot for an S.
That's right. So Tapadero, Arrow Dart, and Matadore through the D of Racimoid would be their own type of danger, falling one short of that pink square. So I think you're going to probably see, after some thought, a play like Aerator, Aerobat, or Aerosat, hooking the A onto Mo, making Moa. It's not ideal, 69 points, but it'll tie the game up. And it's around a coin flip to who gets to the S first. Dave's going to have the first go at it, though. So Dacha probably not in perfectly even position after his bingo, but it's the best he can do, and he's got to move forward.
Dave drawing pretty well after his exchange. I expect him to be bingoing on the next turn as well.
Yeah, after any of the plays for Tatcha, there's maybe only going to be one bingo available of Parakite through an A that is flown out in space. I don't think Tatcha can avoid doing that. So Dave most certainly going to bingo back for a nice score, but then Tatcha, maybe he's going to draw something like an S. A big bingo is possible at every given turn in a Scrabble game. On most boards, you're at around a 15 to 20% chance to draw a bingo out of the bag. So we'll see what happens here. Tatcha not out of the woods yet. Neither is Dave.
Yeah, now Tatcha probably just looking for better bingos. None of those options, the 7-letter words we mentioned, super appealing because of the big hooks they create. I guess if he doesn't want to open a big hook, Tatcha could do something like aeration through the eye of Racimoid, but that just scores 8 fewer points than Aerosat or Aerobat. I don't think the sacrifice is worth it.
See what he decides to do. He has taken that blank slip. That is a slip that the players use to designate what their blank will represent for the rest of the game in order to minimize ambiguity. And it looks like he hasn't yet decided which blank to make his play. He's fallen under the 20-minute mark. Tatcha definitely still has tons of time left in this game, and this is an important decision. If you float an S out in space, is that going to give Dave a bingo that he wouldn't have otherwise had? Do you want to float the S for yourself at a small deficit? Very, very small margins and nuances at play here. And we're going to see Arrow Dart be played for 66 points. We love this. This is a content play, opening multiple scoring spots at once. Tatcha was not satisfied with the MOA plays, setting up one big scoring spot. He's decided to just play Arrow Dart and hope he doesn't get hit super hard afterward.
Yeah, and Dave won't be hitting that S hook of arrow darts. He'll be bingoing somewhere, though, either through the E or the A of arrow dart. He can still play that word parakite you mentioned, Josh, for 78 through the A of arrow dart. He also has tape leg available for 2 more points. That'll score 80. So a couple of some decisions to make here for Dave.
Yeah, do you take 80 points and open 2 big triples? I think I
think
would
no.
probably play Peakiest
Yeah.
through the E for 78, just a 2-point sacrifice, making the blank an S through the E of Arrow Dart and just hoping that you can just continue to pad your lead after both blanks have been played so early on. But
Yeah.
there's still going to be some danger lurking. That huge spot under the A of Arrow Dart, we could see a 5-letter word going AX, AQ, AJ, AZ, and Tatcha has drawn the X. So he's drawn axles at the very least for 60 points. We're going to see an exchange of a lot of points in a row in this game.
Yeah, axles will be huge next turn, holding some good balanced tiles as well. Yeah, I think peakiest is certainly the play here. Doesn't make really any sense to open up all of those lanes, especially the triple lane at the bottom of the board. Only a 2-point sacrifice. I think that's the call. And then we'll see axles come down after the bingo.
Yeah. So very close to 7-letter words is Tatcha, something like hexenes or lexemes, but no 7s or 8s will play after peakiest. He's just got to play his X, blow the board open, hope to be the first person to pounce on the many juicy spots on this board. Tons of scoring spots right now. That top middle triple is open. That bottom middle triple is open. That S hook on arrow darts. Lots of space for 7-letter words. Space for 8-letter words is getting a little bit less likely, but after a potential play of peakiest and axles, there's going to be a lot of potential on this board, and whoever draws very, very well is probably going to win this game.
Yeah, and here's Dave setting up peakiest. Expect this to come down soon. I don't think he should take or needs to take any more time here. Once he's determined that there's no bingos, making arrow darts, or in any more desirable spot, maybe getting one of his higher scoring letters on the double letter square. He does not have any of those available, so he'll take this next best option of peakiest.
Absolutely. And for those wondering how these guys do it, there is a website online called Aerolith, aerolith.org, where Dave Wiegand
Mhm.
every single day goes through many different quizzes, including a quiz that quizzes him on words containing blanks. And that's an extremely important part of Scrabble, is finding words with blanks in them. It's the best tile in the game, but it's also the most difficult to find plays with because it can represent one of 26 different tiles. Dave Wiegand, one of the best players in the world at spotting these bingos soonest. And peakiest coming down. We like this play, probably the best play in the position. Tatcha going to respond in turn for 60, but he's going to be behind around 20 going into Dave's next move.
Yeah, Axel's to come down shortly, I expect. Peakiest doesn't give any new options to Tatcha for the X.
So I guess the only question here is, do we play Axel's EL or Axel's LE? I'm partial to playing EL potentially. No, I'm
Why?
partial to playing LE, I
Yeah.
think,
I think
because it just doesn't create maybe an extra Z spot on the board.
exactly. So Tatcha going EL, maybe slightly imprecise. Maybe there's some upside to playing it with EL instead of LE. I agree. I think it would be nice to not put the vowel, the E, next to the double letter square there. But these are small decisions.
What a draw for Dave Wiegand.
Wow.
3 S's at once. That is so many S's to work with. Too much of one thing might be bad if you consider that Dave doesn't have that many options. He has 2 A's and 3 S's, very few words available on his rack, but that just means that Tatcha doesn't have an S to draw for the rest of the game. So that's a great thing for Dave Wiegand. If he wants to hold on to his S's for the rest of the game, he can try and maximize their value by setting them up. Right now, maybe we play 2 of them, one of them with arrow darts. I'm
Yeah.
wondering what we do here.
I might just use Snaw, setting up one of my other S's, making arrow darts, SNAW. That'll set up S plays down to the bottom right triple. I like the idea of setting them up. I think there's a lot of scoring potential here that Dave can get from his S's, and he can use them to his advantage by setting up good S hooks on this board.
Yeah, many possibilities here again for Dave Wiegand, who has used around 10 minutes of his allotted 25 with around 2/3 of the game to go. He's at pace, but he's going to want to start making decisions a little bit faster if he continues taking a long time. But I think the most of the time that he took was because of the difficulty of using a blank. So I like the time usage from him. Snaw, saws, snaws, sawn, swan. All of these plays fit with arrow darts, hooking the S, getting a double both ways, and he's going to go with the play that you said, Snaw. I like this option a lot. You're right. You're being proactive. You're setting yourself up. There's really no downside to this.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. I like creating options for myself that my opponent can't really take advantage of. Maybe Tatcha will play some sort of word overlapping on the right of Snaw, but those plays aren't so likely.
Look at this very, very quickly. Fenmen being played by Tatcha. That's a very nice find. He also could have gone with Flymen through the Y of Carvey, not opening a triple up. I wonder if he saw that. That looks really nice to score almost 30 and keep an EN behind. Possibly a missed opportunity for him, but a very nice play nonetheless. 32, very obscure looking word.
Yeah, and no C available for Dave to play that word chiazes. We saw that word come up without the plural in our last game. No T for hiatuses. No bingos available to Dave here, but he can do some proactive things to build towards a bingo. He can play off his UH somewhere. He can play house through the O of arrow darts. He has some options.
But unfortunately, his options hooking the S onto Snaw, which was basically his idea last turn, are not so great. If he wants to do that now, he has to play 5-letter word with both of his S's. I don't see him doing that. Playing Shies for 44, that is his best score, but I think you want to retain your S in this close game situation. Play something a little bit lower scoring. I like House here.
Yeah, I like house as well. You could do that. You could do UH, making HM and UN on top of Fenmen. Looks like a play both players are considering, actually. interestingly. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess house seems a bit better to me as well. I don't love creating the scoring spot. HM takes a front O, so there are some potential scoring plays that could be played from the triple letter score to the double word score at the top right.
Yeah, concept when you're ahead a little bit is to not go as hard for a bingo as you normally would. So playing UH and keeping AEISS, that'll lead to a lot of good situations, but you're also leaving it up to fate a little bit. The two tiles you draw are going to be very important. If you draw an I and a U, for example, suddenly you can't score anymore and you've just given up points to try and get a bingo. And house, the problem with that play through the O of arrow darts is that it does block the S of axles, which is the biggest threat, but it will create potential for high-scoring six-letter words for Tatcha. He can hook house with a number of
Wow,
tiles,
a
a D, an L, an R, and a Y. So it's a little bit dangerous, but not too much. You need a six-letter word to do that. This board is wide open. Dave Wiegand loves boards like this. I think he's going to make a great play. But look at the updated scores here on the top left, right above Dave Wiegand. Jason Keller struggling massively against Joshua Castellano, 252 on table 3 to
Wow.
68. How are you recovering from that, Jason Keller? That is awful for him. He was making such a good run. And if he loses this game, he's totally out of it. David Eldar close by with Madav on the top board as UH comes down. Dave putting it up to fate, saying, if I draw something next turn, you are in trouble, Tatcha. But if he doesn't, Tatcha has some ways back in this game. Haunlen for him. Let's see what he does.
Yes, Tatcha now with an H and U as well. He can consider playing in that same spot that house fit. He could play something like just HON, keeping AELNU. He could go longer with Honan, HONAN in that same spot. Both of those plays seem pretty reasonable. He might also consider Ulan, UHLAN through the A of peakiest. Scores a bit less, but keeps a nicer leave, gets rid of the U, which we don't like to have in Scrabble.
And that's a really tough find, but he has found it and he's taken the tiles to play it. That's a great idea, leaving the S of axles open and trying to bingo there. I love this idea for Tatcha. Really tough five-letter word to find. He could also take the points, like you said, play Honan or play Hun. I don't want to keep my U, though. That U is just the worst tile on the rack, along with that duplicated N. Lots of plays super close here. Hun for 27. It will hit a lot of bingos, but when you don't bingo, similar situation to Dave, you're going to be in trouble. You're not going to be able to score a lot of the time. So we'll see what he decides. He's looking at HUNA. I'm not really sure where that goes, but yeah, Ulan for 24 is my play of choice here, and that is coming on the board. I believe this is the second time he's taken those tiles off the rack. Second time's a charm. 24 points for Tatcha, 195 to 217. We have ourselves a game. What has Dave Wiegand drawn here?
Drawn into Siriases, SIRIASES to the S of axles. That will put him up a considerable amount, scoring 77 points. That'll put him up 100 points in this game.
And he's spotted it. What a crazy word. 3 S's, 2 I's, 77 points. If he misses this, his next option is terrible. So Siriaces is coming down for 77. The only problem with Ulan is if Dave Wiegand does get a bingo to that S, suddenly that S he's putting out in space would normally open another lane, but no. Ulan has blocked that lane, so suddenly everything is contained pretty well for Dave Wiegand except for that N of Fenmen. Bad situation for Tatcha.
Yeah, it's a really nice find by Dave Wiegand. Not often that word comes up. 3 S's. It's the plural of Siriasis. So you could, as the singular being with IS at the end instead of ES. Wow, 3 S's, one word. Very cool. Yes, and now Tatcha in a bad situation, down 99 points on a board that doesn't have a lot of bingo lanes anymore. Okay, we have a challenge.
Indeed, Tatcha was unsure of this word. He said hold, preventing Dave from drawing his tiles. He's probably pretty sure this is valid, but it puts him in a really bad spot. So he's going to challenge. That will give Dave Wiegand 5 extra points. So the score now 299, Dave Wiegand, 195 for Tatcha. That's a 104-point deficit. Totally understandable. Even if you're 99% sure Seriaces is a word, you want to challenge that just in case both of you have made a boo-boo. And we've seen some boo-boos this tournament. It's not impossible that both players think something is a word and it isn't. So Fayer, I think the play, like you were saying, instead we're seeing feigning be played, taking out that scoring spot. He is reconsidering though, Tatcha. Maybe we play Fayer instead to the R of Carvey. Keep that N open, keep the board a little bit more open. The problem with Fayer is it blocks the sevens lane on top of the UH.
And Fayer gives back trinodal triple, but good move on Tatcha's part to
Oh my gosh. Wow. Avoiding disaster here is Tatcha. Fayer, apparently the best play recommended by the engine, but the engine would have died here as well. Trinodal is playable. Triple. Dave is holding this because if this comes off the board, he wins instantly. So he has to be 100% sure this is valid to let it go. It just puts him in such a commanding position to triple. He'll be up over 200 points. So if he has any doubts, he's going to challenge. Let's see if he pulls the trigger, if he's just like, all right.
Yeah, even if this is valid for Dave, he still has toroidal available through the O of racemoid. So he'll be bingoing and taking a very solid lead, even once he realizes that this word is valid.
Absolutely. Still a very, very, very good position. But the difference between a 100% win and a 90-something% win is challenging this play, giving off 5 points. That's totally fine. Is he going to spot toroidal, though? That's a tough find through the O of racemoid. At the top level, you have to be optimistic. Look at every possibility, every spot on the board that has openings for tiles. Can you put your tiles there? I believe Dave is going to find this toroidal.
I think he's found it already. He had set up dilator, which plays at the top, but that would be significantly worse, opening up a dangerous triple lane on the top row for high scoring plays or even bingos. So toroidal, a significantly better play, even though it only scores 2 more points.
And absolutely no S to hook it either. So this is a very nice defensive play by Dave, much better than Dilator. So when you see a good play, look for a better one. Dave saw a massively good play that unfortunately went away. He's seen the next best thing, toroidal coming down. Dave will be up over 100 once again, and a terrible draw of VU for Tatcha, DDEOPUV. He's got awful options here. I cannot imagine him winning this game, but he's going to do his best. How do you approach a situation like this, Chloe?
He has to create as much volatility on the board as possible, enough of a spot to play a bingo. He needs 2 bingos to win this game, I think. 1 will not do it, 2 at the very least. He needs to create another bingo lane. Currently, the whole top left of the board, pretty tough to access for a bingo that'll do good enough. I think he needs to create a better lane than the one that exists where a dilator would have fit on top of un. I think he should play something like Duper or Dover, where exactly what he's doing right now, and create this D, put this D at the top. Words can end ED and hit the triple. Those will be much better for him to have available as an option.
Yeah, very nice. And the good thing about Dover is what happens if you draw the Q? Well, you'll be able to use it maybe for a very high scoring bingo, but Duper might have been preferred just to get rid of that U. Anyways, over to Dave Wiegand, GEJINUT. So not perfect stuff, but enough balance to really make a decent play, make a decent dent in this huge deficit that Tatcha is already facing. I think this is a great draw and potentially game-winning draw for Dave Wiegand.
Yeah, Dave can just drop JEU on top of toroidal, making JA and EL. That'll block the L of toroidal. Also just score 37 points and keep the TING leave on his rack. Really, those letters go well together. He could even draw into some sort of ING bingo himself.
On the other hand, maybe he wants to try and deal with the biggest threats on the board. The biggest threat is that D of Dover now. You could play something like Geon. That's a huge point sacrifice, JEON through the O. But at this score, The only thing that you're worried about remotely is a huge bingo or 2 bingos. So blocking part of the board, JEON would block the biggest potential threats. We could see something huge with a Z or a Q to that D. So that's the play that I'm considering as well. But I think most roads here lead to Rome for Dave Wiegand. And he's going to just go ahead and play Jug, keep the best balance possible. TEIN, this is fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine. It's hard for Dave to go wrong here. Subtract the D, of course, still leaves the most threatening lane of the D open with words ending in D, but scores 31 points, cements an 124-point lead. It's going to be really hard for Tatcha to come back from this.
Indeed, and
He does have a
Ventier.
bingo available, though, plowed through the H.
Oh,
And there he
wow.
goes. So game on. Now there's still
it's
2.
not game on, sadly.
Oh.
Interbet is going to come
Never
down
mind.
to the D of Dover, but great find. In general, this would actually give Tatcha a chance. That L of Toroidal still open. You were going to say the D of Dover still
Yeah,
open.
it's kind of the perfect bingo.
Too good of a draw for Dave. He's going to play Interbet, and that will be curtains for Tatcha. I don't know if Tatcha can still win the Causeway Challenge after this. He's going to be down at least a game and a half on the field. He's going to have to go 4-0 and then some maybe to win after this. A brutal, brutal loss for him after Interbed. I don't think Dave is going to hesitate to play this.
Yeah, this will lock the game up. Dave will be sure of this word. Tatcha drawing the Q, the Z. He'll be able to score some points, but it won't be enough in this game with Dave going to take a 485 to 346 point lead in this game.
There it is, Interbed, the bad news, brutal, sad loss for the local player Tatcha. He's been killing it. He made a huge run back into the top yesterday. He's still doing fantastically, but this 2 losses in a row is going to hurt his chances massively to win this championship. He can still win. He can still win. If he wins all 4 after this, he's going to need some help too. Madhav or David Eldar could run away with it while he's trying. So,
Yeah.
4 tiles left. Dave draws them 1 iota. And Tatcha with a lot to deal with here.
Yeah, he won't be able to get rid of both the Q and the Z before Dave goes out. His best option just to play Zlote, Z-L-O-T-E, through the L of Plowed. That'll score 48 points. He'll have to eat the Q. Dave will get the extra 20 from that, but nothing Tatcha can do about that.
And remember, Tatcha with a tie in his record, that means if he's lost the game, it doesn't matter how much he loses by. If he's won the game, it doesn't matter how much he wins by. He really doesn't have to care too hard. It's all academic here. Sloat is the best play, but it's no different than playing Blitz, what he has lined up now. Maybe you want to just expend less energy.
Unless there's another tie, then it starts to matter again.
There is a possibility that very, very true, very remote. There is a chance that it starts mattering that Tatcha would have to worry about another player in the standings if there's another tie. Right now, it looks like Jason Keller is 157 points behind Josh Castellano, and Madhav ahead of David Eldar, 393 to 349. Get some updates on those games, both almost over, it seems. So right now in the game, David Eldar versus Madhav, there are 4 tiles in the bag, and David Eldar close to a bingo, but the board is super, super dead. It looks like this will probably be Madhav's game unless David comes up with a really, really interesting plan to take this back. Close things. We don't know if David Eldar is going to lose, but if he does, Madhav will retain the lead in the standings. Other than that, of course, Jason Keller is going to unfortunately lose out on his potential Causeway championship to his countryman Josh Castellano, who we saw last round on board 2.
Yeah, Tatcha taking his time here and finding his best endgame play of Zlote or Zloti. That word can also be spelled with a Y at the end instead of the E. And now Dave will go out with Iota for 10 points.
Most likely, that is his best outplay underneath the AL of Toroidal. he wants to make his best play. Tacha also does. I really like his appreciation for the game of Scrabble, taking the time there to sort through his best options. And Dave Wiegand going to play out and win with a 500 plus victory again against Tacha. So final score 523 Dave Wiegand, 394 Tacha. They're going to have a post-mortem, a post-game analysis after this, and we're going to get Dave to come and talk to us in the booth. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Bingos.
I have blanks in the first turn, but this is my blank.
Yeah, I had something like that in my second rack.
And blank.
Third rack, yeah. Yeah.
Keep C blank and then endor CRVY.
Yeah, I drew 3 U's in the blank after my bingo.
This the Sheng. Yeah, that we. Yeah, first rack and second rack. Oh,
Tough, yeah, tough start.
yeah. S? I don't think so. It should be strength.
All right, we're going to take a very short break while they get the scores in, and we'll have Dave Wiegand in the booth in very, very short time. So don't go anywhere. We're going to hear from the victor here. See you. Alrighty, here we are. Dave Wiegand, the victor in this last game against Tacha Kurwat. Congratulations, Dave. How do you
Thanks.
feel after this game?
Pretty good. It was not as stressful as some of my wins, so it was nice to just draw a bunch of bingos and keep rolling.
Absolutely. You guys finished the game pretty quickly. It's nice to be able to finish before most of the players and just wait it off a little bit for the next round. How have you been feeling at this tournament in general? How's your energy been? You've been at the top most of the time, and it's a marathon of a tournament.
Yeah, it's been a real long slog. I'm definitely feel like I've slipped a little at the end of the day a couple times, and I just running out of energy, not finding plays, and not feeling at my best. But that's endurance is part of a tournament like this, so just got to keep it together, keep playing my game.
Well, yeah, I mean, despite you thinking you're not being at your best, you're at the top of the standings. You're playing fantastic. This game, I can't really think of anything you did wrong. On the opening rack, you had a big decision on your hands. Do we score points? Do we take a smaller score and try to go for a bingo early? So, can you explain a little bit to those watching at home what your thought process is early in the game?
Well, it's sort of looking at percentages of when you're how much you think you'll bingo. I mean, I can't compute it exactly, but I felt like READ was strong enough to justify the sacrifice of 16 points, and less chance to get a bad draw. But yeah, I'm obviously hoping for a quick bingo with that strategy.
Absolutely, and it did work out. If Tatcha had made a play on the board, though, you might not have been able to get that early bingo. Ray Seymour came down. That doesn't take an S. Was there a thought process between its anagram co-admire and Ray Seymour which one to choose from? Because you had one more point on the table
Yeah,
there.
it seemed a little more defensive, not setting up hooks. The QI spot was a concern with this one, but I thought overall it was more defensive, and that was the reasoning.
Absolutely. And after that, you drew 3 S's after your bingo of peakiest. That must have felt great. It's hard to work with 3 S's, but you played the word snaw, setting yourself up for the rest of the game with your 2 remaining S's. Other than that, things were pretty smooth. I was surprised by the play of Fenman. That's such an obscure word, but you didn't blink on that one.
Right.
How has your preparation been? I know I was talking a little bit about how you're on Aerolith studying. Are there other methods of study that you use to try and maintain your word knowledge, which is maybe second best in the world, to be honest?
No, I do only Aerolith. I do all the daily challenges, and every few months I go through all the words up to 8. So I'll take a week or two and do the 7s and then the 8s, and do all the new words to make sure they're fresh.
Okay, so you go through all of the words online on
Yeah,
aerolith.org. All right. For
yeah.
those at home wanting to study, that's inspirational. That's a lot. I've done that once. That's crazy. That is such a big slog, many, many hours a day. And in terms of this tournament, the scale of this tournament, you've been to tournaments like this before. Is this your first Causeway, or have you been to many before this?
I've been to at least one. I've been over to Malaysia, I think 3 times total. Once was the Causeway, and then the World Championships. But yeah, I always enjoy Michael Tang's tournaments. He's an amazing organizer.
All right, and
Just
for those at home, I guess one last question for you, because again, this game was just so smooth. You played fantastically well. Not much more to discuss. For those at home that are watching that haven't played competitive Scrabble, what would be the draw that you would tell the players at home why you're playing competitive Scrabble, why you're playing at such a high level, devoting so much time to the game? What's your favorite part about the game, and what do you think people would like and enjoy about the community?
well, I am drawn to solving puzzles of the letters. I mean, just every rack is a new challenge. You have just unlimited possibilities, and you're trying to find the best solution with what you have. So I think that's just a never-ending source of fun and sometimes consternation. But overall, I really love it.
Great answer. I totally agree with that one. All right, Dave, thank you so much. Won't take more of your time. Congrats on the victory. Think you're in third place now, pending some different results. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully, we see you on table 2 again. Hopefully, you continue your amazing play. Very inspirational. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge with 4 rounds to go. This is round 33 of 36 on table 2. I'm Josh Sokol. Chloe Fatz is here to my left, to your right. Chloe, we have another incredible matchup here. Who are we going to watch?
We are going to see Joshua Castellano versus Dave Wiegand. We saw Dave earlier. We also saw Josh earlier. Dave coming off of a win on stream. Josh lost in round 1, but was able to secure a massive victory by 148 points over Jason Keller in the last round. Dave sitting in 3rd place at 22-10. Josh in 4th at 21-11. This will be a big match.
Absolutely. Let's pan to the board. The tiles are in the bag, and a crazy thing happened on board 1. Madav, the 15-year-old, was in fantastic shape against David Eldar, but David, under immense pressure, was able to squeak it out and win the game. So the standings are much closer than anticipated after an unlikely victory for David Eldar. Josh to go first in this game. Let's see what he gets out of the bag. This is an incredibly important game for the future of this tournament and the standings. Let's see what he got. DEGILRR, and that is Girdler, and he just has to think about this. Is this valid? He's had some word insecurity throughout the tournament. I think he's going to see this and play it. It's on the rack. Just has to double check. Looking up out into space, and he's already struggling. This is already a big decision for Josh Castellano. Does this word girdle take an R? It does. And I think at this stage of the tournament, you have to go with your gut, Chloe. You have to take these risks.
The problem is he yesterday played a phony ER word on stream. I was talking to him later that evening, and he said, now I'm going to do the opposite thing, and I'm going to chicken out of a valid bingo on stream as a reaction. I wonder if this is that moment. I think Josh needs to find the will, the confidence in his word knowledge, shake off his past mistakes, and play this bingo.
And this is an instance where he is going to think about this rack of tiles. Has he seen it before? The way that we tend to learn words at the top level is via alphagram, so putting the letters in alphabetical order. So Josh has certainly seen this pattern before, DEGILRR, DEGILRRS. If he writes both of those down on his score sheet, which he's allowed to do, he can maybe recognize the pattern and say, yeah, this is giving me a little bit of a jolt. This is me recognizing that this is valid, but it's already been a minute and a half. The longer Josh takes, the less confident he might get. And he's said this to you yesterday. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. It's going to happen. He said it. He predicted it. He's got to go against his gut here and play it. And there it is. Girdler for 72. It's on the board. He hits the clock, and Dave Wiegand is going to be like, yeah, that's a word. What were you waiting for? You see the little nod there of approval, and Josh probably way down on his heart rate after that being accepted.
He is showing some emotion there, not entirely like Josh, but I think he's feeling the nerves, he's feeling the pressure, he's feeling the weight of those mistakes yesterday. This is intense. These are the emotions, these are the things we feel, the pressure we put ourselves under at this top level.
He has worked so hard to get to this level. One of the hardest workers I know in the Scrabble community. The emotions are there. He has never been this close to winning a 450-person event of this caliber. So important to get these things right, and he's gotten it right. Let's see what comes out of the bag. 2 G's and a V, not so great, but he can be happy that he started off strong. 72 points over to Dave Wiegand, AHILOPU. Not a great opening rack, especially when you face an opening bingo.
Yeah, he can clean it up a bit with something like Poilu, a top girdler, making P-E and O-R. That word is P-O-I-L-U. He could also keep it shorter with H-U-I in the same spot. I prefer Poilu. I think it's nicer to get rid of more of the letters on this rack.
Honestly, we might see a word or part of a word we saw just last round. Plow, P-L-O-U-G-H, through the G of Girdler. That doesn't really open anything big. Keeps the board open. Keeps 2 vowels, which isn't great, but scores as best as Dave can, and that's going on the board. Maybe a little bit of hindsight bias, confirmation bias from that play of last round. Tatcha played plowed against him, if I remember correctly. I like this play.
Yeah. Now Josh can play something like Foggier and really close down a lot of the space on this board. if he wants to just get rid of a bunch of these leathers on his rack as well. He has Forgive available as well, but that takes a lot of hooks. I don't like that option at all.
The engine very quickly saying best play by a large margin is to play Ogive, OGIVE, and OH to the left of Plow, keeping FG, which isn't a terrible combination. The reason to do this is it is very defensive, scores well, blocks that lane that was just created, allows you to continue to score in the future, not opening parts of the board that are already that are blocked right now. So that's a big, bizarre looking play. I feel like keeping an F and a G when you can just keep one of those with Forgive. Foggier looks totally fine, but the V is such a bad tile. Sometimes it's just worth getting rid of it. Tacha opening with the bingo on board 3 against Harshan Lamabadu Surya, who's shot up in the standings. I know a lot of players are hoping that he is going to make it to the top. Mata versus David in the rematch. David up a little bit. We're going to have those updated scores instantly, courtesy of our producers here and courtesy of Wiggles.io. Let's see what Josh Castellano does. He's going to play Forgive through the first R of Girdler. He probably didn't want to play it through the second R just because that would extend a little bit further onto the top and bottom of the board and allow more plays opening the board in the future. But this might be a small inaccuracy if we are to believe our engine.
Yes, Dave has drawn quite well. He will be bingoing this next turn. He has Airiest on his rack, Lariest from the L of Girdler. There's also Forgiver is worth noting is valid, but obviously he won't want to play his bingo there. He could play Airiest making Forgives, opening up a big scoring spot. I think Lariest seems... Oh, right. Your Irisate is a word in this lexicon. That looks much better.
Yeah, totally good play here. Irisate, Forgive, totally good play by Josh. If he had played it through the other R, he wouldn't have gotten doubled on, but this is a huge comeback for Dave Wiegand, drawing to that AI fantastically. Now he is in the lead. Let's see what Josh gets out of the bag, keeping that lone G. Could go pretty sour, but this is a nice draw for him, drawing a bunch of scoring tiles. He's going to be able to score very nicely on this board. There's a big play next to the PLOU, Chloe.
Yes, Josh has Hoagie available, making 4 overlaps, OP, AL, GO, and YU. That looks great. He could also maybe try to take up some of the space on this board, but I think he just wants to score here. Hoagie leaves CD, a really great, a good leave. I like that play.
Yeah, so Hoagie and Cody both playing to the left of PLOUGH. I think the CD combination just a little bit better on this opening, on this board, excuse me. The C and the D will bingo more than the G and the H. You can put the D onto Irisate for Irisate. That E in space, the E of Girdlers, is very ripe for a potential 8-letter word. I think Hoagie is the play here, Chloe.
Yeah, and you keep the C for making CH next to Plow for later turns. I think this is a good move.
And over to Dave now. While Josh thinks about his move, he's down 16 points, but he has a great play available to him in Hoagie. Dave with CENNUTV on his post bingo draw, so he's going to have to do something about that. Not great stuff for him. Maybe something like uneven through the E of Forgive. He has the N hook of Forgiven available as well, but he's looking at Send2 and CH, which is a nice 30 points. That's a good play for him. See what Josh manages to find here. It's kind of weird to look in the spot of the PLOU. It does not really look like there's a scoring spot there, but unfortunately, this is a miss for sure. I feel like Josh just missed the overlap potential next to Plow, and he's going to play Daich, which is a great play in its own right. 45 points. GO, not a terrible combination, but it opens the board, opens a triple, leave a little bit worse than Hoagie, so this is definitely a miss.
And I think this will get punished. This will allow some scoring plays for Dave. I see Vetch available. It keeps the really ugly UNN leave. Maybe he'll find something better. But yeah, Hoagie definitely preferable. It's not an obvious spot playing alongside Plow with those overlaps, but the scoring potential of that spot and that play is so high. That was, yeah, certainly a miss.
And of course, the first thing you think about if you know the rules of thumb and Scrabble for Dave Weekend is I want to get rid of my U and my duplicated N, but Vetch, 39 points, the only way to hit that triple hard. You have to do this, keep NUN. It's not the worst thing in the world, and it's just nicely defensive, retaking a small lead, just realizing that this is the place to play on this board, and he's not going to hesitate much longer. 21 minutes and a half left for Dave Weekend after 3 moves. Josh Castellano also going at a nice pace here. We like to see these guys make quick decisions because sometimes at the end of the game, things get really, really sharp and complicated. So over to Josh Castellano. What is he looking at here, Chloe?
He's picked up the J along with a couple E's and O's. I think maybe just playing Joe on the left of Plow looks reasonable. Playing off JOE somewhere seems good. He doesn't have a lot of great options. Joe also plays making IO and RE next to Irritated. What do you prefer among these options?
Yeah, that's a weird board, right? You would think that with a board so open, there would be a great spot for any high scoring tile, but this is actually a board that's just ripe for bingos. Bingos are going to fit on multiple fronts. A rack like this one with a G, a J, a bunch of duplicated vowels, actually not so great. But yeah, Joe, JOE is the first thing you think of, and 26 points to the left of Plow. I think you just take the points here.
Yeah, I agree. And over to Dave, has not drawn well, picked up another N to go with his 2N leave. He might now look for a play of fun somewhere. I'm just not seeing a great spot for that.
You know what's crazy? The play of Vetch leaving UNN actually left Dave with a 10-letter word available on this board. Unforgiven. It's a word we all know. But has he spotted that? He left the exact tiles to go there. Is this even the best play? It's 17 points, but it balances his rack fantastically, keeping EFNT. If he sees this, it's going to be hard to not play it. Dave Wiegand loves to play long words. He loves the word puzzle aspect of Scrabble. Is it the best play, Chloe? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it might just be better to take the points with Neff to the right of Plow, making OPE and Elf. That scores 29 points, 12 more than the 17 for Unforgiven. I think the play of Unforgiven is nice because it also obstructs the hooks of Forgive. That takes an R, an N, and an S. That's a lot of hooks out there that are kind of just floating and unlikely, and that spot will be big for whoever takes advantage of it.
Absolutely, yeah. 17 points for Unforgiven, 29 for Neff. I think you have to just take the points, keep your N for Forgiven, hope to maybe draw an 8-letter word through the E of Girdlers or a 7-letter word using that hook. Unfortunately, yeah, I think that it is a little bit more sound to play Neff on the right of the PL of Plow for 29, but Unforgiven, it's got some like hidden value to it. If you see a play like this, your opponent's like, oh my god, this person's firing on all cylinders. I am a little bit worried about what's to come next. Dave Wiegand playing a 10 on you. You don't want that. That's a nightmare.
No, but lucky for Josh, he's drawn pretty well. He can bingo with Godliest or Goldiest at the very least through the L of Girdlers next turn. He also has Ego Ties through the E of Girdlers available. So he'll have options, and I don't think Dave is blocking these.
Absolutely. A very good draw to GOTE for Josh Castellano. The G and the T hate each other, but with that S and that I combined with the T and the D, he's going to be able to bingo on this board so long as Dave Wiegand doesn't make a bizarre play. You could see something like funny to the Y of Dage to really balance as much as possible. You could see fun get played with Forgiven, maybe. But I think that Neff is the play. It's just hard to stomach a leave like TUNN, especially since you kept those 3 letters UNN last turn at such a close score. You don't want to fall behind keeping such ugly 1-point tiles.
Yeah, I wonder if it's worth considering. No, I take it back. I was going to say fun making Forgiven just to take out some of the hooks, but I think that it creates a pretty big scoring spot above the F to the double letter and double word. So that's probably not right. It might be nice.
Well, the engine's okay with that play. That was what I just mentioned, but it's not probably not the best play. I think you just take 29 for Neff. At
Yeah.
this close score, you want to score points. You want to not fall behind. You don't have any blanks. You don't have any S's. You don't have anything prime here. So just trying to
Yeah.
take a stab at the deficit, I think, is what you do. But Dave Wiegand holding up a T, holding up an N. Sometimes that means something. Sometimes it just means you're clutching onto your tiles. You're a little bit nervous. You want to find the best play. Neff is lined up to the right of Dave's rack. Can only imagine he's considering this play.
Yeah, it's 29 points. How do you really pass that up? It's much better. It scores better than any other option. I think I like just taking the points, taking a small lead in this game. He'll be up to 180, 13 above Josh's 167.
And with 18 minutes still on his clock, Josh Castellano just has to wait and see what Dave does and hope that doesn't get blocked. So he's playing the exact tiles of Unforgiven, but not the 10, opening a big triple. Oh, it looks like Dave hasn't spotted the 10. He would have played it, I'm sure, if given the opportunity. Oh, wow. That's unfortunate. Some content declined by Dave Wiegand. This is a fine play, not really on our radar. It's 18 points. It's one more point than Unforgiven. But yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah. Now Josh can still play ego ties down from the E of girdlers as well as through the E. Both E's work. The one starting with the E of girdlers will score 3 more. What do you prefer between those two placements, Josh?
Yeah, it's super interesting now that none was played opening that bottom center triple. Do you keep it open in a different way with egotize? We could see a potential big overlapping play come down. For example, if egotize starts with the E and girdlers, we could see a play of KNEE, for example, for a massive score if Dave has those 3 tiles. So we're seeing Josh decline the extra points and playing to the E or through the E. In that, I think I actually would have preferred taking the points though.
I agree. This opens up a really big scoring spot in its own right. Plays on the triple to the left of egotized. If Dave has an A or U, will go really nicely there, scoring a ton. That O next to the double letter square, inviting really high scoring plays. That said, this also leaves a scoring spot, albeit not as good of a scoring spot, through the N of none for the opponent to use. I also think I would have taken the points here. I don't think that spot was as dangerous as it might have looked initially.
Although it could be the fact that Dave took so long and then played the letters NUN, this could be a situation where Josh is trying to infer what sorts of letters they would be keeping with that play, and maybe not the sorts of letters that are really going to punish opening the spot on the top. I don't know if Josh spotted the other egotized option. Maybe he just doesn't want to open a triple with 2 blanks out. Makes perfect sense to me to play this. Other placement was what I would have done, but they're in the hot seat. We're over here commentating. NEF still the best play for Dave Wiegand. He kept it with NUN, but now it keeps a P, Q, N, and T. So he's feeling the heat now after a bingo by Josh Castellano. He's down 62, but his rack is awful.
Yeah, wow, what a terrible rack. He can play Neff again. I think he might just have to do that and hope to draw a bailout play for his Q the next turn. The 29 points seem pretty good. There are 2 U's out to draw, 4 I's, a bunch of A's to go with the Q for cat, though there's no great place I'm seeing initially for that. I guess he could draw Canat through the N of none.
Yeah, Dave Wiegand's going to need some help now for sure. That Q, a huge problem in most situations. He's going to take his score of 29, just hope for something like an A, hope for a U, hope for a blank, hope for something nice to go with that Q. That's the best you can do sometimes when you have the worst letter in Scrabble. Now over to Josh, who's drawn pretty balanced after his bingo of egotized. He doesn't have a playable bingo, but he has 40 points on offer if he wants to overlap his previous play of egotized.
Yeah, ROUM available, making OE, UG, and MO for 39. That looks really solid. Takes out the biggest scoring spot on the board. Scores far better than any of his other options. That seems definitely to be the play.
And mention to the possible really cool disconnected play of Overteam, OVERTEEM, through the V in Forgiven and Irrisated for 30. That's certainly not the best play, leaving a lone U, not handling the scoring spot, but it's pretty cool. I like to mention these cool plays. Hopefully one day or one position they'll be the best play. Anywho,
Yeah.
one can only dream. This is a very important game. No time for daydreaming for either of these guys. Josh Castellano, even on the clock now with Dave Wiegand. ROUM, his highest score by a large margin. I'm wondering if he's just looking for possible 8-letter words or if he hasn't spotted this possibility yet. It's very, very important, I think, to spot this. It's by far his best play.
Yeah. And over to Dave, picked up 2 A's, has drawn really good spots for Kanat. He can play that both in the next to Irritated, making IT, also through the N of None. So he will have good options for his Q next turn.
Yeah, great call out by you. So many A's left.
Mhm.
I think Irrisate and Dage, those were the only plays that used an A. So Dave was drawing into a pool of potentially 7 A's, drew 2 of them. Now he has 45 or 50 points on offer, no matter what Josh Castellano does. So he's got to feel okay about that. But still, more than half the game has been played. No blanks have been seen. So things are getting very, very interesting. It's anyone's game here. Whoever draws first blood, draws the first blank, is going to have great chances to win this all-important round 33 match at the Causeway Challenge. We're here in Bangkok, Thailand. Again, let us know where you're watching from. If you're on YouTube, if you're on MeWatch, we love to see you watch competitive Scrabble. I hope you're learning something. I hope you're interested in this mind sport. Josh Castellano has put EMU on his rack. That will play next to the EG of Egotized as well, making ME and UG, but it is far less appealing than the play of RUM, doubling that M both ways with MO and the triple. There looks like he's
Found
finally
it.
spotted the 4-letter word ROUM. Kind of weird one, doesn't come up that often. He just has to double check this is valid. He knows the definitions of every single word up to 6 letters, so he's just going to do his diligence, make sure
Yeah.
this is valid.
And
There
here
we
it comes.
go.
Good play. Took him a while to spot it. I was getting worried there. I thought he was about to play Emu. That would be a big miss of this play. It does put an R out in space at the top there. Bingos will fit nicely there. I don't see that spot could get used potentially with a play Parallel Room, making some 3-letter word with OE, but it might stay open for a while.
Absolutely. That's a very important change in the board. That R at the top middle is ripe for a potential 8-letter word later on, especially given 2 blanks are still out. So, Dave Wiegand, do we play Kanat for 45 or do we play it for 50? The only reason to not play it for 50 is that you're opening that big triple to the top right of the board with a deficit, but with only 1 U out, only 1 D for Kadi or Kaid. I feel like it's worth the points here.
Yeah, I agree. Take the 50 and move. There's, like you said, there's only 1 U, there's only 1 D. It's not so bad. I also think that playing it at the bottom would put a T in another spot that's probably not getting taken until there's a bingo played. That T would be floating for bingo starting or ending with T. You kind of want to avoid making plays like that if you can. And I think taking the extra 5 points is definitely worth it.
Agree with that. And Dave drawing 5 tiles into a pool of 2 blanks. Still no blank to be seen. Who is going to draw first blank of this game? Josh Castellano now with 2 interesting options through the N of None. I think that's where you're zoning in on. Zante for 45, keeping the more balanced BEE, but Bantz, BANTZ for 51, not floating an E out in space, but keeping 3 of them behind. It's a weird choice between the 2, but with a small lead, maybe it's time to take 73 points of a lead and not open the board any further. I'm not sure. Do you take Zante? Do you take Bantz? Do you play something else on the board? Keep the Z?
I think you could keep the Z. You could play BETE, making Bug, Emo, and FE. That's next to Room on the left, ROUM. That might be the play if you want to avoid opening any of those spots. Otherwise, I prefer Zante. I think it's between those 2. I don't like keeping 3 E's. That could go so wrong so many times. But floating the E is pretty annoying there with Zante.
Yeah, it's a very difficult decision. Josh looking at the play of Beta at next to the ANAT of Kanat that blocks that Q, keeps 2 E's and a Z, probably similar in value to keeping AEZ with a lot of A's to come. Also has some defensive value. That's also a very reasonable play. I think you just take Bance here and try to run. If Dave Weekend doesn't bingo next turn, you'll be able, probably in most cases, to do something and maintain your lead. But it's really, really ugly to keep something like 3Es with the lead. You really want to keep a balance. So the play of beta for only 25 points, 20 or 26 point sacrifice over playing to the triple is what Josh is considering. My problem with not using the triple is then Dave's likely to use that triple and open the board in a way that you cannot control. So if Josh is able to place the tile on the bottom of the board that he likes to place, that being the Z, because the Z is not a good bingo tile compared to the E, he might prefer to do that and just try to control outcomes of this game in that way. But controlling outcomes in the game by placing tiles on the board is one thing. Controlling outcomes of the game by keeping other tiles on your rack for safekeeping is another thing. There's two ways about this to try and control the outcome for Josh Castellano. Let's see what he chooses. On the other hand, Dave Wiegand with AIKLPTY is hoping that N of none stays open, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a great option of Pinky there at the very least.
Pinky looks great. They'll score a ton of points, get him right back in this game. Yeah, he really wants that score to stay open. It looks like Zante, the play for Josh here. Up. Yes, it is. I like this choice. I just think you're right about floating the Z instead. That seems pretty nice.
Oh my goodness. Dave Wiegand has an insane possible play here. Vetch is on the board. We know that this takes a K hook. He could play Kvetchily for 72 points. He definitely knows this word. That is by far his best play here. Kvetchily for 72.
That's amazing.
And the second highest scoring play here for Dave now is an extension of plow. Plow tail is 32.
Wow.
He knows both of these words. He's one of the only people in the world that I can say with almost certainty that this 9 and 10 letter word,
Wow.
they're both within his vocabulary, but he hasn't put it on the board yet. He hasn't put Kvetchily on the board yet. He has certainly not seen it.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Is he going to think about a play with Kvetch?
think
He
so.
has the K. If he thinks about a play with Kvetch, maybe then he's going to think about extending it. Kvetchy is a word. Kvetchily, is he sure of it? I don't know. It's hard to be sure of such a word. Kvetching is a word. Oh my goodness.
I
Oh
think he said
my
it. I think he
goodness.
set it up. I
Oh
think he
my
set it up.
goodness. Dave Wiegand, please, please play
Dude.
this. It is in your memory bank. It's time for content. 72 points on offer for
You're
Dave
thinking of
Wiegand.
this for a reason, Dave.
77 for sure once Josh challenges it. Oh
Wow.
my gosh. He set
He's
it up.
had it- He
Dave.
sees.
Dave, please.
We need this. Oh, come.
Is there any other spot for KILY?
I don't.
Come on, write it down. Think about it.
He's writing it down.
I cannot wait. We are anticipatory here. We're on the edge of our seats over here in the booth in Bangkok, Thailand. I hope I didn't scream too loud. We're pretty close to the playing room. Please, Dave Wiegand, play it.
These are the moments where you need to make these plays. He's down. He needs these points.
Definitely.
He doesn't have another play that really builds toward the bingo super well. This scores so much more than any other option. This is essentially a bingo. It's in itself, scoring wise, 72 points. This would be amazing.
All right, while we wait and see what Dave does, some updates from the other games, both very, very close. Mata 50 points behind the two-time world champion, David Eldar, on board 1. Tacha 27 points ahead of Harshan Lamabadusuriya on board 2. Two very close games. This game has the potential to be close if Dave Wiegand is able to pull the trigger on this 9-letter word, Kvetchily. What do you study for? What do you study the dictionary for? It's moments like this. Kvetchily, 72 points. How many times am I going to say that? On the right side of the board, he is trying to talk himself into and out of this word. And God, if it was a different situation, if Dave had 316 and Josh 249, I would understand not playing a word you're unsure of, but man,
Me
oh
too.
man.
Oh, I can barely watch.
This is so brutal. If someone is gonna find this in the room,
It's
it's
Dave
Dave Wiegand.
Oh.
Come on.
No. Okay.
He's gonna play Yak and Kvetch instead. He is unsure of this word, of course. That is so unfortunate. This is 32 points, bringing him to 281. It's been committed. Darn.
We were rooting for that one.
Darn. Well, anyways, we must move on. Dave Wiegand has not seen a blank after his play. Josh Castellano with another awkward rack,
Yep.
WEBBDER.
Yeah, getting ready to play Web parallel to Kanat, making AWNE and AB. Seems very solid, scores 29 points, will keep a balanced leave, a flexible leave on his rack. I like this move. It doesn't do anything proactive for the board in defending his lead, but I think, do you see any options that do a good job of that?
No, I like Webb here because if you draw one of those two S's, Kvetchers is going to score a massive 63. That's a word Josh knows. It's an 8-letter word plus an S. I think Webb is what you do here. I don't really see any other option for him.
Yeah. Ugh, the energy. We would have loved to see that play Kvetchily, but it was not to be today. Today, we could still see another extension, though, like you just said. No more G's left for Kvetching, but Kvetchers. Are there any others?
Kvetching, Kvetchers, and Kvetchily.
Right,
Yeah.
that's it. Okay, here we see Webb come down. We like this play. And now Plowtail still available for Dave.
Oh, Kvetchier.
Oh, and
as well.
Kvetchier, right.
So wow, that's even
yeah,
better.
that's
Josh can just draw an eye for that. Yeah, Plowtail's still available for Dave Wiegand. If he finds that, I mean, my energy level might go back up. But he just has a vise through the V and the Z.
Big
That's
draw.
the first blank for Josh Castellano. Extremely important draw, like you just said. Will Dave Wiegand find Plowtail? Even if he does, a vise is too good, I think.
Yeah, I think a vise looks great through the V of Forgiven and the Z of Zante. Cleans up some of the vowels, just scores well. It scores 34 points. Gets rid of an I.
I guess worth mentioning for those familiar with Scrabble personalities, last turn Dave Wiegand could have played Dweeb, who we know as David Webb. He's a grandmaster playing in this tournament. He has a YouTube channel if you want to check him out. Dave had Webb, WEBB, also on his rack. Anyways, back to the game. AEIILPT. A vise is a tough find, Chloe, to play between two tiles on the board like that, but I think that's the play. Plowtail, very, very close according to the engine as well for 32, keeping PIE, drawing one more tile into the bag that might contain both of the blanks.
Yeah, Plowtail nice for a couple reasons. It's nice to keep that more balanced leave. The leave from a vise, ILPT could get into bad situations. It's not the nicest leave, and it's also just a cool word, but Sim isn't thinking about that.
It's also because of the possibility of drawing an R for Kvetchier, so keeping the IE rather than getting rid of the E with a vise. But
yes,
Josh Castellano has drawn the blank, but I don't think he's drawn into a bingo. He's got an X and a B, but he's probably feeling a little bit better than he was just a turn ago with that draw. He also drew one of those two S's. That R of room is open, that E of Zante is open, so he's probably just looking to get rid of the X next turn once Dave makes a move. What is Dave going to do? He's considering short plays potentially to try and draw into a bingo. He has great chances of drawing something to the R of room or even through the E of Zante, so a short play makes sense here, but you can score a lot better with a bunch of different options. Ilya on the top right as well is an option.
Yeah, I think he's set up a vise now, right? He has the A, I, and E to the left of his rack. This seems like a good play in this situation. I think just taking these 34 points and moving when you're not really in a board and with a rack that's going to allow you to score much more than that.
Absolutely. He spotted it. A vise is a nice 34 points. So this has hit the board. Dave Wiegand down to 8 minutes. Josh Castellano down to 8 minutes. 14 tiles left in the bag. Still so much to consider. So many possibilities of blanks, of bingos, of high scoring plays. Josh Castellano's drawn the first blank, but maybe Dave has the other one. He's just taken quite some time as
Yeah.
well.
But Kvetchers has to come down now, right?
Absolutely. If Josh sees it, Kvetchers is a huge score of 63, keeping the X, but scoring a bingo score. He's got to do this.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe part of the reasoning for Webb last turn, in addition to it just being the standard equity play, was also the fact that it left a leave that was conducive to drawing into something like Kvetchers or Kvetchier. So hopefully Josh has spotted these possibilities. You got to be thinking of ways you can extend words on the board, especially when they're in triple lanes.
And if he also misses the Kvetch 9, he has X'd in the top right for 36. That's a fine play as well. It keeps the possibility of Kvetchers for 60, burning the blank next turn. That's totally fine at this score. And gets rid of that X, so draws into a ton of bingos through the E of Zante as well. So it's not a huge mistake to play X'd instead of Kvetchers.
And Wiegand drawing into unpolite down
Whoa.
to the bottom E.
Whoa, that is huge.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big swing when this comes out. That is not going anywhere.
Wow. He's seen it. He's one letter off of lining it up. He often does this. He sees something and doesn't quite line it up. It might be a superstition thing, but there he goes. He's putting it on his rack, showing us he's seen it. He really, really needs that E to stay open. The difference between it staying open and not, Dave knows how big of a deal that is with 2 blanks out. Is Josh going to try and play some defense here?
Is there any world in which the word sex gets played next to Zante, making nuns TE and X?
I guess, but it's a very bizarre world that I don't want to live in. So X on the not on the top right. Instead, he's playing it with oped for 36.
That lane, unfortunately.
Oh, that's even better. That though.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it is. That's all. That's all.
That's even better than playing in the top right because it obstructs that R with a lead. But unpolite about to come down, still a blank to draw for Dave Wiegand if Josh doesn't draw it right now. So a swing in Dave's favor. But there the second blank is. Oh my goodness, 2 blanks for Josh Castellano. Is he going to have a playable bingo to the end of unpolite, or is he going to be able to bingo elsewhere on the board? There is only one playable bingo here other than playing Kvetchers for 60 or 57. Is Josh going to key into this? If he does, it is pretty much game over unless Dave Wiegand draws something ridiculous here.
Yeah, I think this bingo is pretty findable. Once you notice the T of Zante as the lane, both blanks become vowels here. Taborers, Taborers, is the only bingo available to Josh here. Kvetchers does a very good job as well if he sees that. I think that probably would have come down last turn had he seen it. But Taborers, the only bingo here to find for Josh.
So will he line it up? He is alphabetizing his rack, BORRS blank blank. That is an alphabetical order. He's going to look on the board. Where can I bingo? With self, SELF, he can bingo.
Yeah.
Potentially. He can also, and he's,
I guess sober.
Soberer as well with self. Those just don't score so much. I guess the question is, do you play those instead of Taborers? It's a little bit of a decision here because you're trying to block Dave from bingoing out. If Dave bingos out, you lose on the spot. So what of these bingos is the best suited to prevent Dave from achieving that? Is what Josh is going to think about. So Tabor is available for a very high score from the T of Zante, but is it better for Josh to block the elf hook?
Tough question. Seems like bingos like Somberer still leave some space, albeit harder to use because it would have to be overlapped. The scoring opportunities are there, but not great. Probably not enough for Dave to use. And there are no Kvetch extensions remaining in the pool for Josh to worry about. So that is an important consideration here.
Yeah, I'm going to run some numbers here, Chloe, to see what the best choice for Josh Castellano might be in this position. We'll see what the computer engine comes up with. What's the likeliest way for Josh to lose, and where should he block? So, according to the engine, after the play of Somberer, Dave is around 4% to bingo. After the play of Tabers, also around 4% to bingo. So it's actually a very, very close call between playing from the tee or with self.
But maybe you just don't need to bingo right now? What do you think?
There's also probers with Pelf, but that's even worse. That allows overlapping bingos that Somber does not. I'm not sure what to make of this, but it looks like Josh is at least 95% to win if he plays this word Somber, and we know that Dave Wiegand is not going to be able to respond to this, and he plays it. So there it is, possibly the winningest play in the position for Josh Castellano, and he's going to win this game
Yeah.
after this, as long as he's designated the blanks properly.
It's cool that you can put an O after this word for sombrero, which Dave will be able to use. I don't think those plays will score enough, though.
Yeah, maybe the best thing now for Dave is to put a cap on it with Mose and Sombrero, but a very, very tough loss for him. He had the opportunity to score 72, Dave Wiegand, on his yak play. He's going to be kicking himself for not playing conventionally. It looked like he had lined it up. Maybe he hadn't.
There's that.
Maybe he hadn't seen it. But yeah, Somberer coming down for Josh Castellano. He's 50 points up. And it's being held by Dave Wiegand because if this is a word, I think he realizes he's lost the game. NIAA, the final draw for Josh Castellano, and I think that'll be enough to win.
Yeah, this should do it for him. The best play for Dave Wiegand now, a rare word with two Ys, Yowlies through the Y of yak and the Y of date for 40 points. That is his best endgame play, but it will not be enough here for him.
Yeah,
Be a
brutal,
close game.
heartbreaking loss for Dave Wiegand.
Yeah, after that bingo of unpolite, you're feeling good. You think maybe I just need one of these next two blanks. Maybe you don't even need a blank if you just draw a bingo out of the bag. But it was not to be. Oh, so many kvetch moments, extensions not used this game.
Yeah, tough moment for Dave Wiegand. He has a ton of points as well for Muse to the right of Webb, but all of these plays will come up just short of a victory for him. He's down 49 points in an endgame. That's usually too much to recover from unless you bingo out. He was one letter off of potentially bingoing out, but wow, crazy game. Some updates in the other games. 365 to 385 on the top
Wow.
board. Another crazy game there. And on board 3, Tatcha Kurwat up 46 against Harshan.
Wow, some close games in those two boards.
Absolutely. I'm going to take a closer look right now. How many tiles in the bag? The bag has one
Whoa.
tile left in it. And it is whose turn right now? It is David Eldar's turn, and he's up 20 points with a beautiful rack. I think that might be his game. If we look at Tatcha versus Harshan, there is a lot left in the bag, 13 tiles in the bag. Tatcha has just taken an 86-point lead, and man,
Oof.
Harshan's rack is not good. This is looking like actually is pretty good. Never mind. Harshan might be able to pull this one out. He has a bingo available to him anyways. Back to this game. Stuff is happening.
Exciting
3
stuff.
rounds to go after this, Chloe. Unbelievable game.
So much drama, tension. This is going to be a exciting finish to this tournament.
Absolutely will be.
Dave looking for his best endgame here. He doesn't want to sacrifice any spread. I think he knows he's probably losing this game, but being so late in the tournament, every point will count going into these final 3 games. He needs to maximize his spread to ensure the highest possible position in the standings in the case where he's very close to another player in spread.
Absolutely. And with Josh Castellano 1 win behind Dave Wiegand, this was an all-important one for him. It's anyone's tournament still at the Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. 3 rounds to go after this.
So it looks
Thanks for joining us, everybody. This has been one hell of an adventure.
Yes, so it looks like if David Eldar continues to go on winning his game, he will go up to 23-10, and then we'll have 3 players at 22-11. So it'll be David Eldar at the top with 3 on his heels.
Stuff. So 3 minutes, 20 seconds for Dave Wiegand, 2 minutes, 26 seconds for Josh Castellano. It is a little bit too close for comfort. Josh, a little bit probably worried still about his chances here with his low scoring tiles. But what we do know is that if everything goes according to plan, if both players play this endgame properly, Dave Wiegand will lose by just a small margin to Josh Castellano after the double blank bingo of Somberer.
Yeah, maybe he's now considering either probably next to AW and NE of Web. That scores pretty well. I think Muse, he'll just work out the math on a bunch of different plays here to determine which endgame works best.
I don't think Josh can go out. I think that's why this is such a tense endgame. If Dave manages to find a sequence that is good enough, that scores enough to outscore Josh, he might win this game. And he's been here before. He's been in 2 extremely tense endgames in this tournament, both of which could have gone his way. And he's messed both of them up live on stream. So that's another situation where the past might be dictating what's going on. What we do know is that this is Josh Castellano's game, but Dave doesn't know that.
Yeah,
Josh doesn't know that.
The problem is Josh can score 20 points with AA next to Somberer. That's just going to be too much for Dave to make up in his endgame, despite having some really good scoring options available.
And what if Dave tries a phony here? He could play Kvetchies or Kvetchism to try and steal this game if he doesn't find a winning path. That might make some sense. So lots of possibilities here still for this game to go Dave's way, but most likely and more likely than not, Josh has enough time to decide whether he would challenge a potential phony that Dave plays or not. Sometimes it can be so close, too close for comfort, and we'll see somebody blow an endgame based on not challenging a phony or challenging a valid word, but we'll see what happens here. I think Dave Wiegand, with 1 minute to go, has not found a good path. So once again, thank you everybody for joining us here. We're live in Bangkok, Thailand. 3 streams at once, tables 1, 2, and 3. It is a King of the Hill all of the way to the end of the tournament. 3 rounds left after this one. King of the Hill meaning player in first plays player in second. Player in third plays player in fourth. We're going to be taking that game every single time. We have Matt Canick and Robin Pollock on board 1. And on board 3, we have Nitz Chugti and Jesse Matthews back from the dead, the previous commentator of all of the biggest tournaments. And we're seeing a challenge here of Somberer as Dave realizes it is a somber position. He cannot win the game if this is valid. So here we go. Somberer getting challenged, +5 for Josh Castellano, increasing his lead to 54 now. Dave Wiegand
with 13 seconds to play.
He's going to maybe try something here or just give up. We'll see. They're just double checking the scores. 13 seconds for Dave to play this endgame.
So he'll go with So. This keeps Moyle and Sombrero, I believe. And I'll be curious to know what Dave was thinking on that Kvetchely turn. Do we want to tell him?
I don't think so. Over to Josh with 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Will he block Sombrero or just take the 20 points for bringing him up by 44? Moyle is going to score 27 or 26 maybe. Not quite enough to get over the top for Dave Weekend.
Yeah, his best choice is to block Moyle just with a play like Nan, N-A-N, to the N of unpolite. We'll do it.
And according to the engine, the play of Somberer was a 95% win. As we mentioned, there's only a couple of end games that would not do it for Josh Castellano. So Somberer, fantastic play. Potentially, he had the chance of playing Kvetchers, leaving one tile in the bag, scoring just as much as Somberer, and probably outrunning much of what Dave had to offer. Very complicated position, but he got the win. He's going to probably just take the points and run for 20. Not his best end game, but the safest play for him. 20 points now, 472, 428, and Moyle coming down for 26. That'll be 458 to 472 victory for Josh Castellano in this all-important round 33.
Yeah, what a game. Those blanks being the difference here. If Dave had gotten one or both of those, it would be great. Let's go see the overhead mic.
Good game. I didn't realize the O hook until after I'd played it. I was just focused on stopping overlaps.
Yeah.
For the bingo, and then I didn't even realize. I might be too far ahead, but there's probably a better bingo that puts a bunch of constants together.
So, needed a few more points. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Josh will tell me. It was fun.
Wonder if I had like a cool. I don't know.
I have to check.
The bingo here. Yeah, I wasn't sure of Girdler. Is that a word? I took your word
Oh
for
my
it.
god. It's good. Kvetchily.
What?
Thought I had no chance.
Eventually?
I had that.
Well, then +5.
I really thought it was. There was no.
I thought
no
you killed
chance.
the IER hook after.
Oh, that's
after
still, That's still good.
Is it? Wait, hold on. Really? I thought only one of them was good. Oh wait, are they both good? Oh, or it's vetch isn't the verb. Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking of. Did I miss that then? I was thinking only vetched. I don't know why
That was the game.
Wow.
I just thought it was.
Eventually, when you had a
I
vice.
played Yak.
Oh, when you played Yak.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot, but
Didn't think it was a word.
wow,
Never remembered it.
Jesus, that's crazy. Yak. Eventually. Yeah, I mean, extra good because +5. Wow. I feel like I must have had some better bingo than Songbird. Is there something like that fits? Or from the tee? But I don't know if I should bingo from the tee because maybe I need to block like bingos from here or to the N. I don't know how likely. Oh yeah, there was like ION unseen to me, so I guess that's possible. Yeah, I probably need to block this. It's probably a better bingo than some.
Oh, I would.
I'm sorry, that sucks. I know the
It would
feeling.
have been a fun one to have on the stream. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brutal. Dave learning the truth. He had seen Kvetchely and was unsure of it.
Let's see.
And he said, that's the game. Josh Castellano said, +5.
The ER.
We're going to get
bingos
Josh
are
in
getting
the
me
booth
grief this
here
tournament.
with Chloe once the scores are entered. So we're
And
going to
here,
take a
that's how
short
it look
break
right now.
here as
So
this
this
round
goes.
is finished, as the standings have
All right.
updated. But wow, David Eldar winning.
Yeah.
It's a big win for
Got it.
David.
Okay.
Excited for this interview in a minute, just after a short break.
What's your player number?
Don't go anywhere, guys.
21.
Okay. 470 to 458?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, sad.
For it. Where do I go?
Got me.
Okay, thank you.
Really close.
Sweet. Hello, everyone. Thanks for waiting. Welcome back. We have Josh Castellano here, who just took down Dave Weekend on stream. Nice win, Josh. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. It was a close one. I feel like I didn't make any huge blunders, but I haven't analyzed it obviously. I feel more or less okay with how I played. I'm very glad I decided to play Girdler because it seemed like a word.
I wanted to ask you about that. Walk us through
Yeah.
that decision, especially given the context of the past couple days. What were you thinking on that first turn?
Well, I just wasn't sure. I was feeling very bad in the moment because here's yet another ER bingo. I can hear Matt Tunnicliffe now yelling at his screen because he has lists for these, ER,
Right.
one anagram ER bingos. But it seemed, I just felt like, no, I'm pretty sure that's a word. Like that looks very familiar. So also like if I'm gonna a phony on the opening play is going
Right.
to do it, like as opposed to just, at any part of the game. So that also, gave me a little more incentive to just go for it.
Totally.
Yeah.
And you had some tough turns where there were like a few close plays nearby each other. For example, Zante, you were thinking of beta. There was
Yeah.
also Bance available.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's that's clearly better. I completely
Well, it
Vance.
keeps 3 E's. It's not clearly better. It's just the
Oh, I
fact
guess
it
that's
flows with
true.
Z instead of the E, I think.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
that's
6
much
point.
better. That's much better. Okay, yeah, I totally missed
Okay,
Vance.
we
Yeah,
got-
the new words. Yeah.
It's clearly better. I think there's merit to both
Okay.
plays.
Yeah, it is close. I liked what beta did to the board because I'm not hanging the E, but if the R weren't there, I may have played beta because then after that, there's really nowhere else to go except for under none. And when he plays under none, I have the Z and I can probably hit him with something big. But often because both blanks are out, he bingos to the R with one of the blanks, and then I just haven't scored as much as I could have. So I decided to just go for it, and then so I don't know what the sim thought of that one, but
yeah, it was close. It was close. I don't know if we actually simmed it in the end, but certainly a close decision. I think Zante was pretty reasonable. Josh preferred Bance a little bit, but
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know. Keeping threes is not always the best. What about this Kvetch stuff? Did you think at all about those extensions?
Yeah, so when he played Vetch, I immediately knew Vetch here. I'm like, okay, it'll be like a race for who can get Vetch here. And not vetching because the vetch is just a flower.
Right.
And then when he played Kvetch, it was like, oh, the IER is gone. I thought the IER was gone. And it didn't, like, it should have occurred to me that Kvetchy is a word and Vetchy takes a front K. Like, if I had thought about it a little more, I maybe would have realized, oh, this is still in play, this IER. Now, of course, I'm not going to see Kvetchily. That's outrageous. I don't study nines that deep yet. So there was no chance of me seeing that, honestly, at all.
Yeah, what about Kvetchers? Did you think of that?
Oh, no, I did not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that escaped me. That looks
Probably
better,
better.
doesn't it? Probably better.
There's reason to play
Probably
X
better.
here. Like it blocks the R. Playing defense has its merits in this point in the game in your position. But yeah, just points.
Okay, that's probably like a mistake.
But yeah, it
Doesn't seem huge, but
and you mentioned knowing that the vetch is a flower.
Yeah.
Yes. How do you know that? Can you walk us through a little bit how you've learned about this flower, the vetch?
oh well, I just study the definitions just like you would the words. Like the word appears, and then on the other side of the flashcard is a definition. So I knew that vetch was like some sort of flower. I think I'm pretty sure. I mean, that's the thing. I don't even need to get the definition 100% correct. I'm certain. I'm 100% that it's a noun.
Okay.
And that it doesn't take an ing. I'm almost certain. But yeah. So I also, that also makes me more confident of like vetchy and vetchier as well.
And when did you decide to learn the definitions of the words, and what does that process look like, time-wise, commitment-wise?
When did I decide? I think I decided when I was like playing too many, like chickening out of like ER, ING, IER, like ED. When you study definitions, you get a lot of those conjugations, inflections for free. So it brings a lot of them from like 80% sure or 90% sure to 100% sure, which really makes the difference mostly in time savings. Because usually I spend a minute or two agonizing on something that I'm like 80% sure of, and then I play it. Whereas now, more often, I just play it immediately.
Right. And now, what are we at? 3 games to go. How are you
Yeah.
feeling going into these last games?
I'm just happy to have won 2 out of the 3 today. I'm gonna try and play my best and not make a fool of myself on stream again. But yeah, I feel all right. I mean, I'm already quite lucky and happy to have be where I'm at. So we'll see how it goes.
Nice. Well, thanks for talking to us, Josh, and good luck in your next game.
Thank you very much.
Sweet. All right, we're gonna take a short break now. Oh no, you're good.
Four is out already. Game before last. Damage is out.
Get Jesse Day.
If you want.
Okay. Me and her? Yeah, she says. Yep. You good?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah.
What's the announcement? There's only 45 minutes lunch break today. So you will come back after lunch 1:30 p.m. 1:30.
Hello there. Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge 2026 round 34. 4 of 36. I am joined here by not Chloe Fatsis. If you don't know who this is GM Jesse Day, who is live on site here. How's it going, Jesse?
Well, I was supposed to be competing and dropped out yesterday for a medical thing. So disappointing not to be able to compete, but this is still the greatest Scrabble event in the world, and just being part of the atmosphere and being able to contribute a little bit is wonderful.
Yeah, very happy to have you in the booth. Chloe's taking a game off, well-deserved break for her. I might do the same if Jesse wants to stay by, but this match we have Dave Wiegand going first against Madhav, who has lost 2 games in a row to the 2-time world champion, David Eldar. So let's cut over to the board to see these guys in the flesh. Dave has just lost a game to Josh Castellano, so I think he's in 4th place. And he's going first against Madhav. Round is about to start. Everybody is running to their boards, as you can see. This is table 2. How have you been enjoying the atmosphere here, Jesse?
Oh, it's been pretty phenomenal. 500 players in one place competing is an unbelievable logistical challenge, but Michael is keeping things going with his usual zest. It's been actually really smooth overall. I've been very impressed.
I agree with that. Yeah, and you've been here before. You've played the Causeway Challenge. You played the Alchemist Cup. You're no stranger to this danger. So NIXMI. And then a P and an R for Dave Wiegand to start things off. So, an interesting opening rack. I'm thinking maybe a 3-letter word here, pix or mix.
How is Minx, perhaps, to get rid of the INPR seems kind of ugly. Also, Minx, if you slot the X under the triple letter score, you might be able to get some like you make a little bit harder to overlap because it'll give some playback. So I'm thinking Minx. How has Dave been doing on time?
It's been up and down for him. He's finished many games with a lot of time left, many games with seconds. He's been in some really, really tight end games. He just had one against Josh Castellano, but he didn't have a win in that particular instance. Minx is a great idea. That's why you're here on the comms here. Minx is a great play. Pix also a great play. There was a possibility of keeping the X with Preemie for a 5-letter word, but at the beginning of the game, X is not so good. I think we like this choice by Dave Wiegand. Now over to Madhav. There's Dutch lined up on his rack, keeping JT.
Yeah, the thing that's really struck me about Madhav as an observer is his poise under pressure. I see no sign that he is phased. Maybe it's the benefit of youth, just being locked in and sort of not absorbing all the repercussions and consequences of what you're doing. Wow, Jut went down super fast. Great, very new school analysis kind of play. Something I have learned a lot while preparing for this tournament is that the new engines really value limiting optionality for your opponents in the early game. Judd is fantastic because it gives absolutely nothing back. I was looking at Dutch, but if you think about Dutch going on the board, you're opening the triple letter score, you're opening bingos that hook ID. Judd just keeps things so tight. Dave needs very specific letters here to be able to make a play. And it crushes the analysis. Yeah. And just a really, really impressive how fast Madhav put that down. 33 seconds. I don't think that was an obvious position at all. That's really, really impressive.
Yeah, so Madhav going second did notice the 5-letter word Dutch on his rack, but after Pix comes down, things change a little bit. Dutch would have fit underneath with ID and XU, but Jut instead, like you said, extremely limiting. I think most of the time, or a lot of the time, the response to Jut is just a 3-letter word to the X, maybe with an E. Right. Which is not so great. And Dave here with not fantastic options, but he's going to be able to underlap the X with the I, Limn, TIL, and XI. That is his choice. That's a 20-point play, keeping IRT, but actually making the first opening on the board.
Right. There's such a penalty to making the first opening on a previously dead board. I mean, the question is, what else could he have done? He could have done something like NIM that would not have opened the triple word score. I think stylistically, I think of Dave as being sort of there was a school that came up when Quackle was preeminent, like in the dozen or so years, and Quackle was really all about bingoing and as many times as possible, setting yourself up to bingo, not as deep on the the board control strategic part. I think of Dave being part of that generation strategically. He's just going to club you with his superior word knowledge, which is like a very reasonable advantage to try to take advantage of. But here Lim does open more for Madhav, and he might have to. Actually, Madhav's rack is quite bad, but there's usually a penalty for being the first person to open the board.
Absolutely. Yeah, if Madhav had just one more vowel, he would be able to potentially pounce on that middle right triple, but he's going to play Dalt here. Interesting point sacrifice. He could have played DHAL in the same spot, making TILL. He really likes his CH combination. That's going to score very well in
Yeah.
many positions later on. But I wonder if he considered DHAL. He usually tends to put things on his rack, show us that he's seeing something. But
sorry, Dave has tottering as an ATO. Well, he is trotting as well. Never mind. Okay, he's going to play that.
What?
Sorry, tottering, TOTTRING. But then there's a much easier anagram. So.
Okay, yeah. Trotting coming right down. Wow, unlikely that N was staying open. Does trotting take an S is a good question here. That's going to be very important going forward. That's a big S hook on that pink square.
And he could have played tottering, which does not take the S, interestingly. So he played the one that does take S, but it's going to be also pretty hard for Madhav. I mean, if your opponent sets that up and it's Dave Wiegand, you're almost thinking he knows what the validity or lack thereof.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. Sometimes you want to make a play like trotting if you know that it takes an S. Your opponent might not know.
Right.
A lot of course, incredible word knowledge we've seen at all tournament for someone who's 15 years young. His word knowledge is fantastic, his memorization fantastic, but he still does have a little bit of a disadvantage not having been in the scene as long as Dave Wiegand. So potentially exploiting that, tottering would make a bigger scoring spot next to the T and the O than trotting would. So does Dave Wiegand know this takes an S? Is it going to come up in the game? Possibly. Madhav now with another pretty awkward combination. He kept those high scoring tiles CH with that D, and he's drawn some more higher scoring stuff. I think the best play here might be Choric, CHORIC, through the R and trotting. Instead, we're seeing Chog. This is a nice option as well, underlapping the DA of Dalt and keeping CDI, which is a decent combination. But look at that. First blank for Dave Wiegand. He's going to bingo again and put himself in a great position in this game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see ab air rate going down. I think for Madhav, with the early deficit, I like Chog to fork the board. Wow, I'm glad I didn't mispronounce that. But if you play Choric, it really locks things up pretty tightly. It's not clear where your next bingo is going to go down. So I think I like Chog as an, at least from a conceptual perspective. I like that to keep more of the board open. It just so happens with the luck inherent to Scrabble that Dave Wiegand happens to have a bingo rack here.
Yeah, but Madhav has drawn something here on his rack. He's got Picador and Parodic, which will fit Parodic
in the spot that he set up for himself, no less.
Yeah, underneath the OG of Chog. And will that be blocked? The only way that would ever be blocked is if Dave decides to play underneath with a bear, ABEAR, for 36, keeping the blank, trying to bingo next turn. Don't play a bared. A bear might be a verb, but
a boar
is the way.
Something I try not to be.
Yeah, the way to go into the past with that one. So Dave gonna take some time. He's so fast at going through his options, even with blanks. A barate, like you said, ABERRATE, through the R of trotting, possibly the best option here. But Madhav gonna come right back potentially with Parodic after that, or even Picador is gonna fit after a barate.
I can see the argument for a bear here from Dave's perspective. So with this, I think he could end up with that. With the 54-point lead, if you think that a bear gets you up 90 holding the blank, that's almost more powerful than going up by 120 but having a random rack next turn. Like E blank is such a good starting point for next turn. From a, I think if I were trailing in Dave's shoes, I would bingo and then you just say I need to bingo again to catch up. But it's almost less volatile if he just takes the points for a bear. Obviously, it's going to be a massive swing if he does that. I don't know that he's I haven't seen him line it up yet. I think he's going to end up bingoing is my read, but a Barry is very volatile. It sets up a D hook. It's interesting that Madov's rack actually isn't going to be able to hook that, but a Barry is a verb. Sets up an S and a D, sets up another big bingo lane on the top left. I don't think it's particularly appealing.
Absolutely, yeah. And like when you're up by so much, they've already up around 50 points. Control is something you're seeking as much
Right.
as possible. And although there's a lot of control in being up by tons of points, there's much less control when you're not keeping a tile you like and when you're not keeping the board in a state that you like. So very interesting choice between sacrificing 38 points and playing
That's a
a
lot.
very, very dangerous move of a buried. If a buried comes down, we're going to have a crazy board. Dave Young's going to have to draw something that helps him on this board to continue to pad his lead. Jesse, you have a background in data.
I do.
And so you were talking a little bit about Quackle. So Quackle is a Scrabble engine. We're following this game with
Oh,
a
no.
new updated engine. Don't do it, Dave. Don't play a Baird. Is he
Okay, there it
trolling
goes.
us or
Wow,
is he
what a
okay?
swing.
All right, good. Anyways, you were talking a little bit about the advent of engines in Scrabble. Of course, we're talking to a lot of people that are very new to this
Yes.
game. And so I'd like to talk maybe a little bit while I have you on the microphone about how we analyze Scrabble games, what has changed. I know there's a ton to say. We could have conversations about this for hours, but for people just joining us watching Scrabble for the first time, what is the value that we have and what is it bringing to the Scrabble community to have such fine engine analysis available to us?
Wow, what a question. I think the main thing we're lucky in the Scrabble community about is that we have so many talented, brilliant people who are doing this open source work that is available to everyone. All of the top analyzing software is free and open source, and that's just a really beautiful thing because I think there's this commitment to giving back to the next generation and letting sort of putting down the ladder and letting other people learn. And yeah, so the best tools right now, just recently on Woogles.io, we released the first ever freely available post-game simming analysis. It's a little bit tricky to find right now, but basically you can actually run it on a volunteer's computer. It'll automatically find someone to run the game for you. 3 minutes later, you have a full simming computer analysis. So a lot of there's still a long way to go with analysis. Scrabble's an extremely complicated game. There are more permutations than a game like chess because think about all the ways that the 100 tiles can come out of the bag at any point in time. So solving it deterministically, this is going to be one of the last games that ever gets solved like checkers or chess. But basically, we rely a lot on Monte Carlo analysis, where you put a play on the board and then you say, okay, I'm going to draw a play and see what happens. You do that 1,000 times. With the new generation of models, you can do that 1,000,000 times. You can see like 5 moves into the future. So Parodic goes down. I was wondering if he might do this. 30
Interesting.
points.
Yeah, not to interrupt the
rant.
But no, I want to hear more about this. Parodic was played. We saw the reaction from Mudov. He's not happy with this play. It sets up an easy triple for Dave, but it does set up a potential for a 7-letter word under the P later on. I'm wondering if he could have used those last 4 letters and played iodic from the I and trotting instead,
leading to a more open board, possibly.
yeah, that C, putting it in the middle of the board on the right side would have been really, really cool potential for bingos there. Maybe that was the play for him. And Dave, with a quick exchange, he drew a Q and a few E's and an O there. So he didn't have a great spot for it. And now he's just said, all right, I'm going to keep DE blank. I'm getting even closer to a bingo. And look at that draw, a Z and 2 S's, and a terrible, terrible draw for Mudov. So he's in big, big trouble here.
He can get out of this okay with Curio, that at least keeps something kind of balanced. But yeah, from Dave's perspective, although you can't see it with his arm currently blocking things, but this is kind of the worst case scenario for him of like why he could have gotten that bingo down, because first of all, he ran into the Q where you actually want to draw as many tiles with a Q so you can draw a U or something. So he hit a roadblock. And then he drew really well, but in a way that is not especially conducive to bingoing. Like you would almost rather have his rack with without the blank. Like there's a lot of anti-synergy between the blank and the Z and the like. It's actually going to take him a few turns to sort through this. He's going to score well for sure, but it actually gives Madhav a little bit of a window if he can pick up a bingo or two.
Yeah, it's the worst case scenario in some case, but little does Dave know he's actually blocked Madhav, the play of a bear blocking the play of parodic with the natural R. So he's actually dodged a bullet.
Right.
Madhav now thinking about Curio. That's a great way, like you said, to get out of this and play downwards onto the bottom right of the board to try and open space. So we like this play for sure. Over back to Dave, who's got a lot of scoring power right now. Tons of potential to score massively over the next few turns. And first thing I'm seeing is just playing Says to the left of the O of Curio, but he can score a lot more with trottings. Are we going to see that hook finally played?
Big gamble. I think that's a hard one to be super confident in, is unless he's like really rock solid on the INGS. I think Says thematically makes a ton of sense with the lead. Puts you up by 70 on an increasingly blocked board. And then you really want to spring the trap where Madhav opens, you pounce on it with your blank bingo. That would be a very satisfying sequence. But this is the kind of play where you could burn a lot of time trying to figure out what to do. Dave started out being very principled on time. Trotting helped a lot, getting that down fast. I think we're going to start to see time be a factor if unless an easy bingo presents itself. Does do trotting. So
All
wow,
right,
really
that is
confident.
huge. 44 points. Of course, there's a huge underlap potential to this play. Is Madhav going to hold this play and challenge? Does he know trottings is valid? I feel like in this scenario, you give 5 points back if you have any uncertainty about this play. Trotting is a 9-letter word. It's not every day you see a triple T word on the board and you know it's hooks. We'll see. He's thinking about it. He hasn't actually challenged yet. That's crazy. That is so much control, so much maturity at such a young age for Madhav. I think he's probably going to end up asking the computer whether this is a valid move. Worst thing that can happen is you give 5 more points to Dave Wiegand. So while Madhav's thinking about that, you were talking about chess. You're talking about how Scrabble has so much more randomness than
challenging.
chess. And yeah, he's challenging. We're going to go to the challenge computer here, get to see players walk up and challenge the play. But chess has had a moment.
Right.
It's I guess superhuman moment where Deep Blue took down Garry Kasparov more than 30 years ago, I think, or something like that.
Right.
But Scrabble has not had that moment yet. The best engines that we have are still at least an even match with our best player, Nigel Richards. So
Right.
you were saying it's going to take a very long time for Scrabble to be solved. I think it might take forever.
Yeah, when I look at the current generation of engines, I analyze Nigel games and I use the discrepancy between the engine and Nigel to measure how good the engine is. Like
Speaking of chess, Fabi lined up. Yes. So go ahead. Sorry.
interesting.
Continue what you were saying. Yes.
I'm amazed that people have the composure and time to find this stuff, and it's for our benefit. It definitely makes things entertaining, but that's pretty funny. Definitely a chess illusion. Maybe Hafiz here, by the way. BIR seems like way closer to a bingo than if he underlaps with fair BHI. I just don't know what those letters are going to accomplish on this board. I'd maybe be tempted at the points. Also, anything that underlaps the A is going to set up a big ZA snapback. Dave might well have an S based on playing SEZ. So, I mean, it looks like he's not going to suffer the ultimate consequence of some kind of QSS play, but Dave can just play Fess here for 44 and hold the blank. I don't know if that's what he's going to do, but it's got to be strong.
Yeah, Hafiz also a play that Madav considered. That was the first thing he lined up on his rack before lining up Fabi. But yeah, I caught you in the middle of your thought while Dave is sorting through this weird looking rack. What were you saying about chess and engine analysis?
Oh, basically, Nigel Richards is my calibration. If an engine thinks that Nigel Richards is making the wrong play, the engine is off. Someday that won't be true, and we won't always have Nigel, and we should be grateful for having his greatness to show us what's possible. But yeah, but there's going to be the next generation of analysis that's more machine learning or deep learning powered, and that's going to be another uptick. I expect to see that in the next couple of years. That's going to get us closer to like what Stockfish is capable of. But then there are levels beyond Stockfish. We saw in chess with the AlphaZero training a model or from scratch, learning the rules in 4 hours of calendar time, and then being like a step above. They're basically, Scrabble is a great place to be right now. There's so many layers. And then another big part of this is the teachability of the concepts. It's sort of when a machine learning model optimizes for winning at Scrabble, it is not optimizing for making that interpretable. Like a lot of times right now, you really have to read the tea leaves to figure out why certain plays are better. And my dream is to increase the interpretability so that everyone can actually use. It's not just that we're pointing at things and saying, yes, this is the best play, but everyone is getting these insights into this is the best play because if you draw a vowel, you get this, or this is the best play because you're not going to win unless you draw the Z, that kind of thing. I think that's the next horizon I want to get to.
And so F's was the play for Dave Wiegand, scoring super well, keeping an S and a blank on his rack. And the response of Madhav's is BOH. He was thinking about HOER underneath a bear, hooking onto HA, making HAO, DOBE, and AGER. But he's pivoted away from that, probably to retain the open lane on the second to bottom row, being able to hook that E. But that's not going to work out. There were tons of vowels left. That was the one problem with the play of BOH is the vowel consonant ratio, and Madhav has drawn awfully here. Dave Wiegand has a bunch of consonants, and the opposite problem for Madhav. He's drawn into 6 vowels. Very, very bad for him.
He can kind of get out of it with ARIER, which will at least set up on the bottom right. You can play AER, IER. It'll leave IE. Turn over 5 tiles with the blank, both blanks unseen. This should be turnover city, where they're definitely. I mean, Madhav doesn't know that Dave's been struggling with his blank for almost 5 turns, but Madhav will be eager to turn over tiles and try to reach for the blank. Notice also that BOH sets up haha.
Yeah.
Do you know the definition of that one? It's actually an ornamental garden ditch in British gardens. You can look it up, but I got it from Terry Pratchett. But it's like a ditch that you put there to trick people into falling into or something. But anyway, the A is there, and I think maybe he was thinking about trying to set up another big lane for himself if he drew the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good aggressive choice, but a double-edged choice. We see the problem with the play. He could have drawn into a bingo. He could have drawn into a rack like this, but ARIER is definitely going to save him. I would say you play this really fast. He's already seen it. I think he's going to play it within a few more seconds, but Dave Wiegand has drawn that all-important vowel to his leave of 4 consonants and the blank, and he's going to get the next blood. It's going to be so hard to imagine Madhav winning after Dave's next play. But we'll see. There's still a blank out. There's still a lot of Scrabble to be played in this one. But Dave Wiegand.
ARIER goes down. That's surprising.
Oh, that's very, very smart, actually. A little bit of a pivot here. Tons of E's remained unseen from Madhav's perspective, so he decided to keep an A and an I instead of the usually far more powerful EI, noticing the problem, noticing there's such a high likelihood of drawing a second E. I like this by him.
But the E is so much better. Like if you don't draw an E, then you just don't have an E, and that just makes it so much harder to bingo.
And the commentator curse hits immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah, very interesting stuff. Very interesting pivot. It's not going to work out for Madhav, not only with his redraw, but also with what's about to happen. Dave Wiegand to hit with something at least like Sandlot underneath the OH of Bo. What is he thinking about here, though? He has something lined up that isn't a valid word.
Send lat. Who is lat?
Maybe it's a cryptic message for one of Dave's friends back home in Portland, Oregon. But I think we're going to see something like slanted here with Haas. That does a great job at trying to minimize playback counterplay from Madhav's side. But no matter what, Dave is going to take an 140-point lead, and Madhav, who's just lost
Pretty rough.
2 in a row, is going down in flames potentially, but still some potential to win the tournament for him. But after this bingo by Dave, it's going to be tough to win this particular game.
Hard to say that Madhav did much of anything wrong. Maybe with the Iotic try, the board could have been more open. As parodic, you can bingo, but it's generally harder to bingo ending in a vowel than a consonant. So the parodic play feels relatively closed, and he just hasn't drawn balanced racks, period. But I just wonder if it could have been helpful. Oh yeah, there goes the blank. And how many vowels though?
That is a
5
lot
vowels.
of vowels, but oof.
It's funny that Davis scored so much, given that his draws have actually not felt especially balanced most of the time.
Man, this is such a heartbreaker though for Madhav. He can score 31 points now, but he's down 140. He can score underneath slanted with either Owidia or Ai. You'll correct me on pronunciations if you know how to pronounce these words. But unfortunately for him, he's down by so much that it's probably not going to matter.
You also don't want to set fire to your spread with a bunch of desperation plays when there's like real amounts of prize money at play for not first place. I think because actually a computer here or the tools that we're using like Macondo, I am just about positive it would open a triple in this position, because that's the way of maximizing your win percentage is you open a triple and then the machine doesn't block for some reason. But yeah, you don't want to get too desperate. He plays Dewey here.
Just trying to slow things down, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. You need one of the dynamics for the rest of the way is that Dave's going to want to get Dave has the blank, which is very helpful. But Dave's going to want to get the game over with as quickly as possible. He's going to want to turn over tiles, and Madhav is going to want to give as many turns as possible to himself to try to pull off the miracle comeback.
And we see a little bit of a reaction head tilt after that draw. Madhav 1 tile off of Synovia. With every draw, he knows he's closer and closer to not being able to win this game and leaving things in the hands of David Eldar, who has a huge lead over Josh Castellano. You see in the top left, 399 to 267. It looks like he's going to take this one too on the top board. Jason Keller and Tatcha in a very, very dead heat match. Tatcha ahead 42 right now, but man, it's been brutal to see this for Madhav. If he wins the next 2 after this, there is a very, very small chance he can still win this tournament, but it depends on David Eldar. He's up by so much. I'm trying to bring up the standings here, but I think David Eldar might run away with this one, Jesse.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Wouldn't be the first time. That is very true. So Dave Wiegand now trying to win this game. He's in fantastic shape, up over 100 points with the final blank. Only 16 tiles left to draw. I think trying to do something defensive here makes a lot of sense, but how do you block underneath the P of parodic effectively?
Yeah, and that lane doesn't even bingo for that many points. It's only going to be a 70-point bingo. If it goes down, you can re-overlap it. Yeah, Dave just fishes. Dave says, you know what, this is my chance to build up some spread. I'm not going to waste time blocking because I'm 99+% to win, and that spread could be a very important tiebreaker. So I think correctly taking the chance to milk some spread It'll be interesting to see if Madhav goes into spread conservation mode.
Mhm.
I don't think that he should yet. Slightly too soon for my taste, but there should be a point where he thinks about it. And
Yes.
given everything I've seen, I think he's keenly aware of the game theory. He's just going to play NAY here, looks like. And the chat pointed out correctly that the C is open on the left side for potential bingo. So he does have a couple of distinct lanes. I guess if a bingo comes down under the P, it will block the C, which is unideal. But nevertheless, you can always try to go for the blank here. Try to out bingo. If he can rig things up so that he bingos when there are no tiles in the bag. Dave has some high point tiles like the VVWW combo that we see unseen. Of course, Madhav doesn't know the blank is not available to him, but it's not totally out of the question that he could steal something here, and it's well worth fighting for at least.
Madhav really praying for some random K to float out in space so he could play Souvlaki.
Ooh.
But yeah, so looking at the standings right now, David Eldar is going to take a 2-game lead over everyone except Dave Wiegand if Dave ends up winning this game. So it's going to be David Eldar versus Dave Wiegand on the top board. If Dave Wiegand
Holy cow.
wins the next game, then it's going to be a tie at the top. So actually, it feels like Madhav might be completely out of it if he loses this
Wow.
game. Brutal situation now. Dave Wiegand drawing that Y. Madhav just scored with his own, blocking the best spot for it. I think Dave Wiegand is going to maybe just play OY on the bottom of the board,
Right.
or
and
to the left of the NA of Nay.
Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Right. The playing off the 3 E's with Irior looms very large because with OY, I think he can look and how many E's are remaining here?
Well, from Dave's perspective, 2.
2 more?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe he's not going to. I think playing OY feels a little dodgy to me then, especially with the W unseen. I don't think he's going to want to give Madhav the free points.
So yeah, if OI comes down at the bottom left, giving
can just do
Madhav a
roti.
huge potential score. Yeah.
So Roti and OY wouldn't do that. Like, if he sandwiches it between the Roti is not a sandwich, but if he rotis it between a bear and slanted, then
Oh, that's a
he can
really
score
cool.
decently.
Wow, that's a super cool insertion play. The bottom of the board making Roti and OY.
Getting hungry over here. Jeez.
Yeah,
Lunch after this, right?
yes, this will be the last game before lunch, and there Madhav lining up him too, hungry, Souvlaki. Man, and he's looking at a Vulcan. He is just so fast. He is firing no matter what the situation. His brain needs to be studied.
I think there's something about the first time you go deep on the words where it's like they're never going to be fresher than that, right? Like we've been at it for a couple decades, and it's like, well, in my case, and sometimes it's feels like a battle to keep everything from spilling out. Madhav doesn't have that problem. Like everything he's seen, he has mastered for the first time, and yeah, he is. Interesting play here.
Yeah, I'm not a
Whoa.
huge fan of this play by Dave. Again, he's in a crushing position regardless. He wanted to play an extra vowel. The problem with this play, I think the biggest problem is if Madhav has a G, you can play something like wag or vog or veg
Right.
with goatee, hooking that play, opening the top row and scoring points in the process, giving Dave a little bit of a scare, allowing potential 8-letter words to hit one of those 2 triples on the top of the board.
Also,
by
just
using
easier
one
to
of the-
bingo now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so not sure. It's an aggressive choice, and there's the WW draw for Dave Wiegand. We were talking about that being in the unseen letters this time, maybe not in 2013, but Viola for Madhav if he's
Ugh.
done. Like if he's done with this game, if he knows he's going to lose, but he's decided to exchange. This is his last chance to do so.
Good
8
move.
tiles left in the bag. Throw back the VOU, the worst tiles you have. Hope Dave just draws those and can't do anything for the next few moves. Madhav now still has a chance. If Dave has a struggling rack and can't play 2 tiles, he has the chance to bingo twice, but only if Dave either plays a phony or exchanges himself, which he won't do.
I think one well-timed bingo could do it. But probably he is semi-oval here if he were miraculously given an E.
Erg and Goaty. That's not happening, but
Weg.
Yeah, well, Weg wouldn't give that, but yeah, unfortunate. Really sad to see for the Indian youngster. He was at the top of the standings for such a long time. I think the only chance he has now is if Dave Wiegand and David Eldar tie. No, that won't even work. I think he's actually knocked out of the tournament, Jesse.
Cruel, but still an incredible run.
So just a W drop for Dave Wiegand. That has to hurt. Might have seeing that being like, wow, really? You're letting me bingo twice? You must have something fantastic. That might have actually been a play that gave him out of winning chances.
I'm not loving that. I want him to score more. I don't know exactly what he was supposed to do there, but like he drew one of the better letter. Like there's two V's on scene. Might have just exchanged. I think there was a lot of disaster potential with that. I guess the V is a good draw because you get Veg and Goaty, maybe, but I'm sort of not exactly loving the way that
closing
the
this one out.
doctor. Yeah, like Vom 25. I mean, yeah, Mata probably figures that one tile play. Okay, Vom up there. Yeah, blocking. Yeah, good. That's a lot of points, and it blocks Goaty, which he doesn't have. That's a great play. I mean, he's really betting the farm on hooking Oop.
Right.
I mean, if you're Dave here, do you play? I gotta count the tiles.
Yeah, there's 4 tiles left. I mean, you're up 102. I think it's just over.
Yeah, so don't empty the bag, but
not of redrawing that V and that O. He didn't want to see that, but yeah.
You can see him smirking a little bit.
Yeah, I think it didn't really matter at this score, at the score difference here. Dave is going to be able to time it well enough no matter what. But anyways, he's going to try still probably to get a bingo down. If I were Dave, maybe I would play off a W and an E or just a W again. Is there somewhere to play it? Yeah, the Ian slanted. You could play that and just try and go for a bingo. But from Dave's perspective, Mata pretty likely to hit oops next turn. So not sure exactly what to do here. You could just play Gup to the UP in the center of the board. Oh, he's doing something similar.
Yeah,
Ma'are. That's a great play. Just blocking the oops hook and just preventing disaster scenarios. And that'll be it for Dave Wiegand in round 34. Last round before lunch. We're gonna have a break after this of around an hour, maybe an hour 15. Heartbreaker for the 15-year-old. Unfortunately, this was his last chance, we believe, to win the Causeway Challenge, but his performance has still been insane. Never before seen someone this young just taking down grandmaster after grandmaster. He's already won the World Youth Championship. His whole country's proud of him. I can only see improvements going forward for this guy.
Maybe fish the O here, OUP, and try to draw Valines or something, and seems relatively harmless. To at least try that. It's not going to win, but it's more just from a spread maximization perspective. But yeah, Mata. I mean, basically, Mata like talents come along once a decade or something. Let's say, with Nigel being the sent from the Scrabble gods, like once in a world universe kind of talent. The player that Mata reminds me of a bit is Taran from Thailand.
Yeah, Taran.
Not here at this tournament, actually. I don't know if he's still active, but and in Goa World Championship 2019, it was really impressive. I think he was 16 at the time, and similarly, he went on a very, very deep run that fell just short. And yeah, I mean, Mata. One thing I'll say is that he does fish the O there. One thing I'll say is he comes from a really vibrant Scrabble community with a lot of support. Yeah, when I went to Goa in 2019, I met a lot of the local Indian players, like really great, fun, supportive, positive community. Really, really enjoyed that trip. Can't wait to go back. But so 2 years ago, actually, a player, I think Sujana from the Bangalore club, reached out to me and said, "Hey, we have a couple of young players that we're trying to get ready for the World Youth Championship. Like, would you be willing to just to do some coaching?" And it turned out the players were Madhav and Suyash Manchali, who's also in the Premier. And I think maybe maybe like halfway through the first time I ever, like, we did some practice games on Woogles and did some analysis. I'm listening to Madhav talk about the plays that he's making and talk about my plays. And I was like, I think he's sharper than I am right now on the analysis. And that was 2 years ago. Sort of one of those moments where it's like, I don't know how much coaching I need to do here. But what I love about that is that was his community being like, we want our players to do their best at this tournament. Let's reach out to like these players in our network to, let's do what we can to like maximize their game. I thought that was super cool. And he's a wonderful player and good kid.
Yeah,
So,
such a great player, such a great attitude about the game. He's always wanting to analyze, win or lose. And he's very, very stubborn, which if I were at his age about his plays, like I would be stubborn too. Reminds me definitely of Mac Meller from the US.
Definitely.
But yeah, when
another
being
prodigy
played,
talent.
yeah, exactly.
In that vein.
Like you said, only coming maybe once every decade, a prodigy like that. So when an NOUP, I don't think there was actually anything for Dave Wiegand to block there from the unseen letters with one in the bag, but
just
you have to be safe. Yeah. When a Noop coming down 410 to 276, we see David Eldar. It looks like he has taken down Josh Castellano, and on the third board, there's some stuff going on for sure. Jason Keller versus Tacha. The game is just about over. It's I think Jason Keller's turn in the end game. No, it is Tacha's game. Okay, this is Tacha's game. Tacha is winning this game as well. So Jason Keller also a heartbreak loss, it looks like, in this round 34. But David Eldar surging into the lead after a huge run for it yesterday. He's going to be in clear first place, one game above everybody. Actually, one game above Dave Wiegand only. Unbelievable stuff. So things are heating up. I think it's a two-man race after this game. Dave Wiegand going to need to beat Dave Eldar twice in a row to win the Causeway Challenge.
I think he would take those odds. Not as in I think he's like the prohibitive favorite, but all you want is a chance. That's all you can do. You can just put yourself in the position, and that's going to be some legendary stuff right there.
So we're gonna go straight into the lunch break once this end game finishes up. Genua or something of that nature for Dave Wiegand to go out on top of the W of Wen. But yeah, an unfortunate game for Manav. You see him a little bit emotional there. The only person in the room who would not be showing emotion in this situation is not even in the top 5.
That's right. He has a beard. If we're thinking about the same person.
So Genua coming down. This is a game for Dave Wiegand in round 34 of the Causeway Challenge. 2 rounds to go after lunch, guys. I'm getting very, very hyped here. We're going to go straight into the break, though, and we're going to come back, I think, at 45 past the hour. So 1 hour and 15 minutes from now, round 35 and 36. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Saturday when you played this, I had the urge. No, it's nothing. And then after that, just nothing for the whole game. Yeah, this turn I had CHD with this. Lanch or Natch.
Would have worked better.
I didn't want to keep 2Ds though. Like Lanch keeping DDT just felt so bad. Then for Natch, DD, maybe Natch was right. Dude, he's like full game is Scrabble. No, didn't have anything to do with him. It's not that I played badly anything. Yeah, I don't know if I played perfectly, but I just didn't have anything to play better with. Yeah, I had Paralytic on my rack at one point, and he blocks my responses. After that, I don't even have. Like, I played 6 off, I draw I played that off, I draw BA after that. I keep AEI, I draw EI. The playoff period, keeping AI, I draw EI and OU. Playing the player of EY.
Well, again, a heartbreaking loss for Madav, the
Exactly.
15-year-old phenom. Dave Wiegand taking this game, and he is going to be on the first table after this. Crazy stuff going on. Jesse, thank you so much for joining. If you like Jesse, you're going to get more of him. I think I'm going to bow out of commentary for round 35, the penultimate round of the Causeway Challenge. We're going to have Chloe back on the mic. We're going to have a crazy finish to this tournament. Thank you, Jesse, for joining us. It was great.
That's a pleasure.
All right. See you guys after the lunch break. Thanks for watching. Things are heating up. See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. We're here about to start round 35 of 36 over here on board 2. I'm joined by Jesse Day for this round. I know you saw him last round as well. Welcome, Jesse.
Yeah, I was over on the other side. So that's why people aren't too confused.
Yeah. We're switching it up here. In this round, we will have Tatcha versus Josh Castellano, both out of contention to win, but still in the mix for second, third place spots. So a big game ahead of us.
Yeah, I can't wait. Two of the best players out there. It doesn't get any better.
Yeah, and we have big news from Michael Tang, the event organizer. Causeway 2028 will be held in Kuala Lumpur at Genting Highlands. Michael is promising 1,000 players from 50 countries. It'll be 45 games over 5 days, and it'll take place in June of 2028. Big news.
Yes, I like the 50 country commitment. I wonder how he's going to make that.
I was wondering that as well. Do you
But-
plan to be there, Jesse?
Yes, I already told him I'll be the first person to sign up.
Amazing.
I wouldn't miss his events. He can move mountains, and
Mm.
apparently he can move all the tall buildings next to each other. too.
Yeah, well, okay, that's one country out of 50 confirmed. United States will be representing there in Kuala Lumpur. Here we have Tatcha and Josh at the table, ready to begin. Tatcha to go first. I think whenever they have the go-ahead, they will start picking their tiles. Jesse, have you played either of these players before?
Yes, many times. I think of Tatcha as the premier. Actually, I'll just say it. I think Tatcha is the best Thai player
Mm.
in my book. Everyone has their own favorite. I think he's the most demonstrated the most consistent, solid results over the last 10 years.
Mm.
And with this next wave of Thai players who we've seen a lot of on
Mhm.
stream, he's kind of becoming the elder of his community.
Right. Because he's a student himself of Pacorns, right? So
That's right.
it's funny to see, or it's nice to see this progression from, student to master, kind of.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's one of the great things about our community. And then Josh, this is the most noise I think he's made on the international stage. I mean, in the US, he's been really close to being national champion. I think
He's
on
won. Yeah, he's
Superfriend.
won.
He's won. Okay.
Yeah, he won nationals, I think, a couple years ago, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
So, but to my, my knowledge is incomplete because I spend most of my time chasing a toddler around. But to the
Yes.
best of my knowledge, like this is Josh's first time really contending on the world stage. So I'm really excited that he's shown such high quality games the whole time.
Yeah, Josh has really been putting in the work these past few years. Here, Tatcha with a few good options. I feel like he could play Locum.
Right.
That looks pretty solid. Maybe.
Locum leaving ER seems
Yeah.
really strong.
Seems good. I guess if he doesn't want to put a vowel next to the double letter, he could do Mucro.
Yeah,
but-
Mucro might be a little bit preferable. EL slightly
good,
worse. Mucro is interesting. Longer term, it will fork the board because that C is going to prevent overlapping pay.
True.
I think, I think either one is defensible.
Yeah, I feel like Locum is totally fine. The U, not the worst tile to put next to a double letter square. So this seems like a reasonable choice. And among his highest scoring options. So that'll be Locum for 24. Over to Josh now, who's drawn the Q.
Yeah, that U presents itself. Probably a relatively quick reply. Here.
Yeah.
He does have some other. I guess he could play cat if he wanted to.
Yeah, I don't really see why.
I guess Quant would give back quite a lot of books,
Yes.
none of which he has. So would set up Equant
Right.
and Quanta,
Right.
and Cat might be. One of the things I've been learning from the latest generation of analysis tools is just how important it is to limit your opponent's options early in the game. And Quant is kind of the opposite of that. It's kind of the nuclear option, and you don't have great letters.
True.
Josh is one of the creators of Magpie, which is the next generation space age Scrabble analysis tool.
Yes.
So I think he's probably well aware of that dynamic or strategic dynamic just from studying his own tools or whatever
Right.
the
Yes. Benefiting
eating
from
own
his own
dog food,
creations.
whatever
Yeah,
the
exactly.
term is.
Right. I guess he could play Court setting up the O that he has, but Court also takes a back E. So still setting up a bunch of hooks that Tatcha's likely to have one of.
Yeah, I think we will see cat
Yeah, it seems a lot safer.
as
with
he immediately
similar,
lines up
yeah,
for
yeah. Comparable
guaranteed
leads.
master king.
Yeah. Yep, there you oh no, okay, cat. Cat it is. Nice call. Keep things a bit tighter and a bit safer.
Locum, S or no S? What do you think?
No S? I don't know.
I think it should be an S.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there is an S. Okay. I need to learn these things clearly.
Well, the moment you start learning it, you'll start forgetting it. So.
Right. Oh, that's already happened. It's been happening for years. Tatcha with return and an E.
Yeah, I really wanted to be given a spot for an 8 there. Actually, like either card or quant would have given him some very nice chances to clean up his rack.
Mm.
Slightly more complicated to do that. What do you think of Rue here next to AL and TO?
Oh, that looks pretty fine. Keeps things tight still. It's a leave that we all like. The ENRT leave works pretty well for bingos.
Has some disaster potential though, with without letters to play through, or those.
Right, just the U and the M, which likely get taken next turn.
Yeah, I kind of like the 3 consonant 1 vowel racks. I kind of like having. I prefer having vowel heavier
Right.
places to play. I mean, actually, the even keeping a bingo leave in general here without an S for locums, it's he probably wants to try to make some kind of a play that opens thing. If he's going to go something fishier, he also should open a lane at the same time. Otherwise, he risks not being able to get his bingo down.
Right.
Like he could do. It's not great, but NUR, NUR, NU, and and then you set up your second R like NURR.
Oh, yeah.
It's like one way to keep things more open.
That's a nice idea. Looks like he's thinking just UR, maybe cur.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
You are there. That's but that works to set up a lane like you were saying.
Yeah, I think having the second vowel there takes away a lot of the risk. And yeah, right. So you set up a kind of a second lane. He can play cross, hooking UR. He could bingo through the U. I think that was a really good choice.
Yeah. Now I'm like really not seeing anything for Josh here. Nothing appealing. Gosh.
Right, Tatcha took the obvious scoring spot as well as the small bonus of his play that he actually took out the main scoring spot that was readily available.
Yeah. Now just the U to work with for Josh here. I feel like the M, another consonant, isn't helping his already consonant heavy rack. But nothing really to play through the U either.
Yeah, this is a big moment. He's definitely, I think he's going to sink some time into it because it could really change the course of the game. I don't think I would be playing the S here. It is an option because he has so many consonants. That's usually one of the times that I'd feel comfortable playing an S. But
it's so valuable here.
Yeah, exactly. Getting that first bingo down is so useful.
Yeah. Maybe just row and tour. It looks terrible though.
Keeping LNRS.
Yeah, looks awful.
Row also takes that T hook in Collins, which is not a huge deal, but it's not, you don't exclusively have the S. I mean, Tatcha could also have an S based on playing UR. You have a really good, you have pretty good sense of what Tatcha has to have here. Leave wise, it's pretty well constrained. So definitely don't want to open anything up that's too risky.
Yeah. It's an extremely bad position, bad turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is the key. This could be the key juncture of the game. If he can find a way through this one, he does play really interesting.
Okay.
He could have done NOWL, but again, yeah, you really don't want to do that when you think Tatcha is a strong chance of having an S.
Yeah.
I can see why. I'm slow. I would have spent more time on this position, but I understand. Yeah, I think this is a reasonable decision.
Yeah, I guess these bingos, even though giving up the hook, these will open up the triple rather than after Nowell, however you say that word.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
opening the opening the triple lane significantly worse for bingos.
Mhm.
Looks like Overnet will now play for Tatcha. He can score 69, making route, or 66, making hour. Neither of those particularly appealing. I think you just take the 3 extra points.
Well, the nice thing about overnet on the bottom
Yeah,
row is it puts the V next to the double
exactly.
letter score, so it's not as dangerous as it
Yeah.
could be.
Do you think slurrings is a word? I
Oh,
have no idea.
no.
Probably not. Yes. Okay, not a word.
Okay. Tempting. Yeah, the other overnet putting the T into the triple is it's bad. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
With Josh's pattern of plays here, I guess Q plays don't really say much about the lead, but Rowe is starting to indicate that he's converging on something. So I'd be very scared to. Actually, I'm surprised Tasha spent this much time on it. I'd be pretty worried putting that T into space.
Yeah. It seems like there's no reason to play overnet above UR as opposed to making route. It scores less. It's way riskier. Putting so many floaters out, especially the T in the triple lane, seems like a pretty clear decision. Yeah, you're right. It is surprising that he's taking so long here.
I would love to know what's on his mind right now. He doesn't have any like 9s or 10s or anything.
Yeah, and neither scoring
Over
spot.
values.
Yeah, neither scoring spot with overnet making route is so bad. You have to underlap the R with an E, and then there's only a 3 tile spot for going leftwards to the bottom left triple.
Right, really limits the damage that could be done.
Yeah.
Routh is good, RWTH.
Okay.
So, but that's also quite tricky to play at. Not a big consideration.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Tasha could be chickening out on overnet?
Seems unlikely. Maybe he's just writing down the alphagram again, trying to confirm, with something in his head, trying to find some sort of confirmation that he knows this word from Scrabble and isn't just making it up. That said, it seems like that would be pretty wild.
Yeah, pressure does weird things to people. Tasha is a highly seasoned competitor, so I would expect him to be pretty comfortable in the position that he's in. But I mean, this is the kind of juncture where you start seeing sort of the most inexplicable mistakes.
True. Yeah.
I hope that's not what's going on because I want him to find his bingos and
make the right plays. Yeah.
He hasn't shuffled his tiles either, so that.
Yeah, it's not like he's moved on to considering other options. Maybe.
Right.
He's just. Yeah, he can't possibly be deciding between the 2 placements. It seems quite clear that one is better than the other. Looks
Bite
like
the bullet.
he's
Gotta do
playing.
it.
Yeah, I think there's like no other. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I wonder maybe is it ROWT that he's unsure of?
Yeah, that could be it. He could have been unsure about that. Route ROWT is a verb. Yeah, maybe just. I mean, this. Oh wow.
Yeah, this gives back
huge,
slings big air. Yeah.
Swing. Slinger is now playable. Wow.
Yeah. That's a big swing.
Completely changes
Yeah,
the complexion. It's kind of cruel, really, because it's not such a massive difference, but it's going to be the difference between Josh bingoing and not.
Yeah.
But that's how Scrabble is.
Yeah, you get punished for these mistakes. Yeah, slingers will score 76. That's coming down pretty quickly. No time to waste there. Blocks the triple lane. It's the best scoring bingo for Josh. So
does give Tatcha an immediate huge scoring spot. He's going to score. I think he's going to get this one down. He's going to score like 42. I think 45.
Oh, for booty going alongside. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, though it would have scored a lot through the T of overnet anyway.
Good point. Yeah, I was thinking, is he going to have to? He's going to be looking at if he's not confident of route on that turn.
Yeah,
he's leaving himself a T. It's like entirely possible he could draw another bingo, and the route hook could be the only place to play it.
Yeah, that's so true. And I wonder now if Josh has wondered why Tatcha played overnet where he did, or if it didn't even cross his mind. You know, you just accept your opponent's plays. But for a lot of players, that would be a thing. You might realize, like, when you're playing route, when you're playing row, you notice the hooks that it's making.
Right.
So then to see overnet come down somewhere else,
Like
yeah,
yeah.
then you start to wonder what Tatcha knows or is sure of.
Maybe Josh is ace in the hole down the stretch. Yeah, it's a great call. Oh wow.
Really vowel heavy draw.
Tatcha has out yield for the E.
Wow. I think this might get blocked though with deer.
Yes, DEARE just across. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that looks great. Yeah, scores 35.
Seems like a standout
Yeah, I think
candidate.
yeah, there's really no other option.
Wow, John Deere, like John Deere tractors is wow, I didn't know that one. Jeez.
It's confusing the ones that are both brands and Scrabble words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also just the ones that are obvious misspellings, like
Mm-hmm.
peace, PECE. That's one of
Oh.
those. I agree. I have no idea what that means, but that's just like one of the ones that
PE what?
PEECE just looks like illiteracy, but it's actually a word. Someone hook us up with a definition of that.
Yeah, what does peace mean? Wait, I can check. No, it's not NW. I don't have the Collins definitions on my Ziziba.
Ziziba.
Unfortunately.
Tatcha freezes with okay.
Oh.
Actually, it's funny that Tatcha looks like he's the one who's about to play a word.
Yeah. What does he have? YO. Yeah, deer coming down. This is the right play for Josh. Good call here. I wonder. Honestly, I expected this a bit faster. I guess it's kind of hard to see. But here he goes. Good play, Josh. And now out yield blocked. How will Tatcha respond?
Yeah, this is another another really volatile moment. It'll say a lot about how the rest of this game goes if you can find a good outcome from this.
Mm-hmm.
You could do something here like Yod and Tori. Not very appealing, I have to say.
Yeah, keep the leave. I don't know, just keeping the U feels bad. You could do moldy from the MOULDY. Doesn't really change the board at all, change the board dynamics, which I kind of like to not take any big risks here. Like
maybe moduli in the same spot or modulo.
Wow. What a draw for Josh. Yeah, moduli looks good as well.
But the thing about the Y is I don't see it doing a lot next turn. You probably do like one of the things to consider from Tatcha's perspective is how am I going to get an edge? And to be honest, I think the way that's going to happen is he's going to have to play route and he's going to have to draw bingo. Like that, to me, that seems like that seems like the simplest,
simplest path forward. Yeah, I mean that's the only spot on this board now, really.
Also, both blanks unseen is the other really big consideration.
Yeah.
They should start to be optimizing for turnover.
Drawing blanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if he wants to play one more tile, he could do something like wood from the W. No, sorry, that uses 4 tiles as well. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know why you would do that over moldy. Also with the back A, doesn't really matter.
Oh, the back, yeah, woulda.
Yeah, I guess those plays
coulda, shoulda, woulda, all getting added.
Right, yeah. When were those added this past update?
Yes, they're the most recent update. Okay. Someone had a sense of humor.
Yeah, I feel like moldy's fine.
Outlied, turn over 5 tiles, keep TY. Actually, I think outlied technically means surpass in lying. If you look up the definition, that one cracked me up. Actually, outlied would set up the still is, but outlied would actually set up the Y up top.
Oh, that's true. It will get punished with ZO.
That would be disastrous, in fact.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah, that seems a bit odd. It would just be a bit too much
Or just
of an overreaction of trying to go for turnover when this play just scores a lot more.
this is a one,
Moodley for
yeah.
one more tile makes sense.
And more points.
Yeah,
too.
and more points.
Because we talked about the Y not being that good. Well, he figured out a way to get rid of the Y this turn and score decently. Turnover, really nice decision. I really like. Is very principled.
Yeah, this is nice. I'm not seeing any amazing options for the Z on this board. Maybe Josh will just consider raws it to the IT works and keeps the nicest leave probably available to him. But
Yeah,
it
sets
just
up a
opens
bingo
up a bingo lane, yeah.
Well,
doesn't- yeah.
Moodley doesn't signal too much. It could
Yeah.
be like essentially any two leftover tiles from Tatcha's side. So you might be comfortable opening it. Well, he also doesn't have the T for route. Not to overfix. He doesn't have an S for T.
Right.
Not to overfixate on that, but even with the blank, it would be sort of nice if he had a lane that he has access to without having to use the blank to get access.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Making a better bingo lane for his leave
Right.
seems appealing here. And holding the blank, you can just be a bit more confident in your bingo chances. Yeah, like you said, Moodley signals pretty much nothing. Doesn't signal much. Probably just that he was going for turnover. So maybe slightly showing that he doesn't have the blank. I don't think that's
Yeah,
the
signal that
play you
Tatcha
make
did not have a
with a
bingo.
blank. Yeah. One would assume.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with one thing getting back into analyzing games with the new generation of tools, especially, one thing I've learned is you always have to find your best setup play with the Z.
Yes.
Like you should just anytime you have the Z, you should just
Yeah.
you should spend like 30 to 60 seconds just figuring out like if I set up my Z, how would I do it? And I'm curious.
Okay, so this is kind of a Z setup play. I think the spot just gets taken so much.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. The Z and the blank are not great for bingoing. I mean, when you do get one of those bingos down, it feels great, but there aren't having a power tile on a blank is really boom or bust. There's a lot of times where even just drawing one high point consonant can just totally derail you. So it's a big gamble that he's going with.
Yeah, and they'll definitely get hit. I had seen Tatcha set up Cilium, I think, earlier on his rack, and that's the perfect spot for that play.
Turns
That's
over
like
6
exact,
tiles.
yeah.
Keeps the T even.
Yeah, and now Josh with tons of consonants. He's gonna have to take probably 2 turns now to work through this.
Right. Yeah, I was kind of thinking on Josh's turn, maybe he could do something a little more masked or something. Like he could have tried to set up like YEZ or something that I don't know. It's fun because that's the time you get to be the most fantastical is with setups where you can really go outside the box. But I don't know if that was the one. Or I don't know if you went with the right option there. But
yeah, now he has one huge play available. Furs through the UR, making ED and ZO. Yeah, that's the only. It's like by far the highest scoring play. It scores 51. So yeah, that's pretty much a must find.
it's at 15 minutes. He's doing okay on the clock. So Tatcha's actually the one with all that time spent on the overnet turn.
Yeah,
see if that comes back to bite him.
Yeah, and Tatcha also not drawing great after that play of Cilium, still missing the blank, still missing S's. He still has that T, which we don't know what he's thinking about row and the T hook, but he's had it for quite a while.
Maybe we can interview him afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start when you are in Tatcha's shoes and you turn over 5 tiles and then 6 tiles and you don't see the blank and you see your opponent playing shorter, you start getting pretty suspicious that let's just say Tatcha's not going to be opening any bingo lanes anytime soon, I suspect.
Yeah, certainly not.
He does have Fiat lined
yeah,
up, which is very reasonable.
Yeah, that seems great. Gives pretty much nothing back underneath Moodley there, making if, Li, and Ya. This seems, yeah, like just like the kind of play Tatcha wants here.
Yeah.
he'll be after furs if Josh finds it. I think if he had found it by now, he would have played it by now.
Yeah.
But yeah, after furs will be at a slight deficit. Game will be basically even. Fiat doesn't give anything back. Seems really solid.
Yeah, from Josh's perspective, he might even just be taking time to generate things like double doubles through the UR.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's so much potential, and missing one of these
Yeah.
huge Z, even blank using Z plays for 70 or 80 is could be catastrophic because he could be otherwise he could be dealing with this for several turns. So I think he's recognizing that this is an inflection point. I haven't seen him generate furs, but I also don't know how much of a shuffler Josh is.
Yeah, he's not. This is something I was noticing yesterday watching him. He's one of the people I've been watching that's the hardest to tell what they're thinking based on their shuffling techniques. And he was saying to me last night he really doesn't like to give any information, which is totally good and what everyone should do, I think. Or there are some players you can really read well based on how they're shuffling their tiles. Sometimes it can be a false flag, sometimes you don't want to read into it too much, but like certain players will shuffle their tiles a lot when they're looking for a bingo, will always alphagram their tiles, or will set apart the word they're thinking of from the word that they're, from the rest of their tiles. So
yeah, that's a pro tip usable in your local tournaments near
yes.
you. But also, Nigel Richards, tells or no tells? That's one of the people that comes to mind.
Okay,
Actually,
well,
I kind of don't want to tell him, but because we need all the help we can get.
Right.
I've definitely
Really, you know some tells.
if he lines up his bingos next time you watch a Nigel game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. I've only played him once.
Nice.
And I haven't watched
many more to come.
too many. Yes, hopefully.
What if he did whiz here? It seems kind of desperate, but if he goes whiz through the I and Cillian, setting up an S. Yeah, setting up Swizz. I don't love his leftover. Ooh, where's this going?
Interesting. So that's definitely a miss of furs. I think he's
What is that?
trying. Is there anything he could draw through the W potentially that he's trying to set up? I don't see it.
I'm doing a triple take here. That doesn't take any hooks.
No
right?
hooks, no hooks. I know it's odd. I'm not really understanding.
Wow.
I guess. I mean, there were other options, is the thing.
I thought I was being out there with Wiz, and he did something that
maybe there just weren't that many options that turn. If you miss furs, if you miss plays through UR, I guess there was furs and refurb. But aside from that,
well,
yeah, but like this idea of whiz, or if you're scared, just biz instead.
The problem is, I just don't know what the potential is for FRZ to even get rid of it. Like, where are they going to go on this? Like, what is he? Where are they going to go on this board? I don't know what the plan is.
Yeah.
It did make Tacha's life amusingly more complicated.
Yeah, especially with the fact that most of his plays now would use route potentially.
Right. Tacha's thinking.
I guess digit through the Eye of Cillian, which is fine.
Yeah, you don't. After 2 consecutive 20-ish point 3-tile plays, my red flag would be, I'd be on high alert for. I think he's probably going to spend at least a little bit of time just figuring out what Josh's plan is. Like, is it a fake setup? Is it like what?
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. I think we can assume that he was not passing up furs on that turn, and it was just a miss. Because it was quite a tough position if you miss that play. I'm just not seeing the MO of a play like blue when you're keeping the Z, when you're keeping the blank. I think something a bit more proactive, even if you miss furs.
Yeah, at least I want to know what the plan is. He probably has a plan because he's Josh and he's a deeply analytical and brilliant player. I don't know what the plan is. I want to know.
Yeah, we'll ask him. But he'll definitely be kicking himself about that miss.
Oh, we got to ask, is dab check a weird word and is it valid? It is definitely weird and it is definitely valid. So we love words.
Yes, many weird words in Scrabble. That one is among the weirder. Okay, so digit.
Wow, that's bold. And he's going to get away with it because Josh is left I mean, with a FRZ combo that he left himself with, actually, like if he had prioritized keeping better letters, he might have a bingo here.
Yeah.
But
And now I think you just play frizz through the eye of digit that was just opened up.
probably, but don't you want to keep the board open with your blank? You want to use it for something at some
Yeah.
point.
What
But
is
yeah,
the option? Like,
Yeah, not Zerf and FO. You can't do that. Yeah, like this. I think this is a good illustration of the anti-synergy, like the power tile blank anti-synergy. Although it's kind of funny he hasn't cashed in on either of them yet, but it's you really just want to get rid of the Z in bingo, and
Yeah.
he went for this very high variance path.
Yeah,
with-
hoping to draw some like FRZ bingo, I guess.
try and even on the horny turn, keeping the Z there and trying to draw into a high point bingo. And but the interesting thing is he's still in range. I mean, he's down 32 points. He has the Z in the blank. You have to think that and he's down to 10 minutes as well. He's put himself into a really tough spot, but if you can just get through this, he totally has a chance.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking of Hins now to the S of Slingers, the second S, making EDH, REI, and NAN. Just keeping the same leave as last time seems a bit bold. I think, and he's going for it. It's just like exactly what you were saying, Jesse. This Z
What are you
blank-
fishing for?
Yeah,
Tell me.
maybe he's just maybe we're underestimating the value of the Z on this board, or maybe Josh is overestimating the potential value of the Z.
Where's it gonna? The best play he can draw is furs.
Yeah.
If he draws an E. He gets to play the play. He could have played 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
I'm so cute, and he drew pretty well there. But still,
Yeah.
when you start with FRZ,
Yeah, one
EIP,
consonant, like one clunky consonant is gonna like mess up your chances for the next turn.
right. And Tasha, meanwhile, over there thinking, what do I have to do to just draw decently? It's like his opponent is kind of stalled out. It's like just if he gets any kind of break, maybe he can do YAE here in blue, and it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I guess someone pointing out like huge bingo could be frizzled to the D of digit, but that's
that's wishful thinking. I mean,
like
if it happens, it's great.
Yeah, exactly. It would be awesome, but there have to be other options that you're more likely to draw. I'm sure. Yeah, there's bingos through the I and D, like Faraday's or whatever. But
Does play
just
YAE.
yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, from Josh's perspective, the other thing about having the blank for so long is when you have the blank on your rack and you don't play it, and you're playing these dinky short plays, you make it harder for yourself to draw the other blank.
Yeah.
Actually, Tasha's given him res.
Yeah, I know. He's got res.
Mercifully.
He still has furs though. Furs is still his best play.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're given a second, is he gonna find? Sometimes when you're given a second chance, it's oh man, this is gonna be so tight on time. There are so many tiles left, and they're both down to 9 minutes on the clock. It's gonna get really intense.
Yeah, and someone is gonna bingo. I predict. I think.
Watch us be wrong.
Yeah. There's also, res will block XI, which I think is Taj's best play by a lot. But still, furs again the play for Josh. I think he's just completely missed that UR spot as a place to play through.
Happens to us all, even when you're in 4th place in Causeway.
Yeah. Do you think just FAIX now through the I of digit?
Keeps a nice balanced sleeve, although it goes absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
I think blocking the letters on top is quite important. Well, it depends if you think Josh still has access to the bottom of the board, because if he blocks up top, Josh and Josh bingo's on the bottom, there might just be nowhere to bingo. You could do something like infix. That's pretty bad. Keeps AAD. We don't like that. Thinking about ADX kind of gums up the row spot a little bit, but it is going to give the X to play through.
That just seems like giving back needless scoring spot that Josh might benefit from and then give nothing back in return to. In this scenario, though, I don't think it will.
Fipples?
Is that a word?
I think so.
Okay, yeah, it popped out to me, but it felt a bit odd. I guess that'll play.
Because how often do you have FTP on your rack? But
Yeah.
Josh has been honing his way to that. Like he had FP last turn, right?
Oh, I guess he also has pipefish available, but Fipple's definitely
Pipefish.
better.
Ooh, man. That is crazy.
So Fipples will play with Rose.
Oh, Tasha.
Pipefish, we're saying through the eye of digit. Yeah?
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
He draws something semi-decent. I still don't think he bingos. Wow. Yeah. Josh let off the hook, gets the Z down,
Yeah.
gets the bingo down. The sequence he probably should have had like 2 or 3 turns ago.
And here comes Fipples. Nice word. Not often this one sees a Scrabble board, hits a Scrabble board.
But Tasha's going to get Neef immediately.
Yeah.
And that's important as well. 47 points keeps ETT very reasonable. And important from a tempo perspective. I keep jinxing him because watch him take like 5 minutes here, but getting a quick,
Oh, I think
obvious
challenge here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's weird. Don't see that every day. What do you think it means? I got
Fipple? Yeah.
Yeah.
Check for it.
Any guess?
I have nothing. I'm drawing nothing.
Okay, the answer is a plug at the end of a whistle, flute, etc.
Okay. The Fipple. Wow. Wild.
I
That's
don't
a cool word. That's a cool looking word.
I guess it includes all the woodwinds or something like that.
Yeah, true. Josh would have been able to define this word for us.
Right. Yeah. Probably just it's like, oh, it's an everyday word.
Of course, a Fipple. So here, yes, probably Neef coming down soon.
47. He's got to get it down. Even leaves a lane
Yeah,
open, leaves
great.
the N open to bingo 2 conceivably.
And then Josh has drawn the J, A, G. Did you catch the other ones?
No.
Because I think I
A
saw
lot of arm here on this commentary booth today. I understand. You get wary.
Yeah.
Got to brace yourself. No blank. Critical. Wow.
Yes, Fipples was better than Pipefish. Fipples scored many more points. Scored like somewhere around 10 more points. Yes, exactly 10 more points.
And it got the +5. That
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, exactly. When you play a word in Scrabble, in this dictionary, we're using the 5-point challenge rule, which means that if you're unsure of a word that your opponent plays, you can challenge. And if you're wrong in your challenge, if it is valid, then your opponent adds 5 points to the score of that play.
Normally they show the visit to the challenge computer.
Yes.
I guess that's for board 1.
Oh no, we had it.
Oh,
Yeah, we
cool.
had it.
Okay.
And here we are. So
we're close to the end of the game. There's 6 tiles left. There's a blank unseen. The pool from Josh's perspective looks, I would dare say it's alarming.
Yeah.
A lot of vowels, 8 vowels, only 4 consonants, but the consonants are KNTT. So those are pretty promising for a bingo with a blank.
Yeah.
So
maybe blocking now with Jive.
Right, but with Neef blocking, or sorry, with Neef setting up a second lane that is quite accessible. There's stuff like fetation or out eaten. So it's not super obvious where to block.
Really, I still feel like the top lane, like having 2 letters there at the top, the D and the I to play through versus just the one of the N.
Sure.
And the D and the I being more flexible, being able to go in the middle or at the end of words.
No, it's a great point.
Just makes that the area of the block.
Right. The other thing is his block has to score enough
Mm-hmm.
because he's only up by 17 points.
Yeah.
So if you play his Jive, he's going to be up 34. But actually, there's not a lot of scoring letters in the pool or scoring spots on the board. So it might be bingo or bust from here.
Yeah, so Jive leaves 3 in the bag, right?
Right.
So,
50-50 chance he ends up with a blank,
Yeah.
given our information.
That's true. And then from Tatcha's perspective, he'll be down, we said 33. Yes, 33.
Yeah.
So the timing, it'll be tough to make it work out such that he scores enough on his turn and will be able to go out into the tempo going into this end game.
Right. One of the questions is, like, do I have to bingo? And when
Mhm.
you're at that 30-point
Mm-hmm.
juncture, that's kind of a tough call.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, another thing you can think of is what fishes to go for. He could go for outtaken here, and
set up another lane somehow as well.
with exactly, with the end being open, could fish the end, but if you're it's not super high probability. You probably want to play 2 to maximize your chances of drawing the blank. You could do
Yeah,
something
so
like
blank-
tup here, and
Yeah, that looks fine. The blank is still in the bag. Blank O in the bag, it looks like. Blank AO.
wow.
So chances are good here of hitting his fish if he decides to go that route. The thing with setting up a lane is you have to set up one where it's impossible to block both spots at once.
What about tutor? I think that might be the one. If you play tutor to the TOR on the
Oh,
board,
that's very nice.
I mean, Josh can probably play across and block, but you just hope with taken and the problem is taken is not going to bingo super well through the T or to the N.
What is he?
And yeah.
Is he just going a different? He's playing NAR, KNAUR, I think, or that's what he's holding, KNA, or maybe NAP. Is that the word?
Yeah, emptying the bag is okay
Yeah,
here
maybe
if you think that.
Okay.
Wow.
Huh. Okay.
Emptying the bag.
That's crazy. Maybe. What's the upside here? I think this probably just gives Josh too much information.
Is he gonna have out eaten? Yes, he is.
Yes.
Okay.
So does he have anything else? Outtakes doesn't fit out. Yeah, I think.
Outstake? No.
No, I
just
think
stake out.
just have to block out eaten. I think that's the only threat. But you have to be careful
not to give
not
something
give something back.
And you got to score enough.
Yes. It looks like there are maybe no winning plays for Josh here.
No. Where's the other play? Or where's the other bingo?
Well, it might just be that his blocks score
I am
so little.
This is wild.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one sequence maybe for Tatcha. This is going to be a really close end game.
Tatcha with a soul read saying, I'm going to score 18 points and intentionally empty the bag.
And this is where
normally Josh would have the first chance to go out.
Yeah. This is where time will be really important too, to work out this end game. It's not going to be easy for either player.
This is unbelievable.
Josh currently considering, I don't know where AI goes. It doesn't block out eaten.
Right. He can't do ain. He can't do gain. He basically cannot put any letter. Like it's going to have to be a cross, and he's going to have to put the perfect letters that Tatcha cannot use.
Yeah.
So it's going to have to be.
I think just like Jin or something, or Gan.
But yeah, right. It's gonna have to be Jin, because if he does gain, then takeout is playable.
Exactly.
So it's gonna have to be. He's gonna have to play Jin, and I guess he doesn't. He doesn't even have an out that he can threaten. Wow. And there's really no way. Yeah, because outtaken. I was gonna say you could do like NGAI. He can't. One way you can think about this, you can think, what letters are safe? What can I expose? The N out of the question. The A is okay, but he has to make a 4-tile play to the left from NAR. He can't expose the N. He can't expose the S. What does that leave? IGA, but that leaves takeout because IGA takes a T in front. So there's literally no 4-letter play he can play there. Therefore, he has to play GAN or Jin. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's literally no 4-tile play that can go to under the K.
How did Tatcha rig He's like
It's
a
insane.
puppeteer. It's like I don't even know how he saw the possibility of this as a winning try. Unbelievable. I mean, the K isn't even you can't even bingo through the K.
Yeah, looks like Josh, considering I think he doesn't realize the T hook yet.
Oh my, that would be just a devastating way to lose. But yeah, process of elimination. Does he? Oh, jeez.
He's down to a minute and a half as well.
The noise in the room increasing as people finish their game. That never helps.
No. So stressful for Josh here. But I think, yeah, he just needs to realize the only plays that effectively block, out taken, out eaten, whatever,
Yeah.
are 2 tiles from the end. They have to go from the end.
He's got to play now because he needs to put the ball in Tacha's court
Okay.
and force him to find the best play. No, gain. No.
Does he not see takeout maybe?
No, I think he sees. Well,
Because takeout fits. Yeah.
he needs to leave himself some time so he can react to whatever Tacha
know.
does, especially if Tacha plays fast, which he could very well do. Not that I would be confident what the best endgame sequence is for Tacha.
No, yeah. It seems like after Jin, which according to Quackle is the best play. Okay, so this
One
does the
Tyler.
job.
It
At least at blocking.
blocks.
We'll see now. Josh has 36 seconds to play the rest of this endgame.
That is absolutely brutal. And Tacha, I think, has a relatively clear first play, which is it Oat?
Oat is one of
bottom.
the 3.
So he can play that with confidence and fast.
Yeah.
Like he just needs to. It's relatively simple because he can just say, okay, I got Oat, I got Eat, and then look at the leftover tiles and just figure out where they go and find the second play.
Yeah.
So it's like a relatively straightforward end game for him. He's already circled it. Yeah, he's going to press the time here. It's going to be really tough. I mean, we know it's what the outstake. No. I cannot believe the okay. He hit his
my
clock.
God. He's about
He hit the clock.
Josh,
Looks at his opponent.
okay.
No,
That's
Josh challenges. Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
This is a huge swing. That's
I want to see Josh's. This
a game-losing mistake. As long as Josh manages to not go overtime. Oh, that's brutal. He thought the whole time he thought he was just golden. He thought he had 2 bingos. Oh, that's brutal.
outskate being good might have thrown him. I mean, Tacha's English is pretty good, so I don't think it was that like an outskate, outtake confusion.
Now Josh just has to be careful not to give a spot for takeout or another valid bingo of Tacha's, and he should be good here.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Because
So-
just Ode is good enough, right?
Yeah,
I was just
Oat was good enough, Eats was good enough, and Auto making KO. Those were the 3 winning plays for Tacha.
I was just saying he can put Josh under a lot of pressure by just making a simple, like, that's the best scoring play. And
Oh wow.
that is
That's
crushing.
brutal. Wow, Josh is like, what just happened?
Yeah, Josh, after he played with fire this game. I have no other way to
Yeah.
put it. Like with the
Yeah,
he
those
danced with the Z
blue-
lane
Yeah.
for a good third of this game. Somehow extricated himself and survives.
Yeah, a lot of really interesting choices from Blue, Horny, Hins. Yeah, this was an odd one.
Yeah, I mean the low score reflects it. Usually, when you get a top level expert game and it's like under 400 on both sides, some weird stuff happen.
Yeah.
And this is, without a doubt, one of those weird ones.
Josh go out now, or will he just play with? I mean, he
He
can just
could
play
just
with
hook
everyone.
dives, and
Yeah.
that's probably
Yeah, I think that's also Tacha's
Good.
best play. But at this point, I think Tacha realizes he's lost this game.
yes.
He should try to find the best end game because of how late it is in the tournament. We've been saying this
Spread
All
matters.
day today,
every
spread,
time.
yes, spread really matters. But it's so crushing. It's like the
Trying to
worst.
find his best end game after that.
Yeah.
You can do Auda or oh no, that
Yeah,
gives
you can-
just you know you want to do
Yeah,
that.
like TAU. Yeah,
Yeah.
these all give out plays though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess auto gives maybe nothing. What does auto give back?
Auto might be the star play here.
Oh,
Or Auda.
oh, you have to block Josh's outplay of
Huh?
Gizmo. That's the thing, to the MO of Cilium.
Which he might just do accidentally. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, no, he has Gizmo right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I did not
the
spot that.
no,
That's
I didn't
important.
either. That
Josh
is-
eminently capable of finding that, but I don't think he needs to. But
yeah, I think he'll be fine unless there's no world in which he's G stuck, right? He can play GIF and GAN. So yeah, those both work.
very cool. I'm seeing on the Woogles broadcast of this game, which you can check out. There's an invitation to join Scrabble Man on commentary if you want to try your hand at commentary. That is very cool.
What a nice
I gotta-
opportunity.
I gotta plug that because it's a very cool life experience that I recommend.
Yeah, don't watch us. Go watch some
Make your
other
own.
commentary. Yeah.
Yes.
Go make your own. Yeah.
Bought a cup of coffee before this game,
Mhm.
and I just realized that this has been intense enough that my coffee is like 2/3 full right now.
It's been such a weird game. Okay, so toe comes down. This doesn't block Gizmo, but okay, and Josh found it. Nice find, Josh. I think he
Good stuff.
probably saw that. Maybe when he played Anne, he was working out different endgame
Yeah, he probably
sequences.
saw that 3 turn. Not that he probably never gets the third turn, but
Yeah.
yeah, well found.
Wow, what a game. So weird. From
Under
basically
400.
the first turn, and no turn was easy here. I mean, the row play was really tough. Over net coming down in the spot we didn't expect meant that there was this uncertainty the whole time about the hooks of row and which players knew which hooks.
Yeah, I would love to just know
Yeah.
if they saw that or if it was part of the
You played
consideration
this
ever.
kind of
That's the
mistake.
overhead mic.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's not great.
Yeah, because
you
I'm
needed
quite
to?
sure about this. That's why I played.
Oh, is that enough?
Because you lead only 17.
Yeah.
I'm only by 3.
The problem was like maybe like I
Why are you
can't.
gonna play?
It's hard to. I can't put a tile here because you have too many bingos that go over
And
there.
what you gonna play? You
Oh,
down by 3.
I'm down by 3. Oh, that's bad.
Signa 20.
Yeah. Oh, you.
You see Signa?
I wasn't looking at those plays yet. Hopefully, I would have seen it. Yeah. Do I have an out? I don't think I have an out. Yeah.
But you still have time. You can score.
Can I score
Oh,
on that?
Segni. I think you will see something.
Oh yeah, Segni. Yeah. I'll play. At least play that.
You see.
Is that enough? That's probably not enough, right?
20. You lead by 17. You probably win.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'd be confident I'd find something
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
These scores are equivalent too if I end in IA or IE. I guess they are. Okay. Yeah. I guess it's enough because you can't go out.
Then you win your way.
Okay. So that was a decent attempt then. If you think it's good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This one is good, right? That's my mistake, I guess.
Yeah. I noticed overnet there wouldn't have. Yeah. And then I don't know what to do.
But... Then hard to die.
Wow, what
Huge
a
swing.
game there. Josh just gonna fill out the score slip and then we will try to get him over here for a post-match interview. Super weird game. Exciting stuff down to the wire. Josh with 6 seconds left on his clock. We're gonna take a short break and we'll be right back when Josh is in the studio.
Rookie mistake on my part. We are here with Josh Castellano, the victor of round 35 against Tasha. It was a thrilling game. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Yeah.
Many strange things happened. How did the game feel from your perspective?
I felt like I played this one probably a little worse than previous games. As is the case with closed boards, there were some decisions that I didn't really feel great on, but I had to make due to time. So
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to seeing how I could have improved some of these plays.
How did you think about your time management? Are you trying to spend a certain amount of time per sector of the game? Like, do you have a target that you're going for? Like, how do you know that you spend too much time?
No, I just
Feel it?
I just mostly panic, and then
Mhm.
when I give up, I make a play, and then I usually never have enough time at the end.
Right.
That's something I still need to work on after all these years.
Very relatable.
Yeah.
So, Locum, S hook or no S hook?
I think that takes S. Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
be
it does.
confident. Yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of interesting hook situations in this game.
Yeah.
Clicking forward a few turns, this T hook.
Yeah, that was
ended up being
really,
apparent.
really important. When he played it, I was like, oh wow, good thing he didn't play the route hook, because if he did, it's not game over, but it might be close. It's looking
It's a
really
much harder
bad.
route. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And you were confident on route when you,
Oh,
when
yeah,
you
yeah.
played it?
Yeah.
You-
To rummage, yeah, it's a verb.
To rummage.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh. That's,
Yeah. Was row? I also like for the whole game, like every decision's like I don't know, like row. I don't what did the analysis think of that play? My previous play.
Right. That's Mike trying to overcome Michael Tang, raising my blood pressure. Yeah, we'll have the definitive analysis, but we weren't
Okay.
doing. Unfortunately, we were not using your baby
Oh, okay.
Magpie.
That's all right.
So we'll look at it more deeply. We just got to go on
Okay.
vibes alone.
Got it,
Like
got it.
it's
Sounds
just
good.
like the old days of Scrabble.
Yeah.
Yeah, the role play was interesting. You left 4 consonants.
Yeah,
but also there was just very little else to be done.
Yeah. Okay. Oh wow, it's saying burn my S. That
No, but this is static. I don't think that's
Okay,
I don't
yeah.
think that's credible.
now I probably maybe is a little better. Anyway, yeah. Okay, so it's close. Yeah.
Yeah,
Overnight.
let's see another key juncture. Deer, very important, blocked out yield.
Ooh, that was okay.
Which
That's
would've
lucky.
been a
Yeah, I
huge
mean that's
swing.
the standard equity play.
So I have to ask you,
Oh,
when you ended up with the Z and the blank, this was super interesting. What was
Yeah.
your plan? I
I
think we said about 10 times, what is Josh's plan? I want to know what the plan is.
you think I don't have a. The plan is keep the Z. Never
Okay.
play this. Rule number 1 of Collins: never play the Z.
What's rule number 2?
That's it.
Okay,
That's
only one rule. That makes
the,
sense.
the only one I can think of. Yeah.
So you went for the setup with
Yeah,
there.
this I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure. The problem is he takes that literally like almost every time. There's not a single. It's hard to imagine him never ever
right.
taking that spot. So I should probably just play Yeah,
Rozit.
I should play Rozit here.
We
he's
kind of like
gonna
Rozit
smidge.
because it does set up a lane that
Yeah.
because you don't have the best access to the row.
Yeah, and I have an E, and maybe he doesn't have an E, so that's just a better play. I did not see that actually. I should have generated that. I did not. But I mean, I'm keeping the Z, so it can't be a massive blunder. It's probably I'd say like a mistake, but
Yeah. Did you also were you thinking about Z setups? We didn't find a great one actually, but it's something we noted that these Z turns are very time consuming because you have to consider setup possibility.
I wasn't thinking that deep. I was just struggling to come up with like good equity solutions that would, not be huge blunders basically.
So this was the swing was furs.
Okay, yeah, that's a huge blunder then. Yeah.
Yeah, we figured
I completely missed it first.
Yeah, not the easiest.
Yeah.
Type board blue. I guess blue gives kind of nothing back, but
yeah,
you kind of already described it. You were just trying to keep things straight and not get.
That was a bad, bad miss.
Did you have a particular play you were going for with this?
No, I couldn't see anything and gave up. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's a better version, right? Wine. Oh, it's
not-
two. It's
yeah,
okay.
I
It's
think
one
it's
fewer.
pretty much the same. Yeah.
Okay.
It was fascinating that the blank stayed in the bag as late as it did.
Hmm.
And then we got to talk. I don't want to. I could spend all day talking about this game.
Oh, I
but,
missed furs again. Nice. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Getting our crack team is making hand signals at me. So I got to talk about the ending. So what did you think when First of all,
Okay.
you saw Tatcha's play of Nar,
Yeah,
which
okay,
sounds,
so-
that's basically how you say no in Australia. Is like a
interesting.
Nar. I can't do it.
So basically, my entire thinking for most of this turn was based on a mistake. I know the anagrams of outtakes, stakeout, outskate, stake, whatever. I know all of them, and I like kind of hallucinated that one of them like fit. And I was like,
pressure.
crap. I couldn't
Right.
find a way to block out eaten and the non-existent bingos through the K. There might not be any.
There are none.
And then at the last minute, I realized, wait a minute, there's nothing. He doesn't have anything through the K. Now I have to block out eaten, but I can't give back like
So you realize
like,
it
takeout.
like several minutes into your turn.
Yeah, I realized it too late that like I just need to block out eaten to have a shot, and I can't play. Well, I maybe can play 4 or 5 tiles, but I didn't have time to iterate through all the like. There's like too many. Yeah, so it seemed like maybe GAN or something.
Yeah, you could do GAN, but
yeah.
amazingly, yeah, you have no 4 tile blocks across.
Yeah, it didn't.
You can't play more than 2 tiles here.
It didn't seem like
mathematically, this was Tatcha's game to win. I don't know if you guys figured it out over the table.
No, we didn't figure this one out.
Yeah, this was.
Wow.
If he just plays.
So there is a win.
He just plays eat, oat, or auto. Those
Okay.
were the. Yeah.
And then what's the sequence here?
Yeah.
Auto, and then what if I play underneath? He just okay.
He just has the blank.
Ooh,
and he has
nice. He has a lot of plus. Okay.
So.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I didn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't really
obviously
thinking.
you were just trying to get by in the moment.
Yeah, I was just trying to block the bingo. I can only. It seems. I guess it's lost for me at that point. After
mathematically, but that's why Scrabble.
And then here,
is
it? I have a bunch of wins, presumably.
Well, I think you found a strong sequence. Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, you found the optimal sequence.
Oh, I did. Okay. Yeah, I figured.
Nice one.
Thank you. Yeah.
So yeah, you're in it with the tournament is clinched. David Eldar is our
congrats
champion,
to him.
and you're going to play at Dr. Bing. Is there anything you're thinking about going into a Dr. Bing matchup? You know very well.
No, actually, I'm usually a little more relaxed around people I play it a lot. I think.
Sure.
I know Bing. He knows me.
Bing knows you.
It's like we're back in New Orleans or something. Playing for
Hood River.
Playing for
How many times would you estimate you've played?
Around 20-ish, maybe 15 to 20, maybe.
Sounds about
something
right.
like that. Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be a great matchup. Everyone should stick around for it, and I won't take any more of your time. So, congrats, man! Nice win. Way to get it out. That's why we play the game, because anything can happen.
Yeah.
So, way to stick it out.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the final game of the Causeway Challenge. This is the game for potentially third or fourth place. Harshan Lamabadu Surya coming all the way up from the dead. He's in fifth place right now. Tacha, who we just saw, in fourth place. Huge thanks to Jesse Day for coming in and commentating with Chloe here. Back to the original team. Harshan to go first. This is an all-important game. Both of these guys have clinched a place in the top 10. They're getting paid. The question is, how much?
Yes, a lot on the line here for these two players. Tacha with a tough loss just now. We saw the phony bingo in the end game. That was tough. That was a tough watch. I'm sure it felt pretty brutal in the moment. Harshan, we haven't seen him yet on board 2 here. I'm excited to finally get him on our stream.
Absolutely, and he has been a mainstay at the top of Scrabble rankings, 2 times world runner-up, always in contention pretty much any tournament he's playing in. UK tournaments, local tournaments in the UK, tournaments in the US. He attended the Albany Superstars tournament on US ground last year. He did fantastically there. Here he is in Bangkok, Thailand, fighting for the best possible finish. And he's first to act against Tacha.
Yes, and last round, just an update for all of those watching. David Eldar did manage to clinch victory in the Causeway Challenge. He beat Dave Wiegand, and that guarantees him the win in this tournament. So over on board 1, we have Josh Castellano facing Dave Wiegand for second place and potentially third. And over here, we've got the third and fourth place game.
And AEEHILW, that is the opening rack for Harshan. A while, you can play that. You can play just while, WHILE, maybe retain the A. That seems pretty cool, pretty good.
Yeah,
What are you liking?
I like that thought of keeping the A to hook onto while to make a while. Seems to be a lot of upside there holding the A himself. He
Yeah.
might, yeah, I think I prefer that. I don't know. I don't love putting the A on now. It creates more scoring opportunities, parallel a while for Tacha. I think I'd rather just keep it. But looks like Harshan gonna play the A in addition to Wild, and he will keep just alone E.
Yeah, so the reason to maybe do this, AE is a good combination, but a little bit heavy on the vowel side. The other consideration is while does take a 3-letter extension if you leave the A off. That is air while, ERE, behind it, which is a somewhat likely set of 3 tiles Tacha could have. So I think I would have gone with while, but either way, there is one playable bingo here for Tacha if he is to find it, which he's very, very likely to do. He can play a bingo through the L of a while for 70 points.
Yes, Venusly available through the L. That is VENOUSLY. That'll play for 70. That is by far the best play here for Tacha. He needs to find this.
And on the other hand, Harshan has drawn into a bonus of his own, faintest through the A of a while.
Oh, no.
But wow, you potentially, is that going to block Harshan's bingo? Niftiest and faintest.
Is that his only? It might be.
Whoa, very surprising miss of Venusly through the L, but no, faintest, FEINTEST, still fits through the E of a while. I guess Harshan was lining both faintest through the A and through the E. He just didn't tell us which one.
Right. Come on. Why would he do that? Yeah, this is a big miss of Venusly now, putting Harshan in a good position to strike first with faintest. He's just going to debate which placement of this word he prefers, and I agree with this choice. This does not float if he plays it with the through the E of a while in the second position. This does not float an S. It floats fewer tiles for Tacha to use as in return.
Yeah, it's a slight little detail here, but just not giving back an S in the middle of the board might save him in some scenarios. But yeah, crazy stuff. Tatcha missing a bingo on the first turn. It's not an obvious one. And Harshan with the advantage, 65 points up after 2 moves.
Yeah, this is big. And now Tatcha with this VOF draw, or he had the V, but now with both the V and the F on his rack, those letters really don't go well together. He can play maybe VIF if he wants to get rid of both of them at once. VIFF will play through the F of faintest.
Yeah, none of the options for Tatcha are looking great. He can't even like score 20 points on this turn. I guess he could by keeping the V, but VIF seems pretty decent. Putting that second F underneath the first F is probably where you would play this word for a couple extra points and a little bit more access to the bottom. There's also the possibility of something like ENVOI or ovine to the E of faintest. I hate
Yeah, I
that.
just don't know why you do that over VIF.
And yeah, maybe of OF to keep a nice VINES. That plays above the F and the E of faintest for 17 points. There's a couple other spots to play those 2 same tiles, but no matter what, this is not a good position. When you're down 65, not only do you want to bingo, you want to also put points on the board and leave things open. And after the play of faintest, suddenly things are not so hot.
Yeah, this board could get closed pretty quickly. A play like of just doesn't help Tatcha here. It closes down some lanes on the board. The leave is pretty good. He can still bingo through the T of faintest, maybe the N, but nowhere really for a 7-letter word to go after this play.
So now he's picked up an OV. Is he going to play maybe SOV, SOV from the S of faintest in order to set himself up nicely with the S hook? SOV is a good play. It's dynamic. It sets him up for a situation where it's very hard for Harshan to block him. So that could be an interesting idea too, but it sacrifices 10 points to do something like that. Very tough position for Tatcha. Totally understandable that he's taking so much time here.
Yeah, I do wonder if he's seen VIF yet. I think that does stand out as cleaning up the rack as best you might want to, and scoring a bit better than some of these other options.
Could very well be. On the other hand, Harshan has drawn CELLRRW, so duplicates, and that's not a great post bingo rack for him. But
Oh,
here is off.
interesting.
Okay,
Okay.
this is a really good adjustment, Chloe.
Yeah, I like this adjustment. I think this is preferable to of on top of faintest. It opens 2 new bingo lanes, one starting with a vowel going, making a 2-letter word with the F of off, one ending in a consonant going next to the O, so the S in particular is what Tasha would be looking to put there.
And over to Harshan now. He's wanting to deal with some of his problems. He can play Willer through the I of faintest for 18 points, keeping a C and an R. That doesn't address anything that's just happened. Maybe he's thinking of playing something blockier.
Yeah, I think crew and cough looks okay. CREW making COFF. It blocks the most dangerous lane, being putting a 7-letter going upward, hooking onto the O of off.
So yes, cough and crew blocking most of the potential bingos, but don't forget the S hook screw that could still potentially lead to a bingo ending in ST, but this is 19 points. This is 29 points. Willer is 18. This is an 11-point difference. So I think I like this play by Harshan to adjust a little bit.
Oh wow, and Sez gonna hit big here on top of this play, making scoff, ER, and ZE.
Wow, so Tatcha able to draw into a rack that doesn't bingo, but 61 points without a bingo. That's a great score. Hopefully he's going to tune into this hook that was created with cough. This is not an easy play to spot. You don't often see a play like this re-overlapping above a word, but
This
says
looks
on the
like-
top is the correct play
Yes,
here,
it
61
is.
points. And there it is.
And that's a good play. 61 points. You need to find that in this position. That's huge. That gets him right back in this game.
It was also the potential. Yeah, there's the potential of leaving that spot open and trying to go for a bingo, but 61 points, far too much to give up. RLL was the leave for Harshan. Let's see if he gets something to work with here. The scores are close, 19 points between the two players. If Harshan gets another tough rack, could be Tatcha retaking the lead in a couple of moves. That's an A and a D and an O and a B. That's
So he has
pretty
Ballard,
good.
but nowhere for it to go.
So Ballard on the rack for Harshan. That S and Faintus, maybe now he's hoping that he played the other version of his bingo, but you can't be looking behind for something like this. Ballyard, though, Ballyard is a possibility through the YA for 30 points. That's an awesome find. Is he going to see that? He's looking at Boulder to the ER on the board. That's not a terrible play. It does open up a triple, and it scores 24. Ballyard, I think, the right option here.
Yeah, this is a great find. He finds it so quickly as well. Look at that.
Wow, amazing. So good to see Harshan on the board, finding his best plays so fast. That's a beautiful find.
Yeah, now over to Tatcha. There's no E for him to play Minivers. So what will Tatcha do? He's struggling with this V still. There's not a lot of space to work with on this board to make a nice play for him either.
Yeah, the V goes between the A and the E and the R on the top of the board, but you can't play a ver and keep two I's, can you? And raver, you could add that R, but that would take a really nasty hook onto the triple that Tatcha doesn't have. So this is a tough one now. What do you do with this rack? Yeah, without an E on the board, it's just awful.
Yeah, he set up Merv, but I don't see a spot for that. That would be the ideal play, something like Vim or Merv here. Those are leathers he'll be wanting to get rid of. I guess he can do something like Div if he just wants to fish. Get rid of VI.
Yeah, so fishing, again, for those new to Scrabble, that's a term we use to talk about plays that don't score very well, that don't really play that many tiles, but the idea behind them is to go as quickly for a bingo as possible. Div from the D and Ballyard, only 7 points. Looks really awful. And Harshan has drawn that blank after the 6 tiles. He's dug into the bag. He's in fantastic shape now.
Wow, that's an excellent draw for Harshan. He will certainly be able to bingo this next turn via the play. I wonder what, if anything, this gives back to Harshan.
Ooh, okay, interesting option. 10 points, not on our radar. 3 more points than Div would have been. And if Harshan doesn't use that spot, Merv is 27 at the very least. So this is a good idea with really a host of terrible options for Tatcha. He's drawn an H and a Q, though. Oh my goodness.
Wow. And no bingos through the V for Harshan, but he will have a number of choices available. The highest scoring being 74 for Iodated, making IF next to Scoff, but that opens up huge scoring opportunities.
Yeah, Iodated, not only is it opening a lane up to that middle left triple, it also opens the bottom left triple for a potential triple, but more importantly, not a very likely scenario that. More importantly, 4-letter words would fit for tons of points, overlapping it on the left side, using that double letter score on the bottom left and hitting the triple word score on the bottom left. So possibly this is a scenario where you want to sacrifice 10 or more points to not open up such a gigantic spot. But maybe the play of Via by Tatcha is a play that Harshan is saying, well, Tatcha's playing that. He might not have great opportunities to hit that gigantic spot on the bottom left after Iodated, but Iodated also fits in another spot on the board, which is also equally dangerous. I'm liking the potential play of Toadied.
Even that is pretty dangerous. Maybe you just do outdated through the T of faintest for 63. It still opens up a bunch of floaters, but not necessarily any in the triple column. So bingos through those letters will not hurt so much as a bingo or one of those huge scoring plays that Josh mentioned, parallel to iodated.
Yeah, outdated looks pretty good. Toadied would fit underneath the S and the T of faintest. Outdated, the biggest issue with that is you're giving back a lot of floating tiles for Tatcha to work with. So nothing great here for Harshan, but he's up 39 points. He's got to feel pretty good about his position. Things can turn around in an instant, but little does Harshan know Tatcha struggling really, really hard with this Q draw.
Yeah, he will not have much to do on this next turn. His main goal will be getting rid of this Q and scoring as much as possible in doing so. But it won't be easy. His decision will really depend on which bingo Harshan decides to play here. We saw him set up iodated, I believe, earlier in this turn. He's now just looking for other bingos. He thinks there must be something better. That can't be the only option or the highest scoring option or the only one that scores 70 even, but it might be.
Yeah, I think Harshan at some point is going to have to trust his gut here. Iodated is 74, but so dangerous. I feel like we're going to see an 11-point sacrifice and outdated to come down, but we'll see. Is Harshan here for the content? Does he want to make a crazy play in this final round of Causeway? I feel like this is the time where these players are at their most serious, also at their most fatigued. So we're seeing that take a toll potentially.
Yes, the fatigue is real. We've been doing 10 games a day for 3 days straight, and this is our 6th game today, the final game of the day, the final game of the tournament. There's pressure, which can lead to interesting decision making, as well as the fatigue factor.
And over on the other boards, while we're waiting for Harshan to make a decision, Josh Castellano up 58 against Dave Wiegand, still early on in that game. Both players taking a while on their decisions. Ben Schoenbrunn playing Nigel Richards is up 17 points. Nigel has made his way all the way into 7th place and can potentially, or 8th place, and he can potentially finish 7th if he beats the American, who's already beaten him this tournament, I think.
Yes, I think you're right about that. Harshan taking some time here. You want to make sure you're not missing anything because the downsides of a lot of these bingos are so big. You have to be sure that there's nothing that you're missing. But eventually Harshan will have to accept that his only bingo, most of his bingos have pretty significant drawbacks.
Yeah, the problem is the longer you take on this position, the less you want to make the high scoring play because the responses will be imminent. The responses might be gigantic, and you've just spent 4, 5, even 6 minutes on this decision, and you just get hammered. It's happened so often in these guys' games. Making a risky play, either it pays off or it doesn't, but usually you find out very, very quickly. So back to iodated, lined up on Harshan's rack. He's falling below 15 minutes. It's not often that we see him so low on time so early, but this is such a key decision. He's just going to go ahead and pass up the bingos and play Vaded for 30. This makes so much sense. We didn't even think about this, but keeping a blank can often be worth it when you're not bingoing. 30 points, maybe you bingo next turn, and very quickly thought
Wow.
Tatcha's going to play Shri.
A Q setup.
Yeah, so Shri for 29 points here for Tatcha. This is awesome. If he draws an A, he's going to be able to play QAT on that dark blue square that he just set up. 63 points. He's been waiting all these minutes to play this move. I'm sure he's very happy about it, and he's drawn that A. Let's see what Harshan pulls out of the bag. First question, does he sniff it out? Shri could just be a balancing play. There's no reason this is necessarily a setup. It could be a setup of an X. It could be a setup of a Q. It could just be anything. Harshan now with another decision on his hands, depending on what he pulls. He's just done his paperwork, and now let's see EU. X. Oh no,
The
and there it
K. Okay, so
goes.
he'll just take the spot for himself now. Wow. I think OX will come down, or DOUX probably.
Wow, OX. He's already lined OX up, but if he looks a little bit harder, DOUX, like Chloe just mentioned, that's even more, 8 more points, and you get rid of the U at the same time. Let's hope that Harshawn makes the adjustment to see it. Regardless, he's in fantastic shape. But yeah, this is a miss, a very uncharacteristic miss by Harshawn, but this is because of how long he took on the previous move. He's got 13 minutes, 37 seconds left. That's a nice amount of time. But having taken 6 minutes on the previous move, he was probably feeling the heat. What a terrible outcome for Tatcha. After waiting so long to set up his cue, it gets blocked. Brutal.
Yeah, brutal stuff. And now he'll have to settle for a far less preferable play than what he was hoping for, which was Cat and QI. That would have scored over 60. Now his Q plays score maximum 30. That would be for QUAI in the top left corner to the I of Via, making AB. But that's not the most appealing play. It doesn't keep a U to go through that, let that Q in the top left corner. He can also consider Squab, I guess, from the S of Faintest, but that looks really unappealing as well, blowing the bottom half of this board open.
Yeah, you might think with a deficit, you want to blow the bottom half of the board open, but not in a great way. That B creating lots of counterplay options, OB or AB going all the way down to the bottom middle triple will hurt. Luckily for Tatcha, there is no O or A on Harshawn's rack, nor is there a bingo. He's gotten punished for this miss of DOUX. He's drawn a second U.
Yeah, that's a big punishment indeed. He'll have to settle for a play, probably dumping both of these U's, like Koru or Kutu, Kauru through the A of Squab, or just playing off one of them with Kutu to the U of Squab. Both of those plays seem pretty reasonable. I think you just want to obstruct some of that space that Squab opened up and get rid of one of your U's, if not both, in order to continue working towards this bingo that Harshawn's been going for. But Tatcha picking up the other blank on his draw.
Yeah, that's a key draw for Tatcha, and Kauru probably the best play here for Harshawn. Shout out to the New Zealand National Championship that was happening at the exact same time at this tournament. I think that's a Maori word among so many from that English dialect. It means the edible stem of a New Zealand cabbage. I liked how Jesse was giving us a little bit of insight into certain definitions, Josh Castellano as well. But yeah, Kauru, the play for Harshawn, if he is to spot it, a very bizarre word you don't see every day on a Scrabble board containing 2 U's and a K. There's only 1 K in Scrabble. So I think that's the best play, but Tatcha to potentially respond to that. Does he have any bingos that are playable now?
Right now, I imagine through the A, yes, a bunch of things through the A. If Kutu comes down, I can see Compline fitting under there, underneath the K and U of Kutu. After Koru, though, that's kind of the question.
Yeah, I think not. I think after Kauru, Polonium not quite going to fit through that U. So this is a must-find situation for Harshawn. I also wonder, I was thinking about this earlier, the play evaded, setting up potential for an extension. Will we see that? If we see something like pervaded at some point this game, or unevaded, which is the other extension, we could see a potential for an 8-letter word down from the top left corner of the board. Just wanted to say that in anticipation of it potentially happening. But yeah, Tatcha looking at plenty of playable 8-letter words through the A. Now he's somehow hoping that Harshawn plays elsewhere. But if Harshawn plays elsewhere, it's probably going to be a bingo. There's so much action in the spot that Squab just opened. Let's see what Harshawn does. He's got another long think on his hands with that blank still in hand. He's going to go under the 10-minute mark potentially this turn with around half of the game remaining for him. We like Kauru here in the booth, but Harshawn, unsure if he's missing something. It's pretty difficult position. If Kutu comes down, bingo for Tatcha.
Yeah, this is a big turn. Harshan needs to not waste too much time here. I wonder if he's just not generating the word kauru. This seems pretty obvious when you have to use, you're looking for words that dump both of them at once. Yeah, this is, I think, probably a miss. The play of Buke over kauru. I don't see the upside of this.
Yeah, so this is a decent play for sure, getting rid of one of those U's, but also getting rid of the E, which was a great tile for Harshan. He could easily redraw one, but for Tatcha now, he has 2 playable bingos that still fit. He's probably spotted maybe one of them already, given the time that Harshan spent. Pilot Man through the A of Squab. The other playable bingo is Pulmonic through the U of Squab, but Pilot Man much preferable here.
Yeah, Pilot Man looks great, scores an extra 9 points, and opens up far less on this board that gives back pretty much no bingo lanes. I guess you could underlap 5 of your 7 letters on your rack to play a bingo under Pilot Man, but really that's just a place to make a scoring play. On the other hand, Pulmonic throwing a C into the triple column. You don't want to be opening up a triple if you can avoid it here.
Pilot Man was lined up. I think Tatcha is probably going to play that pretty soon. He's got a big time advantage though, so he could take a little bit longer here. This is a rack that could contain many possibilities, 6 unique letters and a blank, tons of letters to play through, possibilities of a 7-letter word, but he spent enough time on this turn while Harshan was thinking, I think he's going to go ahead and play Pilot Man if he's sure of it. He lined it up already, but he's shuffling to see if there's anything else in the position.
Yeah, maybe he's still looking for 7s, maybe doubles. You could potentially, for the word ending in ANO, AMO, something like that, getting an O on top of the K of Buke. He may be still looking for 7-letter words that could come down from Scoff, from the F of Scoff, or potentially hooking Squab or Buke. There's now a few different lanes on this board to think of, but I think Tatcha should play on the quicker side here. He sees Pilot Man, it scores 74. He's probably not going to do any better than that.
Yeah, good point that you could direct your search pretty well through the A of Squab, maybe making a bunch of overlaps with OK. Yeah, we'll see what Tatcha ends up settling on. While we're waiting, a huge difference in the score between Josh Castellano and Dave Wiegand, 123 between them.
Wow.
That game, it looks like it's almost over. Josh Castellano might become second, the runner-up in the Causeway Challenge. Ben Schonbrunn a little bit behind Nigel Richards. That's been a close game all the way through. Pilot Man coming down for Tatcha. Very nice find. And suddenly we have a game. 12 points between the 2 players, but Harshan can respond in turn with a bingo here.
Yes, Harshan has picked up Virtues, spelled with an E instead of an I. This will hook onto Squabs. It'll give nothing back. This scores 86 points. The V there, so hard to do anything with. Your opponent will not be able to make a play underneath the V as it makes no 2-letter words. This is a really great position for Harshan to be in now with the second blank.
Yeah, this is brutal. This is so good now. He's going to designate that blank as an S, and suddenly the left side of the board is almost completely dead, and Harshan's going to be up almost 100. I find it hard to imagine Tatcha coming back from this.
Yeah,
Brutal.
98-point lead. Now Tatcha with 3 A's, an O, an I, and G and T on his rack. He did not want this draw. This is going to be really hard to work through. A lot of A's, vowel heavy. I guess he could do something like HA, AA, make an aura next to Shri to open up the right side of the board a little bit more, given that for now it's pretty S dependent, meaning you need an S to hook onto the back of Buke for most bingos to play.
Yeah, so Harshan drawing his tiles, he just turned one over. That's an I. That doesn't give us too much information. Tatcha was going to play Gaita underneath the PIL most likely, but Virtue's blocking that. PAV still a valid word, so there still is potential for a play through that PV and making a word through the I and the E as well. just to potentially reopen the left side later on. But right now, the best you can do there is Aga, AGA, and PAV, and that opens the triple immediately. Wow, what a draw for Harshawn. Endemic.
Yeah.
That's not going to go down unless Tatcha decides to play AA to the right of the HR of Shri. Here he's going to play Aga on the top. This makes sense. JA was a threat up there. Lots of high scoring plays were threats there. Tatcha's going to take a turn to just try and balance and score some points. Alrighty. Game is back here. So, over to Harshawn, who has decided on playing a couple of tiles, ME, like we talked about. That's a great play for him, despite opening the board. Tatcha now very quickly playing Tiara.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Sorry for the delay there. We are now back. The players have continued playing after a little while, so we see updated scores here. Tatcha took a big lead in this game, going up to 454 to now 291 plus the score of ENE for Tatcha here. So this will certainly be a Harshawn win. Just need to get a standings update to determine how this will affect the final standings. Tatcha came into this game with a big spread. He was 22-3 plus 1445. I think depending on the result of the Dave and Josh game, this will likely allow for Tatcha to slide into that third place spot. Games are finishing up here. Standings are evening out. And Harshawn to play. He has, I think, just 5 letters on his rack. GNOOT. He will be looking for his best end game play. Maybe just NO and EEN or NOG. In that same spot, I guess. Yeah, this seems best to me. I don't have the full game loaded in the analyzer yet, as we had the bit of a delay, but this seems like the best endgame move for Harshawn. Now Tatcha will go out here with Ting and Teg, and this is a big victory for Harshawn. This will allow him to slide into third place.
Wow. What a game. What a victory for Harshawn. What a heartbreaker for Tatcha. But well played all the way through to both of these guys. Well done. It is something else to finish top 10 in a division such as this one. Let's listen to the overhead mic. All righty, no postmortem there, of course. A heartbreaker for Tacha, the native Thailander, but Arshan Lamabadu Surya finishing, I think, in third place, pending all of these results. Amazing stuff. We're probably going to say goodbye to you all here in the booth while everything gets settled in the rest of the division. But what a wonderful tournament this has been, Chloe, and what a wonderful opportunity for us to watch all of this high quality Scrabble.
Yeah, it's been so much fun, such a treat, and such a privilege to be here in Bangkok, to have been asked to commentate the 2026 Causeway Challenge. We've had such a fun time watching all these games. It's been so fun getting to spend time with my co-commentator Josh, watch some excellent Scrabble, and congratulations to David Eldar on his huge win here, as well as the other top finishers.
And of course, we would be remiss not to thank people. We want to extend a very, very warm thank you to people that have made this broadcast and tournament possible. So first things first, of course, the viewers, you guys at home, you're the ones we're doing this for. Thank you so much for watching Scrabble. Tell a friend if you enjoyed it. Tell a friend. Don't tell a friend if you didn't. But we really much appreciate your viewership. Thank you for watching, and hopefully you learned something, you were entertained. But most of all for this tournament in particular, Michael Tang. Wow.
Oh my gosh, what an event he's put on. Such an amazing tournament organizer. Pulls out all the stops, and get ready for 2028 in Kuala Lumpur at Genting Highlands. He's aiming to get more than 1,000 players, or at least 1,000 players from 50 countries. It'll be 45 games over 5 days in June of 2028. You won't want to miss it.
Yeah, he just announced on the loudspeaker that he's going to give one player free room and board, I think, and free airfare to the 2028 Causeway Challenge as long as they're in the room when he calls their name out at random. So yes, organizer and visionary, one of the lead visionaries in Scrabble, Manop and Ravi, the local team, making everything happen behind the scenes as well. Thank you so much to them. But for this stream, of course, it was the vision of Michael Tang to have 3 streams. Who made it possible? Josh Greenway, Christian K, Andrew K, Kumar, Elijah as well, helping out remotely, and co-commentators. Chloe, of course, first and foremost, thank you so much for helping through this commentary, being my wing woman in all of these games. 36 rounds, I guess 34 since we switched off a little bit, but man, that's a lot of Scrabble. She's tired of me, I'm sure of it. But also, Table 3, Nitz Chugti, Jesse Matthews, and Table 1, the prime table, of course, no one else than Matt Canick and Robin Pollock on that stream team. So huge thank you to them, and the tech support, the data visualization, everything going on behind the scenes visually to you to help you visualize what's going on during the tournament. Barry Harridge and Josh Koff, huge thank you to them. And yeah, we had some people helping us out as well. Will Anderson doing some daily recaps. Thank you so much, Will. And last of all, WESPA. The World English Language Scrabble Players Association. I mean, they're what makes Scrabble run worldwide. So it's hard to not thank them for everything. Luke Minolabi at the helm right now. Yeah, lots more to thank as well. Technology partners. Let's go through John Chu, Video Ninja, Seth Lipkin, Artmore, Cesar. Huge shout out to Cesar and the Woogles team. Let's not forget all these annotated games you're being shown every round, 10 games per round. No way to do that without the power of Woogles.io. Cesar doing tons. Andy Kernia behind the scenes. We had a whole Woogles team here on site. Thank you to Ed, to Gab, to everyone that was helping behind the scenes in Woogles. It's amazing what we've managed to achieve. And that's it. That's it. Those are the thank yous. I hope you guys are still here watching, but we have to thank people for all of the work that they've done. What's happening in your life, Chloe? What's your next tournament?
My next tournament is the Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa this summer. I'm looking forward to it. Unfortunately, not much English Scrabble in my area where I live in Greece. They play in Greek there, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to wait until I return stateside for the summer.
Amazing.
How about you, Josh?
Well, I don't know when my next tournament is. It's probably somewhat soon, but doing a lot of commentary. I'm going to be commentating the Cedar Rapids Nationals, so that's super exciting. Hopefully, I can have a part in the amazing match, Nigel Richards versus Adam Logan grudge match at the Albany Superstars tournament, or just prior to it. But yeah, that'll be it for us, guys. We're going to let you all go. Thank you so much for watching. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and like. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. You're watching Scrabble, the best Scrabble in the world. The Causeway Challenge is out. Congratulations to David Eldar on winning, and goodbye.